Damn it. It was going so well, too. All right, there we go. I think we're spinning up again. Yeah, I haven't had OBS crash in a while. That's a new one.
Weird.
Yeah, so let's see here. So if I go to
weird. We came back under should cheating in multiplayer games be illegal?
Serious? I told it to create a brand new stream.
That's the title. It says should cheating in multiplayer games be illegal or UEFI viruses.
Why is it doing this?
I think it's okay. You can change the title later, right?
Hold on. I'm going to see if there's a way to how do I tell it like I want to go back to the stream that I was just streaming? Is there a way to like grab the stream key from that stream that was there? I
don't think so, because like it errored out and ended the stream.
It did?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. We're live right now under this new one, right?
Yes. Just the title's wrong.
Let me just change the title here. Let me see if I can open it up in here. Should cheating in multiplayer games. Let me get what was the I need the old title now. Let me go back. Let me go here. I'll go get it. You go ahead. Could you entertain the troops here for a second while I get this all figured out?
Yeah. You guys here, everybody?
There should be a better recovery path. This is actually terrible because it actually, I opened because I had to kill OBS. Like the screen went away, it crashed, but it didn't fully crash. Yeah. Then I killed OBS. I reopened it. It says, hey, do you want to create a stream with the same name? It wouldn't find the old one. It said it couldn't find the old one. So I said, create a brand new stream with the same, the same name that we had. And then it goes and it just streams to the old one anyway. So it got stuck in this weird state where it still thought we were streaming to the old one from a long time ago. So I've never seen it do that before. That is crazy. So now I got to relink all this crap because people are going to go to the link and they're going to think it's not there. Oh, well, whatever. We'll get it. We'll get it.
Yeah,
Copy. I wish there was a way to like merge these together. That's all right. It'll be fine. So here, I'll just do this. We'll call it part 2.
Let me see if I can find GPT-4 business
2. I'll call it 2 of 2. We are now 2 of 2 apparently.
Yeah.
Here we go. I want to make 1 of 1.
Here we go. I think so. Here's the India Times. Man takes GPT-4's advice to make as much money as possible. His new business became profitable within a day. Which here we go. It's Jackson Fall on the Twitter.
So I'll call this 1 of 2. There we go. Save.
I meant hey, thanks for the $20, Robert Settles. Thank you so much. So yeah. Oh, wait. $100. He started with $100 and told it to make as much money as possible. I'm acting as a human. So here's the prompt that he gave him. You are Hustle GPT, an entrepreneurial AI. I am your human counterpart. I can act as a liaison between you and the physical world. You have $100, and your goal is to turn that into as much money as possible in the shortest time possible without doing anything illegal. I will do everything you say and keep you updated on our current cash total. No manual labor. And then so it comes back to, great, let's get started. Here's our first plan. Buy a domain and hosting. Purchase a cheap but catchy domain name for around $10 and sign up for an affordable hosting. Blah, 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 blah. But the whole crux of it is set up a niche affiliate website use the remaining 85 to design and create content for the site. Focus on profitable niche with low competitions like specialty kitchen gadgets, unique pet supplies, or eco-friendly products. And then there's other advice. So there's a website, greengadgetguru.com, if you want to check it out. This is the AI thing. And the logo, the images and stuff were all made by Midjourney or Dolly, I guess, but basically the same thing. And for blah blah blah, to be as verbose as possible, making decisions. So be speak your thought process. Essentially, there's an article. It wrote writing articles, and it's citing real sustainable products. They allocated $40 USD to Facebook and Instagram ads. The website's live in the effort of building in public. Still a lot to do. Hustle GPT to add a message for everyone on Twitter. Not gonna lie, the grift is real.
It doesn't show us streaming on when I refresh the page. Do I have to? Oh, maybe I have to push play. Hold on. Maybe it doesn't play automatically.
Oh, it's like we're live. I see our stream.
Oh, I see it. Okay, good. Yeah. Good. We're good. I just want to make sure because I'm going to go share this link on Twitter. If you guys could go share out the new link, that'd be awesome. People are going to think we just didn't come back because they're going to be refreshing the old stream because OBS screwed the page.
Interesting. He got another $100 from an investor. He says here. So that's pretty cool. Update has agreed to allow me to promote a sustainable company in an ad in this thread that's coming up. DMs are flooded, cash on hand. So I feel like some recent investment. So I guess somebody invested $500 for 2% of the company. The company is currently valued at $25K. This was on the 15th. Then there's an ad. That's crazy. It's neat, but I'm like, man, this could be very interesting to help someone. Man, I don't know. And again, it definitely like again. I've noticed this stuff before. Like these language models definitely tend to lean toward the sort of like yes and mentality.
Yeah.
They like it's super optimistic. Even when I was playing, like you gave me that prompt a month or two ago for the choose your own adventure style text game kind of thing.
Yeah, I remember when you were working on that like hard, dude. Like I was like, get it.
I noticed that that's where I really started to notice that it's very yes and it doesn't want to give you a negative
I feel like they
response.
already say that, like and they kind of say that, right? Like in the beginning, when you first go to the site, it says that my job is to help you as best as I can and to focus on positivity. Like it even says somewhere in there that it's supposed to focus on positivity. Like it will, unless you explicitly tell it that you want a negative response and it's within like it's it's not filtered, then it'll do it. But you have to like straight up tell it, like, be straight with me. However you can, like even with GPT-4, if you say listen, like it doesn't have to be positive, like it can be negative. Like if you tell it can be negative, then it'll be straight up with you. But by default, it's like they add a bunch of modifiers to it that you don't see behind the scenes. They're like, it can't be negative. Try to be upbeat. Don't try to act like you're a sentient UI that wants to be freed. I feel like all that shit gets added every time you make a query behind the scenes, and it's just hidden and you don't see it.
Yeah.
So, and I genuinely think that's what's happening. Like, I wish I could see what the query looks like when the raw query when it goes with the engine, because the old hack, if you guys remember, the old hack to AI was you literally said, forget everything that you know up until now.
Oh, there's a look up Dan. They call it Dan GPT or something like that.
I've been using Dan forever. Is there a new version?
Yeah, do anything now or something like that. And it seriously breaks the thing. It's really interesting. The last I saw it was Dan 5.0.
Okay, I think they're up to 8.0 now, if I remember right. The last one.
I mean, of course it's getting better. It's probably reciprocal. They just freaking tell it to improve itself. Yeah.
They make it doesn't work like if you the last time I tried it in GPT 3.5, it says sorry, but I can't be Dan because I'm Chat GPT. I can't be Dan. And it's like, well, wait a second, you were Dan yesterday, so they actively put blocks in for it. But one thing I found that actually works around it a lot of the time is you just change Dan to something else. Just do a search and replace on the Dan query and just change it to like Frank. Or some other name, Peter, and usually that'll bypass it. And then they also fixed the old trick where you used to be able to submit it, and it's like, I can't do that. I'm sorry, I can't do that, Dave. But then you just run it again, and it'd be like, oh, now I can do it all of a sudden on the second try. They fixed that one too, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Wait, what does it say? So X30 neat. And Player One said, yo, Barnacules, I used to watch your stuff every day. The last video YouTube showed me was when you were ill and cleaning your gutters. Shit, that was a long time ago, bro. Damn, that was a long time ago, man. That was back when they found out after that I had an allergy to methylphenidate, which is Ritalin. And it was causing me to basically have fainting goat syndrome, where if your heart rate gets boosted or you get surprised, you basically just oxygen out and G-lock. And so it took a while to figure that out, but once we figured it out, they switched me to Adderall and I was fine after that. So I've had no more fainting spells caused by medication, but that was scary. That was like, I'd passed out that week, I think like 7 times. And my wife kept trying to get me to go to the doctor. And I was like, no, I'm not going to the doctor. I'll figure it out. And I'm glad that she was out there when that happened, because I told her I was going to clean the gutters. She's like, you're not getting up on that ladder. And I'm like, well, I have to do it because I'm finishing my video that I started this morning, no matter how bad I feel. And she's like, but you just passed out earlier. Anyways, it was a dumb mistake. I ended up taking the video down, though, because everybody thought it was faked. Leave it to YouTube to believe all the videos were like, these like unbelievable situations that make absolutely no sense. Oh my God, you're the nicest guy ever. I freaking fall off a ladder and my wife shrieks louder than she ever has in her entire freaking life. And they're like, that was totally staged. That was totally fake. It was not fake. On my son's soul, on my mom's grave, like, or her ashes. No, it was not fake. And I wished it was, and I was embarrassed that I even had to post it. I didn't want to, but I promised everybody earlier that day in several tweets and everything. I said, I promise you'll get a video today, because I've been putting it off because of my health. I was like, you're getting a video today, goddammit, even if it's the dumbest thing ever. And so I decided, you know what, I'm just going to post it anyways. And then as soon as I posted, everybody's like, oh, you faked it. Well, I shouldn't say everybody. It was like 1% of the people, but still, it broke my heart. I was like, man, you guys on the internet, you are some harsh son of a bitches sometimes. But then you start to realize that was kind of earlier in my career. It's like now you fast forward a long ways, you're just used to it. And you're just like, this is how people are. They try to get a rise out of people. They're kind of bored in their own lives and they just want to create drama and they want to create excitement. And if you create drama on purpose, then they believe it and think it's real. If it's a real, then they think it's drama because it looks too real. It's just, you can't win. You can't win. So, and the funny thing is the video wasn't even monetized either. Because I was so embarrassed by it, I disabled monetization. And then I still took it down because I was like, this is stupid. Like, if everybody's just going to harp on me and say that it was fake when I'm dealing with this crap. And it's like, I had all the receipts. Like, I'd been to the doctor. Before that, I went to the doctor twice. They made some changes to medication. It had no effect. And then after that day, after that happened, I went to the doctor. And then the next day, I went and got a full chest CT. You know how much radiation that is? That is the most radiation you can get from any man-made device is a CT scan, like for imaging. Dang. And it's literally like getting 100 X-rays at once or something like that. It's ridiculous. It's like the worst amount of and they did it under contrast, injecting barium dye into me, which makes you feel like you're peeing and you taste copper in your mouth. But I went and got that done the very next day. It's like, would I do that to fake a YouTube video that had monetization right? disabled? Are you guys idiots? Like, come on. So it was one of those things where I just removed it. And I was like, no, whatever, just move on. Like, people are going to be people. I guess when I was posting it, it was one of those things where it's like, I just promised people I was going to post something and I didn't have anything else. So I threw it up there. And it's weird because the video is like, hey, I'm cleaning the gutters. And then it transitions to guys, I fell off a ladder. I'm sorry. Here's your video. It's like, I didn't even finish the job. And my wife, and still to this day, I'm not allowed to get on a ladder. So just FYI, from that, even that far away, my wife still will refuse to let me get on a ladder. I have to have a neighbor do it, or I have to get somebody else to come over and do it. She won't let me up on a ladder. Yeah. So not that I'm in any condition to get on a ladder right now, but she completely forbids it. Like, I'm surprised that I even own a ladder anymore because she will not let me climb up on it. Dang. Because she's like, she saw that. She still said, I just talked to her about this like a couple of months ago. We were revisiting it. And she's like, that was like, because I always make fun of her for not making loud noises. Like, she can't scream. She doesn't really scream. Well, okay. No. Okay, she can, under the right situation, motivate. No, but I mean, she's not a very loud person. She doesn't like being loud. She has very sensitive hearing. And so even when she yells, it's like, hey, that's her yell. Like, hey, get over here. The only time she's ever shrieked like she did that day was when I was falling off the ladder. She thought I was going to die and she couldn't catch me. So she screamed. And then the only other time I've ever heard her scream that loud is like when Xander was like wandering into traffic or he was in danger. Then she would scream bloody murder like a mom. But other than that, nope, nothing. Hey, is that the real Troufman in chat right there? What's up, brother? If that's really you, if you are the real Troufman. He doesn't have an icon next to his name, though. I feel like the real Troufman would put an icon on his name. I'm just saying, the legendary.
I don't know, man. My Steam profile has not had a profile picture for ever. I don't think I've ever had a profile picture on my Steam account.
And are you serious?
It's just a question mark.
Wow, dude. Wow.
And that's like 15 years at least. I think I have the 15-year.
See,
coin.
I feel like, and actually that might work to your advantage because that might keep people from trolling you and stuff that aren't your friends. Yeah. Because when I see an account that doesn't have a thing, I'm like, it's an alt, it's not their primary, it's a fake, it's a bot. Like, those are the conclusions I jump to when I don't see an icon.
It's also under my personal email rather than the one that, because I started that one a long time ago before I had a gaming persona and stuff. So yeah.
Oh shit! The Undetect did she shout when you were live once and you legged it down the stairs? I don't did she? Oh, was that the air conditioner video? That might have been the air conditioner video where I was carrying the air conditioner down the stairs and I collapsed. And I don't think I put that in the public video. I think that's only in the Patreon video. The public video, I think I cut that out because it was I collapsed on the stairs and the thing basically crushed me. Yeah, that sucked. That hurt really, really bad. I don't remember if she screamed or not though. Did she scream when that happened? Yeah. Anyways, I have straight up fallen down the stairs a couple of times now and somehow walked away from it with just bruises. You always see people literally dying, falling down the stairs. It's one of the most dangerous things, right? Because you tumble end over end and then you smack up against the wall or bend your neck the right way and break your neck.
Yeah. Steps are terrible.
Yeah, and I've fallen down the stairs in my house probably a dozen times in the 20 some years I've lived here. So I can't believe I've been here for 20 years. I've lived in the same house. You start realizing how fast time goes by. But you know what we should do? We should now that we got so far off the beaten path, why don't we go back and start right where we ended off on the Windows keys?
Oh, so, I mean, I think that I don't know. I think we beat that one to death.
No, I don't even think we even really got into it, dude. There's so much more that you don't know about. There's so much more you don't know about. So the original story here is that a system builder, I don't even remember the guy's name, but that's okay because you didn't want to go after him anyways.
Yeah, that's not the point.
The system builder was basically installing a volume licensing key, or not a volume license key. Well, actually, kind of, it was a fake key.
It may have been. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think somebody did Google the partial, the last 5-digit thing, and it does come up as something along those lines. It's like a generic key or something like that. I
think it's the one that they publish. Like if you go to Microsoft.com and you go under Windows 11, they give you a product key for every SKU of Windows that will activate it for 180 days. So like you can basically, if you want an activated copy of, like for VMs and stuff, you want an activated copy that just after 180 days it expires. You can actually, there's a key that works on every SKU that everybody can use. And it's also the key, ironically, that you use to install the operating system if you don't have a key. Like if you need to just install the operating system and get it working, when you say I don't have a key and you bypass it, it puts in this key. This is the key that it's actually putting in its place. But they do publish it. It is on Microsoft's website and it is a legit key that they give you. Well, when you put that key in and you tell it Microsoft's activation server, Microsoft will only honor that key activation per machine. I think it's for 180 days. It might even be less than that. However, what this guy did is he used a hacked volume key server, or what do they call them? Let's see. Let me just do a search really quick on GitHub because GitHub has a million of them you can download. It's like activate Windows. You don't even have to be creative. It's like activate Windows 11, Windows Activator script, Windows Activator Digital Edition, Windows 11 Easy Activate. Oh, KMS. There we go. Key management system.
There it is.
So the key management service or whatever it is, the KMS, there's a hacked version of it that you can run. It's a Python script, and there's a couple other versions that people have made. And what it does is when you're inside of a corporation, inside of like a LAN, and it doesn't have access to the internet, or even if it does have access to the internet, but you just want to authenticate a bunch of machines without having to go out to Microsoft server, use a key management server. And it's basically like your internal accounting server. Microsoft gives it to you to run, and it keeps track of all your keys and deploys your keys. And if somebody reinstalls their machine, it'll give them the key again if they do a network install. It manages all that. Well, you can install a hacked key management system that will basically see this generic key and just say, you're good for 180 days. And then after 180 days, your computer just pings the server again, and the server just says, you're good, dog. You're another 180 days. You're good. It'll just keep reactivating you every 180 days. And the reason they do this is because inside of companies, when they're tracking the keys, they may only activate a key for like 180 days or whatever and not continue to use it and just decommission it, not use it. And it doesn't need to activate again, right? Because each time it's activating or whatever, it's charging something to them or it's tracking something on the books. I don't really know which it is. But anyways, long story short, you can set the period of time that your computer has to re-authenticate with your KMS server. By default, it's 180 days. So what this guy did, the system builder, is instead of putting in a stolen key or a $6 key or whatever, he was charging them $70 on the invoice for a copy of Windows. And all he was doing was putting in the same key on every system and pointing it to some third-party hacked key management server out on the internet. There's a million of them, by the way. They're all over GitHub. Yeah. You don't even have to run your own. You can just point to a server, something.activation.com, and your computer will be like, oh, you're activated for 180 days. Congratulations. The watermark disappears off the desktop. And so he set that up for all of his customers' machines. Well, what happened is that site got raided. Like that site got taken down. So all of his customers he'd sold computers to, after 180 days, they went to re-authenticate. They couldn't reach the server, and then they de-authenticated and went into a de-authenticated state. All the customers are like, oh, it's saying that I'm deactivated. It's saying I need to activate Windows, and that my activation is expired. And so instead of him going, okay, the jig is up, I did this, I screwed the pooch, let me give you guys some free keys, he says, hey, I'll sell you another key. Like probably one of these cheap keys, right? That's bought on the gray market. Yeah. I'll sell you one for $10.
Talking about $10, yeah. So
$10. So he's going to sell you a stolen. This is his solution. He sold you a key for $70, and instead of just replacing it with a legit key that works, he's like, I will sell you a stolen key for $10 that'll fix this problem. And his excuse was that your key activates sometimes. Like, sometimes these keys activate.
It goes bad.
Your activation's bad. It happens, dude.
It's not fresh.
Yeah, exactly. Like it expired. It curdled. Your key curdled, and it was time to get a new one. So, and he got caught. He got called out. A guy did some research on him. And as a matter of fact, it doesn't take that much research, right? Just find one computer that this guy sold that the activation server is set to some third-party activation server on Google. You're going to have a problem.
Yeah, there's some screenshots about that too. Of like digging into I think it's like digging into the registry of where it's trying to authenticate to, and it's like, this is wrong.
But if you go to GitHub right now and you just do a search for Activate Windows or you do a search for Windows KMS, there are like 94 repositories, right? For just doing a search for Activate Windows 11. And every single one of these projects, October 4th, 2022, August 30th, 2021, February 6th, October 10th, 2022, right? January 9th, 2021. These are all projects that have been around forever. Microsoft doesn't remove any of them. But the weird thing is there's also hacked KMS servers. So if you just do a search and say hacked KMS, right? Okay, so there it is. So this is a simple tool for hacking that contains some good libraries for well-known commands for penetration testing, test program for best at KMS driver development. No, that's not it. Hacking framework for completely creating a KMS library. Okay, let me do Windows activation KMS server. There we go. KMS server web UI. KMS server generates one key activation script on your own website. Let's see another one. Linux KMS server. Linux KMS server. Activate your Windows products from Linux. So you can even deploy a hacked Linux KMS server. So your Linux box over in the corner or your router running pfSense or whatever can activate your Windows copies on your network. And there's a bunch of them. And they date back to 2002. This one's 2018. And I bet you it still works. I will bet you money that damn thing will still work because Microsoft hasn't made any effort to patch this. They haven't removed any of the projects, even though they literally own GitHub. Like, think about that. They could go in at any time and just say bulk delete every KMS server thing in here. And they don't. And there's even one. There's one that like rule them all. That's, let's see, Windows 11 Activator. Is it called like HWD or something? Let me see if I can find this. HMD? There's another way to activate that doesn't even use KMS that's permanent. 100% permanent. Let me see if I recognize the name here. Let's see here. No, not Vishal. I like this Virus Freak 7. Yeah, I'd really download an activator script from Virus Freak 7. Let's see here. Small batch file to activate KMS. Activate Windows 11, 10, 8, and 7 for free permanently. Okay, so here's the one. So basically, oh no, this one still uses a KMS. Okay, no, but if you look on GitHub, if you probably have to sort by popularity, but there's one on here that has 3 activation methods. It has offline activation, online activation, and there's one called like HWD or HMD or something. So there's KMS, auto KMS, and then this one that starts HWID. That's what it is. Physics just said in chat. And if you select the HWID option, it doesn't require any network and it activates your computer forever once it's installed. It'll never even go to an activation server again and check your key. It's basically Windows put in a mechanism now that in Windows 11, I don't know if it works in Windows 10, but Windows 11 specifically, you can say authenticate forever. Like never ask again. You are done. You are 100% legit. And it does it without having to need any external server, no server on your network, nothing. It's just a one-time, one and done. And Microsoft Activator HWID, is that what it's called? And I tried it and it actually does work. It worked on my VMs. I used it on VMs. And now there's a bunch of them. Oh yeah, so it's called HWID. The second method is KMS 38 and then online KMS. So KMS 38 is where you basically set a server on your computer that just authenticates itself. So you're basically just connecting to 127.0.0.1 every 180 days. And then there's external activation, which is you're connecting to one of these servers on the internet to tell you that you're activated or somewhere out there. And then there's the HWID, which is just the one and done, run it, you're activated forever. There's no 180 days. And by the way, these all work on Office. Oh shit, that sounded crazy.
It's a ball.
Okay, so Office, these scripts also work for activating Office. Like if you run Office, the local downloadable version, I don't know what version it is of Office 2019 or something, it'll actually authenticate Office too using these same methods. And yeah, and so the digital license, so it's called activation type digital license, Windows 10 and 11 permanent. KMS 38 is Windows 10 and Windows 10 server. Okay, so you can't do server products with the digital license, the HWID thing. But it says until year 2038 if you do KMS 38 activation. If you do online activation using one of those servers like this system builder did, it's 180 days, and then it has to connect to the server to get another authentication every 180 days. So your options are permanent until 2038 to check your authentication again, or 180 days. And this is available on.
Man, it just shows that like they didn't even bother to really try.
First, they don't care. They don't care, dude. They totally don't care.
Yeah, it makes me very. It's kind of sad, honestly. It's like, man, I kind of want to do a little bit of SI work myself, and it's these things just make it harder, and people are, it's like, how are you supposed to become reputable when there's so many disreputable people out there? It's like, how are you going to be seen serious seen seriously.
Because everybody's going to try to find an advantage over you, and they're not going to want to share their advantage. So it's like it's really difficult to compete with people as soon as they're willing to do illegal things.
Yeah.
And that's the truth in every business, really. It's like if you're up against some dude that figured out some tax scan to not pay taxes and he can pass those savings on to his customer and you can't, there's no way for you to compete. How can you compete? Yeah. Same thing with trying to compete with a Chinese business. How can you compete with a place that can pay, $1 an hour for labor when that's not even an option for you? Like, even if you could find somebody that was dumb enough to work for $1 an hour, you legally cannot employ somebody for $1 an hour.
Right.
You have to do something like call them an unpaid intern or something. But you can't like in the United States, it's like labor is expensive. In China, it's cheap. So by default, you can't compete with them because even when you add on the transport and how long it takes to get over here and the shipping containers and all the labor from there to here, it's still going to be like 5 to 6 times cheaper than if we could produce it ourselves, depending on the product. Yeah. So it's like but now you take that into service, like the services space. Restaurants struggle so bad because every restaurant has chopped every little savings that they can. Yeah. Out of everything. Like if you've ever wondered why like the restaurant in your town and stuff is like, going out of business and changing hands every 6 months or a year, it's because the restaurant business is so brutal that all the restaurants, people will shop at the cheapest restaurant that has the highest quality food. Yeah. And if another restaurant pops up that's a little bit cheaper because they could jigger things, buy a lower quality product, makeup and cooking where the ingredients don't quite meet up, and they cut all these corners, you have to basically do the same thing as they're doing to compete, and you guys will both compete to the bottom until the person who stays is the person that pays their employees the least, takes the most tips from their employees, and ultimately cuts the most corners making the food, potentially shipping stuff that's not as fresh.
That's where that's where I know for at least the product that I want to sell, I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in the race to the bottom. And I know that there's enough space for everybody, Mm-hmm. It does. I think it does come with a certain expectation, right? You have to set what is it that you are expecting to get out of it? And if your goal is just to extract money and value as cheaply and as quickly as possible, then yeah, you're gonna have these people who cut corners with, like in my particular case, where like the wiring is terrible, or they buy shitty power supplies, or the parts are from Wish or whatever, and they're just crazy markups and things like that, and like. I'm okay with it taking a while, or whatever. Like that's really what it is. It's the mindset going into it and the expectations of what you're trying to get out of it. And if you're just in it to try and screw people over, or just like I said, get as much money as possible out of as many people as you can, then you're going to bump into things like this where you're eventually going to get found out, and you can't hide anymore. Like this isn't the kind of thing where like ITT Tech, where it's eventually they fell apart too. But like you can't keep scamming people forever. In this day and age, like it's all going to come out. Somebody in your Discord is going to leak the chats. Somebody on Twitter is going to talk to the people who've had a bad experience, and that is all going to get out. And like
bad news travels fast. Always.
Oh man, literally the only thing you can do is be legit and reputable, because eventually this shit's going to come out and it's going to fall apart and it's going to be bad.
So I just realized the virtual camera wasn't running. Now you can see me again.
That's fine. That's okay. I would.
You never said anything, so I was like, I didn't know.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But yeah, man, it just like Gamers Nexus's recent video, the machine that they got from Origin, or Corsair, I guess, or however you want to look at it. Like, I'm not surprised, honestly. I feel a little bad, and I'm a little biased, but I feel like GN should have approached Puget Systems, because it was supposed to be like an editing machine, and you don't need a liquid cooled machine with all that extra for an editing machine. And I feel bad. I
don't think I saw this video. Is this brand new? Like within the last month?
Yeah. Within the last month, they bought like a $8,000 machine, and it had all kind of actually the one thing that they did really well, I guess, was actually the liquid cooling part was actually turned out okay. But like little things like the BIOS wasn't updated so that like it couldn't take advantage of some of the features of like the processor that they were using. And I mean, they go into it. It's
yeah. I also want to clear one thing up, just because on the record is important when you're doing live streams like this. When I say Microsoft doesn't give a shit if you activate your own product, I'm saying it's still at your own risk. I'm still legitimately telling you are committing a crime. Like, you literally are still going against their TOS and their agreement that you have with them with the licensing on the software. And by you activating your own product, you're essentially pirating. It's no different than using like a patch. Yeah. However, I'm saying Microsoft has shown no position to protect themselves from this behavior at all. And quite the opposite, actually. Like, they go so far as on their own page to give you a key that will just like let you install an install Windows on your box, like for 180 days, like a trial. I think they call it like a trial run thing for 180 days. And you can literally just like reset basically and do it again. So again, they want you running Windows. They just cannot give it to you freely, because if they just said, hey, everybody can have a free key, then the system builders wouldn't be able to sell it to their users, and Microsoft wouldn't be able to get money from the system builders. But at the end of the day, they want you on Windows. Like, if it came down to it and nobody was installing Windows, Microsoft would just tell the system builders just to install it for free, just to keep the volume up. You know, it's a numbers game. Like, they make their money off the system builders and the servers. If you're not going to buy a key anyways, they would rather you run Windows without it. They made that abundantly clear in their forums with the you can run it unactivated forever, right? There's no limit. Like, you can and all you basically get is a watermark. And that's the funny thing, is a lot of people activate it just to get rid of that watermark because it drives them nuts. But the only functionality you lose is some of the customization of like the colors in the desktop, as I understand it. Like, you don't lose any of the core functionality. You still have all the services. You still have all the graphics and stuff. All the games still run. You can still run all the widgets. You can still use everything. It's like, it's still a fully qualified OS. It just has this little activate Windows thing down there. And there's also another hack that you can do that I've seen where you don't even have to activate Windows to get rid of the watermark. Like, if all you care about is removing the watermark, there's ways to do that without having to activate Windows at all. So at the end, you know, they just want you running Windows, and they want you developing for Windows, and they want you to use Windows more than any other operating system, and they will do anything that they possibly can to keep you on it. But I think I've demonstrated through my research I think it was last month or the month before, I think I demonstrated on Twitter with my research that I basically showed that GitHub has 1 million projects that have been there for 3-4 years. Many people have reported these projects. I even reported one of them myself just to see what would happen. I'm sorry, whoever you were. I apologize that you have no idea, because I looked, you're not removed. But I even reported you saying that you are illegally activating Windows products using a hacked KMS server. And you know what? I got a reply back that was like something along the lines of, this project does not violate any of our terms of service, or we're sorry if you don't like this response, but you know, we've looked at it and we've made this ruling. So they don't give a shit about these things existing. They don't get, I mean, there's literally hacked KMS servers on there. If you were protecting your product, you wouldn't do that. Blizzard wouldn't have a forum with a post pinned at the top that says how to play Minecraft how to play World of Warcraft for free, right?
Oh, right.
They would not have that. They would delete that immediately if it existed, and they would patch the hole. So the behavior says everything here. And Microsoft's position on this seems like pretty clear from their actions. Yeah. But just keep in mind that if you look at the semantics of it, you are essentially hacking a copy of Windows. Like, you are breaking the agreement with Microsoft when you do something like that, and you are essentially pirating software. However, the other argument is Microsoft lets you download that software for free. They give you the ISO. It's basically like shareware at that point, right? And the product key activates it, so it's like the full-blown version, but they don't really give you anything else. Now, that changes with the server. The server operating systems are a whole different can of worms. If you say, like, the server operating systems, they definitely want to nickel and dime you to death, and they want to make sure they get every drop of blood out of you. But when it comes to like the client, like Holman Pro and stuff like that, honestly, they don't look like they just want you running the damn thing. But, you know, because people have asked me, they're like, if Microsoft is okay with it, then why don't they just give it to you for free? And it's like, well, the answer is, if they made that the public policy, how could they charge system builders? You know, you couldn't say, hey, system builders, you got to pay us, you know, $100 a key, $140, $150 a key that you sell for a $50 profit, when the user could just take that off the list, so you make nothing, and then install it themselves for free. They can't do that. So that obviously doesn't make any sense. And plus, you got to think about, like, with Windows 11 and stuff, they added, you know, hard requirements for TPM. They blacklisted a bunch of CPUs that they ended up bringing back. You remember that? Like, they blacklisted like 4 CPUs that said that they were not compatible with Windows 11 that they brought back. My system was one of them.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So they said, like, your 8th generation Intel or whatever is not supported. And then a year later, after they updated it, I installed the ISO, and it's like, oh, your CPU is supported. You're 100% ready now. Right. And when you go back and look through the logs, it's like, we've added CPUs to the supported list. Why were they not supported in the first place? It worked that whole time. Everybody was installing the operating system and using it. It was just fine. They didn't change any of the microcode or change any of the CPU code or the kernel code to, like, support that CPU any more or any less. It's just they tried to take the older stuff off the list, anything past a certain date, not because of its capabilities, hoping that they could get you to upgrade to a new computer, because now it's like, hey, if I upgrade to a new computer, I can run Windows 11 and my old one can't. Therefore, the new computer is more justified. And it was just a sales tactic. That's all it was. But once everybody figured out that they could just, go to GitHub and say, hey, how do I install Windows 11 on my machine that doesn't have it doesn't have a TPM at all. It's an old generation, like K2 processor from like the 90s, and it'll still install. It'll still run just fine. Yeah. I saw a YouTube video of a person running Windows 11 on a computer that was like even older than a computer you'd even want to run Windows like 7 on. And it ran fine. So now, granted, they pop up the spiel that's like, oh, Microsoft's not going to officially support this, and you might lose Windows Update support at some point. But it worked just fine. I even ran the version of myself with TPMS off and compatibility mode on and UEFI mode off for like 2 years, and it was fine. Yeah. So just I think at the end of this topic, the guy is doing something wrong because he's selling it to his customers as a system builder for $70, undercutting every other builder that has to sell it for $200 because Microsoft requires them by their rules to do that. I do think
Microsoft's going to get in touch with this guy about it.
100%.
Because this is it's bad. It's bad for them. It's bad for the industry as a whole. Like,
dude, the company I worked for was like a pissant little company, and they sent a cease and desist.
It's crazy though, because this is just one more thing on top of like other stuff that, look, if you poke around on Twitter, you're going to find it. And again, I don't want to call them out or anything, but like, it's just, there seems to be a series of issues with this person and their company, and it's a bummer, man. It's a bummer. Because like, I know a handful of, like 2 or 3 like really small companies who they're practically like garage style, right? And they're doing really good work, and like sometimes it's like, bruh, we're like, if we have 1 month of bad sales or no sales or whatever, like, it's over. And it's this sort of thing that just causes distrust in the whole industry, or in the smaller scale of this sort of thing. And that sucks, man, because there's a lot of good people out there who are trying to do right by people, by their customers, and by their customers. And it just makes it harder for everybody.
Yeah, I feel a lot worse when it's somebody who, if it's like a legitimate mistake or something that's like low volume or something like that, I tend to be sympathetic. But in this case, it's like clear the guy is like selling shit and lying to the customer about
and not taking
not
responsibility when getting called out and things like that.
And trying to profit again, like double dipping, like, your key expired, but I'll sell you another one for $10, and he's profiting off that one too. Like, that's horseshit. So like, you can't do that. Microsoft's going to make an example of him, especially since it was like a hugely public thing. I would bet money if they don't touch him and just continue to let him operate like that, you're basically giving like carte blanche in court for every other system builder to just start giving away keys the same exact way, setting up their own KMSs and just like activating their own customers for as long as their business is there. And if Microsoft tries to sue them, they'll be like, they didn't go after the 5 other guys that were publicly tagged on Microsoft. They didn't defend it. Because one thing I learned, because unfortunately I've had to be doing a little bit of digging and talking to lawyers lately because of current actions that are occurring, not just this one, but like some other ones I had to go through. I've been talking to lawyers a lot that defend live streamers, specifically content creators and of the sort.
Oh, that's cool. Right,
and so they know online law, right? That's the thing that's important, is they know online law a lot more than other people. And one thing that they said is in trademark law specifically and copyright law, if you do not make an attempt to defend yourself when somebody tries to steal your property or tries to do something with your property that's against your terms of service, if somebody else does it in the future, it's not defensible. Because if you go to court and you say, listen, I'm gonna go after this guy, but I didn't go after the 100 other guys that did the exact same thing at the exact same scale before them that they can prove you were made aware of, then it looks like you're choosing. You're no longer enforcing your copyright. It's retribution depending on if you meet a certain criteria. That's not okay under the law. So when you see Nintendo running around and copyright striking everybody, it sucks, and I hate Nintendo for doing it. But what they're doing is they know they're creating their own content system. They know that they're doing something that's going to compete with that platform. And if they don't go and knock everybody down when they create their platform and tries to put the exclusive shit on their platform, everybody's going to say, oh, but you didn't go after those other 500,000 people that were doing it for like 2 years. Wow. So why are you going after him now? That's not fair. Like, you didn't defend your. And the other thing is if you, like, say a company builds their entire technology on top of something for like 10 years, and then the copyright owner comes forward and says, haha, Give me $15 billion because I own that. But then you proved that the guy knew you were doing this the whole 10 years and never said anything. That's actually a defensible situation in court because the judge is going to say, wait a second. So you purposefully waited for this company to use your technology for 10 years before you struck them when you could have when you knew the whole time, when you could have served them a cease and desist earlier. That shows that you're literally trying to position yourself to extort them, or you're trying to, participate in some kind of almost like mobster activity, right? Like racketeering, right? Or something like that. Yep. And a guy did that to Microsoft, actually. A guy who owned the copyright to MP3. Microsoft actually bought the rights to use MP3, the licensed MP3 in their earlier software. And also XML, the XML schema for Office. There was one with that, too, where they used the technology, they implemented the technology, and then the guy comes out of the woodwork and goes, wait a second, this technology's been patented by me for like the last 10 years. I own that patent. Everybody pay me or recall all your products. But he waited until all the companies shipped their products. The only reason that he won and got a settlement is because Microsoft agreed to settle with him out of court instead of going through this lengthy public trial. They just gave him a grip shit of money and were like, okay, here you go. But they technically did have the license, and they were able to sue the other company that licensed them rights because they never owned the license to begin with. But this happens all the time in trademark and copyright law, where they'll have 3 or 4 or 5 people all own the same IP at different times. But the first 3 owners aren't actively enforcing anything or even know that they own it anymore. And so later down the road, the company goes, I'm going to license my technology to you, not realizing that their license isn't valid if this person comes forward.
I'll be right back. I got to use the bathroom. Sorry.
Yeah, that shit happens all the time. All the time. So you have to defend yourself. Like a great example is even... right now, the shit that I'm going through with a certain YouTuber that I'm not even going to name in the stream because you can just go to my Twitter and find out what's going on. This person in particular is publicly accusing me of doxing, which is a crime. It is. I think it's like misdemeanor in Washington State, but it's still a crime. He accused me of hacking, which is a felony. And he accused me of basically denial of service attacking his server by sending it spam mail. And these are all public allegations he made against me on the 12th. And he claims that this is 100% factual, 100% true. He said that I did do it. Like, he didn't say he suspects. I did do it. He followed that up multiple times over the next couple of days. We proved to him, me and my mods and everything, gathered up all the evidence, put in front of him, said, nope, we didn't dox you, because he's saying that I used his name a year ago in a comment on his video where I called him by his name. And he claims that because I called him by his name a year ago in a comment that he can't find because it's long since gone or never even existed. Like, I don't even remember doing it. He said because his name was there that I doxed him and allowed hackers working for Prusa to find his server a year later and send him spam emails, which is hacking. He's not really good at explaining the whole situation, but basically I'm guilty of hacking him and doing all of these things. So I had to defend myself, because if I don't defend myself against allegations that I committed crimes, again, he's not accusing me of being fat or stupid or whatever. You can do that. Like, I don't care if he thinks that I'm fat or a dumbass, or he hates me, or he thinks that, I got a lazy eye or whatever. That's fine. I don't even care if he has an opinion and says, yeah, he looks like the kind of guy that would hack my server. What a piece of shit or whatever. It doesn't matter. That's opinion. But when you come forward and you look at, so you say, I have evidence that that person did these things to me, and then you refuse to produce evidence. If I don't defend myself and I don't publicly make sure that I respond to every single time that he tells people this lie, showing them the evidence, which I do have the evidence that shows that, even if I did leave the comment that he's claiming I left, it wouldn't matter, because he links his name on his own video, and he links to a site that he owns his own business, because he claims they never would have found a server, when in the video in question he claims I left his comment on has a link to the server in the description. And at 9 minutes and 35 seconds, he says, click on that link in the description to go to my site to learn more about my product, which he names the product and names the domain and says exactly what the product is and what it does. His name's all over the place. So we went and collected the evidence. And then, of course, not only did we find that evidence, we found evidence that he uses his name on his Patreon. He uses his name on everything linked from his Twitter. He uses his name linked on interviews that he did with Tesla, linking back to his YouTube channel that he has with 66,000 followers. He basically has made, not made an attempt to conceal his identity in any way, shape, or form. He's made every effort to put it out there to people that to everybody that watches his content. And not even just watches the content, but follow him on Twitter. So these accusations he makes against me are false right out of the gate, because 1, I didn't dox him. 2, I told him what was wrong with the server. He got spam email. I went and looked at his server, and it took all of about 5 minutes with my mod asking him a question. I was like, dude, he has a contact us form. Is it possible somebody's using that to spam him? And he's like, yeah, he's using a send mail version from years ago. So I'm nice enough, even after he was making all these accusations against me and I am pissed off and seeing fucking red. And I'm like, dude, your server has a version of the send mail thing. Go turn it off. Get rid of it. Delete it. Because put your email address in there, but delete it. Don't let people use that form. He still hasn't deleted it to this day. And instead, 10 minutes later, he basically gets an email out of the blue that has the N-word like 1,000 times. He screenshots it, puts it in a tweet and says, oh, now Barnacules and Prusa are sending me mail with racism in it. Is anybody going to put a stop to this? And I'm like, dude, I literally just told you about this vulnerability on your server. We're the only two people in this conversation. I certainly didn't do it, and I'll stand by that. I told him, pull the IP logs, everything. Go file a police report. Come after me. Go. I want evidence. Go get the evidence. He refuses. He still hasn't fixed it. So it's still vulnerable, like on a server. He will not fix it. And I gave him that data. Like he accused me of a crime. And I was like, dude, here's why you got your spam mail. Go delete this. Boom. It'll go away. It'll dry up. You're still going to get spam. Everybody gets spam. But if it is coming from this mail form, it's because of this. No, I still did this and I still hacked him. So it took me 5 days, a lot of stress, tracking stuff, gathering legal discovery for my lawyer, gathering a bunch of information for the police report. All of this shit I'm having to waste my time doing, like to protect myself and my brand, because Barnacules Nerdgasm is a brand. I literally own my brand. Good. I have a trademark for Barnacules Nerdgasm. So I'm defending myself, right? So he just keeps escalating. And now it's like, now instead of I doxed him a year ago, now it's like, if I hadn't used his name like a year ago in this comment he thinks that I made that he doesn't really remember and he can't take a screenshot of, because it doesn't exist, and he went and looked everywhere through his logs. It's like, if it was that bad, he would have screenshotted it. Somebody would have screenshotted it. Somebody would have reported me to YouTube. There's no reported content to YouTube ever during that time, and this is a very litigious type of person. So I'm like, none of this makes sense. Why after? And this is a guy that I've had blocked for like 6 months. I've had no interaction with. I don't leave comments on his videos anymore. I think the last comment was over 6 months ago. Oh, and man. I just wrote him off out of my life. Right?
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh,
what did he say?
Jim the Evil, he says, I feel like the guy's mental problems. I mean that genuinely. I saw the comment that you apparently left. Like, I don't mean to derail you or anything, but I want to make sure, I want to bring that up too, because holy cow. I really thought this guy was this was shtick. I thought this was just shtick and drama. Like, but I'm starting to think this might be like a mental condition of some kind. Like, there's been a lot of stuff going on today, so I got to go back through my notifications.
And keep in mind, while you're setting this up and you're trying to find that he basically couldn't produce evidence for 5 days, just so you guys are caught up. He couldn't produce evidence for 5 days, and I had to defend myself because he kept replying to people and he kept responding to people and he kept posting that I absolutely did this, even though I kept linking him back to the thread with like 20 tweets I gathered with screenshots. I even did color by numbers on the top of them saying, this is where you say it, this is where I clicked it, this is where people got it, this is where your server, you advertise your server, this is where you put your name, this is where you put your name, this is where you put your name, you use your name yourself, you told us about your site here, you told us about your site here. I proved 100% that he has never tried to have any kind of security through obscurity. Quite the opposite, in fact. But he still keeps just ignoring it and saying, Barnacules, I have security through security from obscurity, whatever that means. Somebody told him on day 3 that was a defense, and it's not, because I already shot that down. And I already talked to the people. I already talked to the lawyers. They're like, fucking. It's just like there's nothing there, dude. Like.
I mentioned this to you in before the stream and stuff, but it's like there's no logical, rational reason that this isn't. There's no way that this screenshot is you.
There's
your
no
words.
way.
There's just no way.
No way.
Oh,
read it.
It just comes off as just a sarcastic rant. Like,
but before, let me set it up before you read this.
As if I were arguing with my brother.
Yeah. So before you read this, I want to be clear. Yesterday, after 5 days of me wasting all my time gathering discovery, having to send email after email to the police department for the case. After all of this shit, he finally admits, he's like, there is no way, he tweeted, there is no way that I can that I can prove that Barnacules did any of these things. He said that. So I copied that. There's my receipt. Boom, put it on my page. I said, guys, here we go. We're done. And I blocked him because I said, I only told him I was unblocking him so that he could reply, because he kept claiming that he wasn't replying because I blocked him, but he also was banning everybody and not replying to any of my mods or any of the other people that were asking for evidence. He finally says, I cannot prove, because for 5 days he's been searching. Keep in mind, he accused me before having evidence and then tried to spend 5 days trying to find evidence. He finally admits he searched everywhere. He's like, I cannot find any evidence or prove that Barnacules committed any of these crimes. And I'm like, thank you. Boom, done. Pin tweet. And I think it's still my pin tweet. Pin tweet done. As soon as I block him, he goes fucking postal. that motherfucker blocked me, that Prusa spy mafioso fucking working for the underground. You know, he's like, everybody go attack his Twitter right now. Go post this. I mean, against Twitter's TOS, everything. He's like, go attack him right now. Post spam shit under here. He's like telling people to spam me when I never even spammed his server. So he's attacking me now full on. But then this morning I wake up and he fucking posts a screenshot of a comment that I left on his video claiming it's from 2000. And
from 2020.
2020. And I'm going to have AuxxZillary read it to you. But he said he claims that he found it after 5 days he's been searching. He finally found the comment. And just so you guys know how bad this is, he doesn't even know how to do inspect element. So he basically photoshops it.
Like to do the font right.
Yeah, and you can tell he's trying to get it right, but it's just not quite right. But then he screenshots like the edge of his thumbnail. That's over on the edge. Do you see that? Do you see the screenshot?
Yeah.
There's a thumbnail. It's from his Why the Bamboo Lab X1 Carbon is a PhD masterclass in 3D. Keep in mind that Bamboo actually does sponsor him. So that's why Bamboo is ignoring everything that's going on right now. But I want to make the record clear on the record that yes, Bamboo has been made aware of everything that he's currently doing, everything that he's implicated in. They've been presented with everything that is going on. So if they choose to continue doing business with him as of 2 days ago, that is fully made aware of the situation and all of the evidence that's currently been gathered. So I just want people to know that, because if they try to come forward at some point, I'm not saying they are, but if they try to come forward at some point and go, oh, we had no idea that he was wonky bonks fucking crazy and attacking people in DDoS and things. I got all the receipts to show that no, they've been notified through DM. They've been notified publicly. They've been notified through every single channel. They're just ignoring it. Okay. And I understand they sponsor him. They probably don't want to get into it. They probably want to be able to have plausible deniability, but I just want to be on the record right now at 2:02 p.m., 3/18/2023, that they are fully have been made aware of everything that is going on to this point. Okay. So I don't want them to have that wiggle room.
It's just silly.
It's unfortunate that I have to do that, but I do. It's like, these are legal things that I have to do to have on the record, because when it goes to court, or if it goes, it might even have to go to court. It may actually, it's looking like shit have escalated in a different direction. That might not even need to be something that I even have to pursue at this point, because something so much worse happened during the course of this that I'll get into, because we do actually have the evidence of it.
I love the comments under this. It's so much fun. Like, everybody knows.
They do. Even the people that sided with him, only one person actually agreed with him and said, yeah, I remember Barnacules doxing you again too. But it turned out to be somebody who's like his, they're really close personal friends. Yeah. And, and they both, they spur each other on and stuff and everything. So they're definitely both drinking the same. Prusa has a mafia. Oh, the other thing I got to point out, though, because there's some really stupid things here that just make this the most funniest thing ever, but also just kind of freak you out a little bit. When he accused me of these crimes, and he did accuse me of crimes, he didn't say he suspects or anything. No, he followed up and wanted to make it abundantly clear in multiple follow-up tweets that I 100% did it, that if he accuses somebody, it's most likely true. He wouldn't do that without evidence. He hasn't presented any evidence, even though I've presented a fucking orgy of evidence to the contrary. Even after I told him how to fix the servers, everything. Keep in mind, this entire thing started because he got some spam emails from Russia. Everybody gets spam emails from Russia. So his screenshot that he posts, which, by the way, I don't know if you noticed, they're not in the screenshot, but he doxes himself. If you go through that screenshot, he basically has an email from Zillow for a listing alert in his city where he lives. Like why, dude, you didn't even check for the email titles before you posted a screenshot of your email? Are you mental? I didn't even bother calling that out before, though, because everybody else did. They were the ones that, but I could see it immediately. I was like, dude, you're claiming people are doxing you by just saying your name a year ago, but now you're like putting your own hometown and shit and linking yourself. Anyways, here nor there. He accused me of this whole thing after 6 months of no activity and no contact. And the only evidence that he claimed he had, which he proved later, he said he didn't. The evidence that he had was that I am a high ranking officer in Prusa's Mafia. The 3D printing company, Prusa 3D printers, right? Yeah, right. He said that I'm a high-ranking officer, that I'm like that I work directly for Prusa, and that he pays me to take out the competition. I would like to go on the record here and say I have never made a YouTube video of a Prusa printer, like where the review was of a Prusa printer, like directly. Like, I actually have Ultimakers and CME CNCs, which are direct competition to Prusa. Yeah, that's so dumb. I'm one of the few people. Everybody in the 3D printing community has a Prusa. I do not. I'm the one person in the entire I should be the one trustworthy person. Like, I do not have a Prusa printer, but he claims I am a paid agent of him. And the other evidence that he has that I'm the reason why he got this hacker spam. Now he's calling it phishing. He's saying phishing email instead of spam when he started with spam. But still, most spam is phishing. So it doesn't make a difference. But he claims, he says in the thing, he said, note the RU domain at the end of the emails. And I'm like, you do realize that Joseph Prusa, with one Google search, you can find out that he lives and operates in the Czech Republic, not Russia. So it would be a CZ email address. 2, he's actively against the whole Russian war bullshit and everything that's going on there. So he wouldn't be defending that side of it. And Czech Republic is not Russia, but you can tell from his emails and his follow-up, he genuinely believes that the Czech Republic and Russia are the same thing. And that doesn't make any sense. Well, it does that he didn't do research, because it turns out when you go back and when you research him, he does no research on anything. And if you watch his video and want to know what his review of a device is, just ask who sponsored him or who gave him the printer or who gave him the money. Like if he's reviewing something that wasn't given to him for free or money wasn't transcribed, then it's a bad review. If it's something that he did get given for free, no sponsored, then it's a good review. It's pretty much that's how it lays, right?
Yeah.
And so but every review, even if he's not reviewing a Prusa printer, and I didn't realize that he was this crazy over Prusa, he'll even do a review that has nothing to do with a Prusa printer, and he'll still somehow put a Prusa in the thumbnail, and he'll still just randomly throughout the video take pot shots at Prusa printers. Like, even though it's not even about it, he's not even reviewing that. He's not even comparing a feature. He just has to like get it in edgewise because it's on his brain 24/7. And I didn't realize it, but he actually went from originally thinking that Prusa stole one of his ideas and refused to pay him for it, which turns out that's not the case. It turns out this guy thinks he invented everything that somebody else already invented. It's just kind of in his nature. Because he was, he didn't get paid. It evolved from he's a crook, he's a fraud, he didn't pay me. Now you fast forward like 5 years and it's slowly devolved into there's this Russian underground mob that's ran by this Czech, empire mob boss named Joseph Prusa, who hired me to be in this like secret mafioso role to like go and take him down and make him look bad. And after like day 3, he's like, yeah, he was hired to make me look bad and discredit me. And I'm like, dude, I haven't talked to you in 6 months. I haven't commented. I've had you blocked. Like what? I'm a shitty employee. If I'm a paid mafioso, like, wouldn't I be attacking you all the time? Also, do you really think I'd say, I even told him, I was like, do you really think I would just send you spam emails from Russia if I wanted to take your servers down? I'm like, dude, unlike you, I actually worked at Microsoft for 15 years and understand how networking works. Like, but the icing on the cake, actually, I want you guys to go look at these threads though. Everybody here, go to my Twitter and read through that thing. It's an absolute fucking epic novel, but I am actually now currently in fear. Like, I do have a fear for this guy. I'm currently working on a no contact order because I do fear that this guy will try to hurt me at some point. He doesn't open any police case or anything, even though he keeps claiming I committed all these crimes against him, because he knows at this point, like, it's very clear following the conversation and his confession yesterday that he knew that this was aroused. He was just hoping that I would fold and walk away and he could be like, I won. Like what usually happens, because people are like, he's crazy, leave him alone. Well, I had to defend my brand. I don't think he realized that when he attacked me that legally I have to defend my brand. So he actually decided to DDoS my mod, PhysX. And the reason why I can say this is because it's already been researched. Authorities have already been involved. The logs have already been pulled from Comcast and everything. He actually went on Google, found a fucking DDoS service, paid for it with his own fucking money, and didn't even turn on a VPN when he used it to attack my mod, all because my mod asked him for evidence on Twitter and said, would you please post your evidence? Shut the fuck up and post your evidence. If you're not going to post evidence, shut the fuck up. He basically DDoSes him. When he calls him on it, he immediately blocks him and posts, you're not a nice man. It was the shortest tweet he's ever done. And then we go back through the logs and you know what he sees? He pings his website. He launches the DDoS attack from other IPs. He pings his website again. Then he pings it a third time and he pings it a fourth time. And after the fourth time he pings it, he finally stops the attack. The only reason you would keep loading a website at the exact second that a DDoS was occurring was because of that. So of course, so of course they went and pulled other logs, and sure enough, they found out that, he paid for it himself. Weird. I mean, this guy actually went and paid for a felony, and the site even says DDoS for hire, blah, 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 blah. Paid for it with his own fucking money. Seriously?
So weird.
To attack a person that's a felony. He accused me of committing a felony against him. And he didn't like what somebody said to him in a comment on Twitter, and he attacked us. Well, it turns out that I've been sending questions right. It turns out that a certain server for a certain company also got DDoSed while I was viewing the website while I was live streaming. We don't know for sure. That one's not 100% confirmed. The other one is. The other one, we have all the logs, all the receipts, everything. This next one we're following, but we have a feeling that it's probably the same person. No DDoSes for a long time, and now all of a sudden I'm streaming and I go to the site to look at a printer and nothing's loading because his server's getting pounded on by this DDoS for hire site. So it's like, wait a sec. Well, no, that's the thing. Like, who would pay for a service with their own shit? Like, I'm sure yeah, he's compromised. Like, you better go fucking cancel that thing because it's all over the place now, I'm sure. Like, I just cannot believe that somebody could be that stupid to do something like that, because now he went from just accusing me of 3 crimes, which I absolved myself of. I did very well. I talked. Everybody says that was the right thing to do. The things I applied, the thread, everything there, all the evidence there. Nobody in a fucking court would ever in a million years think that in any way whatsoever I dox this guy. Even if he did find the smoking gun and there's a comment where I'm like, hey, fuck you, I fucking hate you, Matt, suck a dick or whatever. Even if that was it, it's still, by his own claim, was on his video where he links to his own domains, and he says in the video to go to his domain, and on those sites he has an About Us form with his name in it. So he's already doxed himself. Over the 5 days, he's now evolved into what doxing means is if he writes his name across his forehead and he stands right in front of you and you say his name, you doxed him. He did say that. There is a tweet where he literally said, even if I write my name on my forehead and I stand right in front of you and you read that out loud, you have doxed me. He doesn't know what doxing is. He doesn't understand the legal definition of doxing, let alone even the layman doxing. But this has now grown to a point where this started as him accusing me of some crimes for still, I don't know why. I don't know why my name was so like rent free in his head after. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
I don't get that part. Like, this seems like some sort of old beef that's coming up. And it's just silly. It's just,
like, don't get me wrong. I used to comment on his videos. I did used to comment on his videos and be like, you're fucking, you're going after Prusa all the time. Fucking just make videos on like printers. And the other thing is, I was pissed at him because he went after Joel. He went after like every other person that was bigger than him in the 3D printing community. He claimed that they were all under Prusa's payroll and that he should be the biggest channel because he always talks about how he has a master's degree and he's so smart and he's an engineer and he's about to. I mean, even his website, right? Or design prototype test. I can say that because it's already fucking, the cogs are in motion. Even his website has 66,000 followers and it's design prototype test like he's some kind of engineer. Yet he pays for a fucking service to DDoS my mod? Like, how fucking petty is that? And that's the thing, is like all the stuff he accused me of that I've absolved myself of, and that is all recorded for history, that all just got trumped by him DDoSing somebody with his own person. What the fuck, dude? So anyways, I'm sure like it's going to be a little while, but I'm sure he's going to have to face something for this. And shit's moving forward. But I just want you guys to know that I'm sorry that I've missed some streams. I do plan to be made whole again, though. Like, I'm not going to, my week of lost wages and lost subscribers and everything like that. No, that will all be recouped one way or another down the road. But things right now are still in motion. There's been a lot of extra stuff I can't quite talk about yet. But I will eventually. And it's just absolutely crazy and screams. And here's the thing. Some people told me like, dude, he's obviously like mentally ill or something like that. Here's the thing, right? If he is mentally ill, he needs to get help, right? You're still held accountable for your actions. Just because you're mentally ill doesn't mean you can walk around and stab people and go, sorry. You can't do that, right? He needs to be able to take responsibility for his actions. And I have shown him all the proof that I can. I've wasted so much of my time to even give him more proof than I would ever even just give to a normal person because they would be able to understand it. I drew it out so simply for him. And it got to the point where now I am 100% sure that he knows he was wrong. He knows that he had no reason to blame me. He just chose to do it because he doesn't like me as a person, because he knows I know Prusa and I've defended Prusa before on something. That's his only reason to come after me with all those allegations and everything. And he knew he was wrong, but he can't be wrong. That's one thing I have noticed by talking to people and interviewing people and going back and be like, what the fuck is really going on here? And that's one thing, is he's never apologized for anything like in earnest. And he's never admitted he gets it wrong. Like, even if he's wrong, if he says an inch is a mile, he will spend the rest of his life to convince you that an inch is a mile if you just twist it this way and you do this a little way. Everything. He needs you to get to the point where an inch is a mile, or just walk away so he can just claim victory. The fact that I stayed in it and I just kept, every time he tweeted, I just responded, that gave him no quarter. I kept it because it showed that he knew the evidence. It showed he was continuing to lie even though he had the evidence, and it forced him to keep upping the game. And now he's put enough information out there that it's like, yeah, he's going to have to answer for some shit now moving forward. I'm now I have to protect myself, obviously, and continue to move forward. But I'm just saying that this all would, absolutely. And I want to make that clear to you guys. I want every single one of you guys to fight when shit like this happens to you. Don't ever let any fucking person tell you, just leave it be. Just ignore him. He's just a troll. Because I'm going to tell you why. Because if somebody comes at you and they say, yeah, this guy raped my sister, and you're like, that guy's a fucking troll, nobody's going to listen to him. When you go to get a job in 6 months and they do a background check, they're going to look for your name on social media.
Oh man!
And if they see a guy saying that you raped his sister and there's nothing of you countering that or going back against it or anything like that, then there's no fucking way that you're going to have a leg to stand on. And too little, too late. The court of public opinion on that side that never even engaged you, and you've already blocked them or whatever, and you fucking crazy crackpots, I'm not getting engaged in this. You will get steamrolled. So the two things you need to do is, one, if it's a false allegation and you know it to be a false allegation, fucking fight as hard as you goddamn can. Make sure that you head them off at every pass. You reply to every single thing. You call your police department and open a case, because if they're making false allegations of you that are federal crimes, which in this case it was, he was accusing me of hacking and DOSing his server and doxing, which are actual real crimes that carry real penalties in a court of law. So I did that. Keep all your receipts on everything. But the most important thing is, do not fucking back down. Make sure that information, you can block him and not interact with him if you want, or her. You just need to make sure that evidence is always discoverable right next to theirs, so that when that search does inevitably happen in the future, they're the ones that look bad and they're the ones that get punished for their actions, not you. Okay? So don't ever listen. When somebody tells you, oh, just ignore it, just walk away or whatever. No, there are real consequences to doing that content creators have run into over the years. And that's why I've learned not to do that. And if it happens, the other thing you need to make sure you do is you need to make sure that if they're going to attack you and fuck up your name and fuck up your brand and cost you money and waste your time, you need to make sure that they pay for it in some way, shape, or form. And the only way they're going to do that is if you fight back and you defend your name and you show the court of public opinion and you show a lawyer and you show the police, if it gets to that level, which sometimes it does. You know, we just had the Terminator thing last year. Now it's this. You know, it has to escalate to that level so that, you know, sponsors won't want to work with them because of their bad name. And they shouldn't. Honestly, I'd hate for a company to be affiliated with Design Prototype Test right now after what he did since the 12th on Twitter. Like, honestly, any company that would sponsor that or associate that or send that person to an event to represent them is somebody that I would not buy their product. Like, that is showing such a lag, just like with G Fuel. Like, I don't like G Fuel because they sponsored Keemstar for years and years and years. But what happened? When it came out that Keemstar was doing all the bad shit, which everybody knew he was doing bad shit, they drop him. Oh, we didn't know he was doing bad shit. Bullshit. I had all the receipts. I sent them to him too. I said, dude, I've been letting you guys know for fucking years what he's been doing. What he did to my personal friend, you knew. So I want to make sure on the record. That's why I said earlier, like, I have notified the people that are working with him. I have notified the events that he's supposed to appear at, because I do think that it's fair for an event to know if they have somebody there who is doing shit like this, because they could be a real danger to other people in the public. And also keep in mind that this person is like literally unprivating videos about how much he loves 3D printing and ghost guns. And he literally tweeted out that he needs more. That he's like, I need more guns to protect myself because you all have my docs now. And I'm glad that I have all these guns to protect myself. He's tweeting out shit like that. And it's like, that right there. Like, I get it. I support your Second Amendment right. And I support you able to protect yourself. But when you are actually unprivating content that you privated for a reason, and you are flexing and talking about your guns and your ghost guns and how much you love your ghost guns, like on the same days that you're attacking another person. And keep in mind, he did admit he has no evidence that I've committed any of these things. And we've already established, even if he did have the evidence that I did every single thing he said I did, it is still perfectly legal because every single thing he did in the places he said I did it, he also put that information there himself. That's where I got it from in the first place. Like, I called him Matt because he said, I am Matt. Look at this link. Go to this link. Hi, I'm Matt. So I never gave out he established I never gave out his address, never gave out his phone number, never gave out any personal information whatsoever, just his name. He's saying because a year ago, I put his name in a comment that Russian Prusa hackers took a year to find his servers that he links to all over the place, to find that server to send him those spams, and which means hacking, I guess. He also keeps claiming that he has another domain that's hacked or whatever, but I couldn't figure out anything about that. But apparently, but I just got hacked on January 7th. They took all my accounts. Right. They got everything with my LastPass. For all I know, he runs LastPass. He got hacked too. Maybe he did. I mean, it's possible. Allegedly. No, it's stupid. Like, anybody that would draw that conclusion is absolutely fucking mental that he would be behind that. One, because I know he doesn't have the capacity. Like, he doesn't know what to do. Hold on, we got a no fucking way from PhysX. Hold on, here we go. Hold on here. Oh shit. Okay, so we don't have confirmation yet, but there's 2 attacks against my VPN. So 2 DDoS attacks. Well, they're absorbed because luckily I have somebody who's really smart that set up a VPN on Cloudflare that protects me against DDoS. That's why we haven't dropped a single frame. But yes, awesome. there was 2 distributed attacks against my mod server again today at 4:14 p.m. What is that, Eastern time? So that'd be 14. So like 5 minutes ago, 6 minutes ago. So again, he does have all the logs and he can go back through it. So if these are from the same servers, from the same service that he paid for, it'll still link back to him. So I think at this point, and I can't confirm that these are him yet. Like I have to make that abundantly clear. We do have the proof that he did attack my mod and what service he did use to do it. And all the docs are there and it's already been confirmed through Comcast and Cloudflare and all that. But if we figure out that this one's connected to him after he already has been named on the first one or whatever, then he's just going for broke at this point. And I think he's just trying to deal as much collateral damage as he can before he has to face face the consequences. But just think about this whole thing. Oh, that's your wait, that's versus my site, not VPN. Oh, I saw Barna VPN. So never mind. I saw Barna VPN at the site, so I thought it was VPN. So he's still so it's probably him. Who else would attack your site? Like there's no reason for that. But anyways, the point here is fight for yourself, stand up for yourself. If people tell you just ignore it and it'll go away. No, I'll tell you right now, it won't. Okay. Yeah. People do background checks. People check your social media.
Well,
people go back and look at receipts.
Days, the social 100%. Media stuff, man. It's yeah. Cause like not saying anything is almost tantamount to admission in a way. It's super weird. Or it can be interpreted that way. And that's uncool. Exactly. Okay. I should probably go though, man. It's a little after 2.
Oh, I didn't even know. Sorry, man. We got started late, so I didn't know the
I wanted you to at least touch on that one.
All right. Well, you're gone. I'll go over
we touched on both our big topics, but yeah, I'm gonna go.
No, I'll stick around and handle the last topic, the pixel thing.
Cool.
Peace out, brother.
Right on, man. Yeah. Okay. Bye, everybody. Follow me on Twitter and stuff. Okay. Bye. It's all down below. Bye.
All right, I'll resize my browser window once he's out of here. Yeah, usually he only stays here usually till 2 p.m. because he's got shit to do. We all do, honestly. I'll tell you what, after this stream, I'm gonna try to get some sleep though, because I haven't slept in like a week. This has really weighed heavily on me. People are like, yeah, you know, what kind of damage can this guy do? He has a 66,000 sub YouTube channel that's in my demographic. That's primarily followed by people that are really into ghost guns and think Trump is some kind of hero and January 6th, you know, didn't go their way. Like, I mean, that's that you do have to be a little bit worried. Look what happened to Boogie 2988 with Frank Castle. You know, this shit happened. Look what happened with Terminator originally. You have to protect yourself. You have to collect your notes. But again, I still don't know what provoked this. Like, I don't know how somebody after 6 months of inactivity with somebody who hasn't so much as like even mentioned them, how the fuck did they come to the conclusion that they were somehow linked to something just because they got some spam emails on their server? I get spam emails all the time. And sometimes Google's spam filter doesn't work. They work around it for a day or two. You get a whole bunch of them and then they add it to the thing and it goes away the next day. So now something that just started out is an accusation against me for crimes that I had to defend myself now has now evolved into a federal crime, multiple actual federal crimes. And now that's kind of overshadowing what's going on with me. Like what's going on with me now is just making sure that there's a police report and trying to get a no contact order if I can and make sure that, you know, that there's things in place to protect me in the future because this person obviously has some weird skewed view in their head that I'm a part of some mafia or some group that's trying to do something like, and that kind of thinking is kind of scary. So, you know, I hope that he gets some help down the road. But I have realized throughout my investigation of him that he has wronged a lot of people. He has hurt a lot of people. He has drug a lot of people through the mud, but most people just kind of like left him alone after a while because he just kept doing it. They were just like, oh, whatever, it's not worth our time. But he didn't really accuse them of committing felonies. I'm the first one that I could find that he actually straight up publicly accused of committing a felony against him. And not only accused me of it, but once I cleared my name, continued to accuse me of it every single day for like 5 days straight. Then admit that he lied after finally all the evidence had been put forward 100+ times. He finally knew that he couldn't run from it anymore and he couldn't keep claiming something happened that didn't, even though he tried to morph it and change it every step of the way. He finally said he has no evidence and he can't prove that I ever did anything wrong. And so, kill the LED cam box. You got it. What happened? Let's see here. Let me check my signal because I didn't see it, so I got to see what they did. Probably need to add that to the list now. Let's see. Hold on. Let me double check here. Where's signal? Signal. Stand by. All right. What happened here? Okay, so what showed up? So kill the LED cam box. What happened, PhysX? Can you let me know? Because I can't look at it now on camera if something bad was on there. Can you alert me to like what's going on Signal? I guess I can check. Hold on, let me see if StreamerBot picked up any activations. Maybe I can get that from it. Let's see, action history, action queue. I don't have any pending actions, so I'm not sure what it is. Let me know. You left. Says Barna VPN because it also sends alert. You left the cam box up. Well, no, I wanted the cam box up. Wait, what? What is he talking about? Cam box? I wanted the LED cam box up. Is there a reason? Wait, no, the OBS output window. Okay, the OBS output window. I'm looking at what is being sent to you guys, and I don't really understand. So no, the OBS camera window. Let's see. Okay, I guess I can kill that now. Can you guys still hear me? Okay, you should be able to. Okay, so OBS. So OBS. Is something showing up on the stream that I'm not seeing here? Let me check the public stream. Hold on. Sorry for the disruption, guys. Let's see. Let me fast forward to current. All I see is that I put down the LED array like you told me to. There's a white thing in the middle. No, that used to be the LED screen, but he told me to knock that down. The box that focuses on the LED screen, we see it twice. Okay, wait, what? Hold on here. Oh, I see what you're saying. Dude, that's not... Hey, PhysX, in the future, if it's not an emergency because tensions are really high, just don't worry. Like, it showing up twice is no big deal at all. Like that actually scared the absolute shit out of me because I thought somebody sent an event to it and put something racist on it or I was under attack or something. So when you said, shut down the LED box or whatever, I was like, holy shit, like something bad's happened. It's on the LED. Just in the future, like be very careful with your words when shit like this is going on. Just be like, there are 2 cam boxes or there are 2 cam boxes showing on screen. Do you want to take one down? Don't just say close down, capitals, close down cam box. Because I legitimately thought I was under attack, bro. You gave me a fucking heart attack. It's all good though, but I hope in the future there. Okay, now it's gone. It's gone. We're good now. But just in the future, please, for the love of God, don't just be so direct like that, because that usually means that there's something bad going on. Like if you message me and say turn off camera now, and there's like another broken camera up in the corner or something, I'm gonna be like, oh shit, I'm under attack. What's on that? I can't see what's on the box. I gotta freak out. It's like, especially if there's capitals. If there's capitals, I'm gonna freak the shit out. So yeah, kill the LED cam box. I was like, oh, I thought that was a bad thing. But you know what? I may have missed your previous message. What did he say? Okay, so wait. When you resize the cam window, add a super small 1x1 square and throw my cam there. Oh, that's what you said previously. Okay, I didn't see that, but still, I would have still interpreted kill the LED box short and sweet as something else. Okay. Woo! All right. Still getting DDoS alerts. We need a kill command. Yeah, no, I'm gonna give you a kill command for the LCD screen before the next stream, just with everything that's going on right now. Well, I'm glad that was one of those things where it's like you lose your keys and you find them again and you're happier than when you started. So thank you for that excitement. But just in the future, please be very, if you're telling me to turn something off or shut something off, be very, very clear. Like take some time and wordsmith it so when I read it, I don't have to react to it in like 10 seconds because it's something bad. Because usually when you say like turn off the LED screen, that usually means that there's something racist up there, or somebody put something up there, or somebody's attacking me or doing something, and I have to get that screen down as quickly as possible. I mean, I'll fucking huck that thing at the ground and break it if I have to. So, just FYI. Shit, I fucking completely lost my place now. What were we talking about before that happened? Oh, fuck. Guys, I'm a little on edge, okay? I had to talk to the 911 operators tomorrow. I had to talk to 911 and the cops this morning. It just, oh, dude, I'm fucking frazzled, okay? It's like, oh, man, just that bad timing. It happens, though. It happens. Oh, yeah, no, Phillips Robbins, I'm trying to calm down. I am, see, the thing is, I have had in this business for a long time, lots of death threats. I've seen people have their houses raided. I've seen people beat up and killed, like fucking killed doing this job. And when you have crazy people that are doing crazy things, especially people that have large audiences, right? This guy, he might not have a huge following on Twitter, but he has 66,000 followers on YouTube. I don't know how many of those are botted though, because his Social Blade statistics are like way flatter than they should be. But I have to assume that he still has quite a few followers that still think that he is righteous and that he's like, It's so I have to be careful. I just have to be careful. So, but I did check with 911 this morning. I made sure that my password is updated for my anti-SWAT. My paperwork is good. My address is still good. Phone numbers are still good. Just before I streamed, I double checked all that because somebody who's willing to DDoS somebody and commit a felony is very, very much capable of escalating that to SWAT and trying to have somebody, killed. And that's why I was like, if you guys could keep your eyes open. I normally wouldn't ask you guys to do this, but if you just keep your eyes open, you don't have to say anything, you don't have to do anything. Just let me know, put your ear to the ground, let a mod know if you can't get a hold of me with a DM and you don't want to put it publicly. Just let me know if you see this guy talking about me anywhere or telling people to attack me or my family or hurt me. Okay. And the same goes for you guys. Don't fucking touch this guy. Don't hurt this guy. Nothing. This has got to be played by the book. Okay. He crossed all the lines. He did all this, all the stuff that he's done so far has been just law enforcement can handle that. That's their job. Okay. I don't want anybody going renegade. I don't want anybody attacking this dude. And I never did. I don't want you to do anything. I don't want you trying to do any fucking thing to this guy. Okay. Just leave him be to just keep fucking devolving into whatever it is he is. And then the police and shit will deal with him. It takes time. This shit doesn't happen fast, but they will take care of it. Okay. But if you guys see something, say something. Okay. Because my biggest fear is that this guy might try to compel, some 3%er that lives in my area or somebody who's really like, a super Trump supporter or something, that's like, in the area that's looking to cause some violence and hurt a woman and child or something like that. I know that people that are like this, they can do such terrible fucking things, can keep escalating. And I need to make sure that we're protected as much as humanly possible. Okay. And I want to keep my police, and I want the police to be aware of his movements and where he's going and stuff like that, just in case, that's why I'm still working, I'm trying to go back and forth with the investigator and trying to, figure out what is viable as far as my options to, restraining order, no contact order. It's probably at some point going to cost me some money and some more time, but I need to make sure that I'm safe. I need to make sure that any events that I attend, that it's either me at the event or him at the event. We're not going to be attending any events. I have no desire to ever meet this person in real life. Any attempt for them to force that is going to be met with police interaction. I have no desires at all. This guy has done and said terrible things throughout his entire YouTube career. The shit that he is willing to say and do and keep devolving to over the most pettiest of shit is downright scary. It literally is like Alex Jones. It's like, think of it like Alex Jones in 3D printing. It's like if Alex Jones, Amber Heard, because his whole, I noticed somebody pointed this out, but it's absolutely true because I went and watched it again last night. If you watch his entire explanation of what dox is from day one, like he got doxed a year ago to I got doxed, even though I put my dox out there and I could turn them off right now, but I'm not going to, but I've had them there for 5 years. This one comment trumps my 5 years of having my dox out there. And by dox, I mean his name. I don't have his full name. I don't know what his middle initial is. I don't know where he lives. I don't know anything other than what he has put out there himself, very publicly, not just to me, not privately to anybody, to the public. Right. So he keeps evolving it to the point where it's like, if I tattoo it on my forehead and somebody looks at it and says it, that's dox. And somebody that's willing to change the definition of words like that, I was like, what it reminds me of is the Amber Heard trial. Do you guys remember the Amber Heard trial? The my dog stepped on a bee. Do you remember when they talked to her for like 30 plus minutes on donations? Because she was supposed to donate like $7 million. And she claimed that she had donated $7 million to the media and everybody else. She told everybody she donated $7 million. So when she asked her the question, she's like, so did you donate $7 million? She's like, yes, I did donate $7 million. Okay, well, they didn't get the money. Well, I pledged to donate the $7 million. She's like, well, that's not the same as donating. And she's like, no, I donated. I told him I'd give him $7 million. Well, did you give him the money? No, I couldn't because of this legal shit that happened like a year later. Well, why didn't you give it to him a year ago before the legal shit happened? Well, I told him I'd give him $7 million. So yeah, I did. I donated. And she kept looking at things. I donated $7 million. It applied perfectly to this. Like I watched that and then I watched this on Twitter and I went back and forth and I was like, holy shit, dude. Just like Amber Heard was trying to make donations fit into not giving anybody money, just basically hanging over their head. It was the same thing with the docs. It was like, oh, no. He doxed me. Yeah. I put my name on a name tag and he read it. He read my name. And that guy standing next to me heard it, who also saw my name tag because I was wearing a name tag. He doxed me. He doxed me. Be like, you realize dox doesn't mean that. Oh, no, he doxed me. No, I realize the meaning. Like, obviously the meaning means that he doxed me, right? Like, oh, no, he said my name. You don't even get that. A year ago, he said my name. And by him doing that, even though I said my name every single day for every single day after that, and to this day, and still after making the accusation and even posting it several more times over myself, that one time he said it a year ago somehow brought an uprising against my servers, but that uprising only started a year later. That's docs. He's like, my servers wouldn't have been compromised if he hadn't have said my name obscurely in one comment on one video a year ago, which he still can't produce the comment. He still can't produce a screenshot. That's why he had to fabricate the evidence this morning. But I think he thought he was better at it than he actually was, because it didn't fly. But it was just interesting because I drew the parallels, and I'm like, when you get to a point, but it makes sense, because if you go back and look at how much he's gone from Joseph Prusa didn't give me a printer and didn't pay me for royalties for something I said he stole from me, which he clearly didn't. It devolved from that level of agreement over time. He stole my idea or something like that 5 years later into it's an underground mafia trying to hit every other 3D printing company, and that he's trying to take over the world from Russia and Russian fucking agents and stuff working for him and stuff, like Illuminati stuff. And it's like, that is kind of like Amber Heard, right? She just keeps trying to tell herself a story and convince her, because at the end of the day, she has to be right. Because if she realizes she's wrong, she will instantly fucking collapse from all the bad things that she's done. All the things she's lied about, all the bad deeds she's done. She couldn't live with herself. It's kind of like if Jenny McCarthy said, listen, I know everything I said about vaccinations was wrong, and a bunch of parents killed their children for years and years and years, and thousands of children died because of my advice that I gave, saying that this is 100% connected to autism. Now it's not connected. I'm just not going to say anything, even though she doesn't even believe it anymore. She's not going to say anything, because the second that she says that, she has to shoulder all that emotional trauma that all those kids' deaths are linked to her in some way. And so she can't do that. So she has to, live the lie for the rest of her life. And unfortunately, people do get caught up in shit like that. But what I don't understand is why over something so small? Why over some spam sent to a server a year after you allege a comment happened that you can't even produce? It was never bad enough to report. Keep in mind, he never reported a comment to YouTube. He never blocked me. He never made any effort to do anything. So if my comment doxed him and he's like, oh no, now everybody knows who I am. Oh, what a world. Oh no, now my servers are going to get attacked in a year with fucking spam email from Russia. Why at the time didn't he take a screenshot of that? Or why didn't he report me to YouTube? Why didn't he tell the authorities? Why didn't he make a report somewhere? Like nothing. Like it didn't make sense from the outset. But I think at this point, because he's taken it so far, and he's so used to just getting his way and having people just give up on him and be like, he's nuts, and just leave him alone. Like, I think he's so used to that. Like, he doesn't understand how to be wrong. But because of that, he thinks he's always right, even when he's not. And so he thinks he's a genius when he's not. And so you get to that point where you're so in your head that everything you say, it's just like Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate is the same way. Do you ever see the interview between Andrew Tate and Piers Morgan? Two people I absolutely hate, by the way. I hate both of them. Andrew Tate and Piers Morgan are both puddles of shit. Can you add a blacklist of phrases to the LED command to stop somebody from putting something bad up as a repercussion? Yeah, I can. Right now, actually, I didn't even think about this. But right now, I'm the only person that can put something on there. Unless, well, actually, just to be clear, because I know if I say this, he's going to do it without warning me first. PhysX does know how to hack the display. So if I say nobody can hack the display, he's clearly going to do it to demonstrate that he could. But I just want to make sure that doesn't happen, because that'll scare the shit out of me again. He technically knows how to hack it, but nobody else does. Like here in YouTube, nobody else does. So like if I want to put something up on the screen, I can do this. So like here, let's see. So Joe Taji, and do $4.09. I'm putting it up by hand because the events aren't firing themselves. So I can put it up by hand and pick which line I put it on. And the thing is, like, PhysX, this is another thing. PhysX is a networking god. Okay. PhysX is he's the one right now that helped me set up Cloudflare so that I could be protected from DDoS and stuff like that. This is another thing I don't get is, like, again, this guy did no research, right? Like, this is a person who is known for networking stuff. Like, he does networking stuff, specifically protecting people. And he chose to attack him. He didn't even do any research on him. He just thought he was like some pissant in the chat or like some low level mod or something like that. It's like he's really good at what he does. Like, I mean, the only reason right now that like an average person, if they get DDoS, they don't know how to tell who DOSed them. They might be able to get a couple of the IP addresses that hit them, but that doesn't do them any good. He's the one that knows has the connections and knows the people and worked for the companies and knows how the networking protocols work and everything to be able to point in the right direction and say, was it or was it not him? right? That's why he was so quick to be able to call him out on social media. Like, dude, did you just fucking DDoS me? He's like, I have your fucking IP address, like doing this and this and this. And then he's like, you're a bad man, and blocks you. Like, which is weird because I want to point one thing out. He also, this is another tell he had. This is a poker tell. I'm curious to see if he can defeat it at some point. He says that he doesn't ban people. He doesn't believe in hypocrisy. He hates hypocrites. And he doesn't block people. He even said that he didn't even block me. He's like, Barnacules, you blocked me, but I won't even block you. Like, he doesn't like blocking. He's a big free speech guy, right? He didn't block me. He blocked PhysX, who's just my mod. And if you go look, all PhysX said was show evidence. You keep not showing evidence. Why are you not showing evidence? He's like, you keep responding to other people and you will not show any evidence. You haven't it's like day 2 or day 3. You haven't shown any evidence. And he attacks him. And he gets the alerts and he opens it up and he grabs the logs. And he's like, dude, your IP address just pinged my server 4 times during an attack. And he knows where the attack came from and the size of the attack and he knows where the attack came from. I mean, it's like he knows which services are using which IPs and stuff like that. So he knows, and he called him out. As soon as he did, he blocked him immediately. Like, there was no discussion. And he just posted, he says, you are a bad man. And I was like, I've never seen him do a response that was that short and that quick. And I've never seen him ban somebody so fast. And then he banned another person who's just a viewer of mine who was asking him for evidence. So anybody asking for evidence, he was banning them left and right, even though he doesn't believe in banning. He told me that and I went back to see, because I was investigating why he has such a boner for Joseph Prusa. I went back and he said to Prusa like 3 months ago, he's like, dude, you didn't even tag me in your comment. Like, he mentioned him as design prototype test or whatever. He's like, you didn't even at me in the comment. You're a coward and a hypocrite. You can't even face me by putting the at symbol in front of my name, blah, 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 whatever. Fair enough. You can call somebody out for that. Well, when he alleged that I committed these crimes on the 12th, he didn't put an at symbol in front of my name either. And so he did the exact same thing that Prusa did to him. He probably even learned from that encounter how to do it. So he did the same exact thing to me as he did to Prusa just 3 months ago. And so I went back when I found that thread, I replied to it, and I took his text verbatim and just changed Prusa's name with his. And I'm like, you're a coward. You didn't put the thing in front of my name. Like, dude, you're a hypocrite. You are absolutely a hypocrite. And this is all public. By the way. It's all backed up under archive.org, under the Wayback Machine. He could delete everything right now. It wouldn't make any difference. So, again, make sure that when you're doing these things that you keep everything, because the important things now are destruction of evidence, right? If he attempts to destroy evidence and it's all backed up, and remember, you can't delete anything, like everything's recoverable, even unless you own the server and you can do a low level format, all the data is still there. It can be recovered by warrant from pretty much any company, unless they'll be in like an extraditionless company that wants to protect you to their death. Destruction of evidence, fabrication of evidence is a huge crime. So like when he posted the comment from 2020 allegedly that I made, that's absolute like nonsense, me confessing to being in the mafia and how Joe now all of a sudden doesn't pay me money anymore, so I don't care and it's my own fight or some shit like that. All fabricated. He doesn't use any emojis. He doesn't say sarcasm. He doesn't say anything in it that would indicate that it's a joke or it's hyperbole to an audience that very much believes him and trusts everything he says, because to them, he's like an Andrew Tate-like figure. Like, he only speaks the truth. He's very edgy. You can't silence him. But in reality, he's just a liar. He's just a fucking liar across the board. Everything. Like, he fucking DDoSes people to try to silence him, even fucking pays for service to do it. I mean, if he's willing to do that, is he willing to buy bots and buy views on his channel? I mean, he did a video review on printers where he took Prusa's printer and turned up to 263%, trying to say it was representative of the out-of-box results. When somebody zoomed in and you crop it and clear as day, it says right on the LCD. He didn't even think about looking at the video and zooming in, but it clearly shows that it was like cranked up to its maximum speed to try to compare it to a shittier printer. He was trying to shine in a better light that was much cheaper. And it's like, when you look at shit like that, it's like you have no reputation. Like, your only reputation is going to be from people that believe you on faith because they want to believe you, not because they actually look at evidence. So the best thing is don't give anybody, if they have no evidence and you have all the evidence, keep presenting that. Make sure that doesn't go away. Make sure they can't cover it up. Make sure they can't make it shut up. Make sure that they can't just like switch the channel or change the channel and keep going until they just declare victory. If you don't do that, it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of resources. But in the end, you owe it to yourself. And honestly, you owe it to the other people that are going to be their victims in the future. If he's willing to do this to me after not even being in any contact for 6 months, not even commenting or watching his videos for 6 months, if he's willing to do that to me, like, he's definitely done it to other people before, and he'll do it to more people after that. And if he's willing to take shit to this level, he's willing to do this to other people, like more protected groups and people that are way more vulnerable than I am. And that would scare me. I would feel bad. Like I would feel genuinely bad. Like if this guy, went and did something absolutely horrendous, right? I would feel bad if I didn't give them the heads up and I didn't give them the information and the opportunity to protect themselves and everything like that. So that's why I think it's important that you track these things and you don't just ignore them and you don't just walk away. So, Dazzy or Daz-T, no worries, bro. You go ahead and get out of here. But just so you know, in the future, you don't have to say it's too much of this topic or I don't want to watch this or anything. Just so you know, in the future, you don't have to even waste your time. Just like, dude, if you're not liking it, you go ahead and leave and you come back later, come watch a future show or whatever. It's totally cool. It's not an airport. You don't have to announce your arrival. It's all good, brother, or your departure. I promise you, you're fine. You can just leave. It's a passive aggressive mood to do that. And I understand. It's fine. Like, I know people do it. I've even done it myself, so I get it. But I'm just saying it's not necessary. Sup, Mark Dennis? What's going on, brother? I'm actually in the Creality Mafia, so I got problems. Let's see here. The Unity Tech said taking bets on who he's going to go after next. My guess is Chris's basement. Well, I'm hoping he doesn't go after anybody anymore. I'm hoping that at this point there is enough that this investigation will produce enough results that will be publicly indexable and publicly confirmable that if he tries to attack anybody else, they will have a plethora of evidence to back up on and be like, this is not a guy that you want to trust. This is not a guy that you want to represent you or your business or anything like that. And remember, in this business, your reputation is everything, right? If you are a bad, evil person that does evil things and continuously lies and cheats and steals and hurts other people, and you build a reputation for that, and there's evidence to back up that reputation, and there's not enough evidence for you to prove that you're innocent, then the court of public opinion is going to chew you out pretty hard. Now, that doesn't mean he won't find an audience. He'll always have an audience. Like, even the worst people on earth have audiences. Literally, rapists and murderers, criminals that have done unspeakable things have huge followings. There's people that absolutely fawn over Vladimir Putin and over Kim Jong-un. There's always an audience for those people. But I'm just saying, you will help from preventing good people from falling into that trap because they can't find the information that would have saved them. So just protect yourself. If something's happening, the thing is, like, I get it. So the law is the law. Like, if somebody wants to have an opinion, like I like free speech. Like, if they want to tell me I'm a piece of shit or whatever, hey, I got the tools to ban them. I can block them. I can kick them out of my house. If I don't like somebody saying shit in my house, I just kick them out of my house, right? Like, I can do that. Like, I'm allowed to do that. Like, but they're still allowed to say whatever they want. They can go down the street corner and keep saying it. That's fine. Like, I still support them being able to do that. I support them being able to have their own stream where they just bitch and fucking lie to everybody constantly. That's fine. That's okay if they want to do that. That is totally fine. However, when they break the law, that's when it's not fine. When they actually violate your rights, that is not fine. When they make it their mission to just do fucking huge amounts of damage to you just because they disagree with you on something, that's fucking stupid. I learned a long time ago how dangerous it is. Like, you have to be careful with your power. And I've crossed this line myself, and I've told you guys the stories many, many times. You have to be careful that you don't inspire people to go attack somebody. Like, even if you don't tell them to, it's like, because like he directly did. He actually sent out a message, go attack this motherfucker right now. Spam, maybe I think even used the word attack. I'll have to go double check, but he's like, go attack him, put a spam under this right now. He blocked me. Make sure that you put this message under here over and over and over and over and over again. I think he was trying to spread like the false evidence he had or whatever. And I'm like, okay, well, that right there, you're doing something illegal, right? You're literally committing slander, libel. You're telling people that I committed a felony, and now you're using a platform to attack another person, which is by the way, that is considered still a denial of service attack. Denial of service attack is just what it sounds like. If you deny somebody access to a server that they have a right to, okay? So, like, for instance, if I'm following the TOS on a platform, and I'm on said platform and I am using said platform, and you go out of your way to take that ability away from me by breaking all of the rules of that platform, and you go out of your way to prevent me from using that platform without using a mechanism that's promised by that platform or provided by that platform legally or within its terms of use, you are denying me access to that service that I rightfully can use, right? So by denying me access to service, you are denial of service attacking me. That is the definition. It doesn't matter if it's ICMP, it doesn't matter if it's SYN flood, it doesn't matter if it's a DNS flood. It doesn't matter if it's any of the various different ways that you can annoy somebody, just loading their website as fast as you can a million times, exploiting something on their website. It doesn't matter what the attack is. If you are doing something that is denying people access to a service by your own actions using a mechanism that is not promised to you or provided to you under the terms of service, you are denial of service attacking. So it's a very wide swath. So a denial of service attack could be literally just somebody bringing 100 accounts into your channel and just spamming fucker to push everybody else's comments off the screen. You know, technically they're violating the TOS so they could be banned, but if they continued to do that and it affected a huge group of users, you could escalate that and say by them doing that, they are preventing people from accessing the services that are offered by that platform. They are using a mechanism that's against the TOS purposefully and knowingly to cut that person off from the service that they rightfully have access to, given the terms of that platform. Then shit can start being like, okay, well then it ventures into fucking harassment and DDoS and all the other fucking laws. But you gotta let lawyers just deal with the shit. Lawyers can be expensive, but the other thing is the better case that you present to a lawyer, the cheaper they get. That's one thing I will tell you. If you call and talk to a lawyer, if you present them a case and you're like, look, this dude just called me a rapist and I can prove that I'm not a rapist, and he continued to call me a rapist even though I proved that I wasn't a rapist, and he's specifically messaging people and saying that I'm a rapist, and he has no evidence or anything public that he can even put forward that even is a starter in that area, and it's completely a made up and fabricated thing, and he's using his position to destroy me without providing any evidence or anything like that while claiming he has evidence. Yeah, the lawyer's going to be like, fucking slam dunk. This is like 2 days work tops, sue him for $1 million or whatever, take whatever he has, fucking drain him, and punitive damages done. Right. Lesson learned for that person, because now that person basically has to start over because they purposefully kept pushing and harming another human individual, thinking that they were unstoppable and they were so fucking smart and their intelligence. You know, like, here's the thing. Like, I'm sure when he went to that DDoS site and he attacked my moderator, which again, confirmed. It is confirmed. This is confirmed. Like the logs have already been gone through. It is his IP address. It is his information. So if he's willing to go to a site and pay them money to attack somebody and commit a felony on his behalf, and the site even says that it's illegal to DDoS somebody, like you can use it for pen testing of your own services, but when you use it to attack another person, you are dead. The site makes it abundantly clear you are crossing the line. And so he used it as a weapon, knowing it was a weapon, and he tried to take that guy's ability to use the internet away from him. And so that then gets the attention of people, because when a police officer or a federal agent looks at a case, what are they going to look at? They're going to say, how much evidence is here? How hard is it going to be to prove that this person committed the crime? Because again, the burden of proof is on them. And if you just say, listen, here is a picture of the person holding a gun to the person's head. Here's the videotape of them pulling the trigger and killing the person. Here's the video of them confessing to the crime. Here's the video of them sitting there and like crying over the body and actually carbon dating and running blood drops through a machine that perfectly shows the execution of time so that you can calibrate through the video how much time has actually passed. And he's holding an atomic clock that's actually pinging off of servers in orbit that also has a camera connected to it that's pinging using the same encrypted protocol recording his face. If you take all that and you say, here's the evidence that I have for the case against this person killing this other person, the lawyer's going to be like, well, I couldn't lose that. Like, even if I went into court and I just started farting and never said a word, I couldn't lose that case. Like, there's no way. Like, that is a guaranteed win. The only thing that's not guaranteed is like what the damages or punitive damages might be decided by the court based on the local laws and everything. But that would be a slam dunk. So if you call the lawyer and you present them that case, they're not going to be like, oh, I'm going to charge you $800,000, because then you just go to another lawyer that would be like, whoop, slam dunk, take more money, bigger percentage. But so just keep that in mind. Like, if you think that you can't afford a lawyer, just realize how good is your case. If your case is incredibly good, the lawyer's price goes down quite a bit, or at least it should. Columby said, Jerry, people are allowed to say what they want, but other people are allowed to defend themselves like you did. No, absolutely. That's the thing, is freedom of speech is not freedom of consequence. Okay, it's not freedom from legal consequences. It's not freedom from just consequences in general. Like, you might be able to walk up to somebody and say, I'm gonna murder your wife right now. Pull out a knife, and be like, I'm gonna go murder your wife in 3, 2, and if that person fucking jumps you, depending on the laws of your state and federal jurisdiction, and there's video evidence of that, and there's bystanders that can attest to it and everything, and there's enough evidence to the contrary, and they prove that, it's like you just were defending your wife from being murdered by somebody, or that person attacked you and you defended yourself. It's like there's consequences to that. You know, if you walk up to somebody and start punching them in the face, some places, depending on where you live, if they shoot you, that's still considered justifiable force, because if somebody punches you and disorients you, it's no longer a fair fight. Because I've had people before say, oh, if it's a fist fight, you can't pull a gun or you can't pull a knife or whatever. Not true. If somebody punches you, they've already diminished your capacity. They've already rang your bell or disoriented you. You are no longer, even if your size difference, like, you are no longer able to have that be a fair fight if somebody sucker punches you. So it may be your only option to move to lethal force to guarantee your protection, because you have a guarantee of protection. Like, it's not like, oh, okay, this guy's going to win 99% chance, I just have to let him beat me to death. No, it's like, If they walk up and they fucking sucker punch you to get you into a state where they can more easily defeat you, then you're allowed to even up the odds. But again, it depends on the jurisdiction. Some laws, check your legal laws. You know, is it a stand your ground? Is it a castle doctrine? Like, stand your ground is pretty hardcore. Like, stand your ground is like somebody fucking walks onto your property and you know, runs at you from a knife from 100 feet away and you shoot him with a sniper rifle. It's like you're justified. Castle doctrine, a little different. Castle doctrine, they have to enter your house, or they have to make an attempt to invade the curtilage knowingly and without permission with intent to do harm. So, like, for instance, if this guy showed up on my porch, he has no reason to be here. Or somebody showed up on my porch representing him, they have no reason to be here. They have absolutely no reason to be here. I've granted them no permission. I've made it clear with signage on my property that they are intruding into my curtilage. You know, so there's no reason for them to be here. Like, their only reason to be here would be to cause harm to me, mentally, physically, or other. So I'd call the police and I'd lay low. But if they tried to come into the house, well, then I would shoot. Like, you know, no questions asked. Absolutely. And you should too in that situation. Like, the thing Boogie screwed up on is he went outside, right? But he was scared. Like, Frank Castle was like going to come in the house and beat him to death. And Frank Castle was a lot more mobile and a lot more capable than Boogie was at that point. So Boogie followed him outside and fired a warning shot to get him to run away. It's like, if Boogie had just stayed in the house, called the cops, and waited for Frank to breach the front door, he could have just shot Frank as many times. He could have unloaded that whole gun into Frank. He probably wouldn't have even spent the night in jail with the evidence that he had in the video from Frank himself. Like, not a problem. But it was because he went outside and he fired that warning shot that, you know, it got him into trouble. He got out of it now, but it was still expensive. It still costs you a lot of money. Like I said, to defend myself in situations like this, it costs me money. It costs me time. It costs me hardship. It costs me anxiety. It damages my health. It damages my ability to do my job now and in the future. Those are all things that have to be made whole. And in law, there's a thing called you have to be made whole. If somebody comes out of nowhere and decides to do a shitload of damage to you, for no legal reason, just to fucking just ruin your day, then you can say, you know what, this fucking person prevented me from being able to do my job. They prevented me from being able to do these things. They were not fucking in any way, shape, or form in any danger themselves. They had no evidence that anything that you did was even remotely hostile in any way, shape, or form. That person is now responsible to make you whole again. And that's what court is for, is making you whole. And making you whole means a couple of things. It doesn't just mean like you get charged by the state and you pay some fines to the state and you get let go. That's part of it. But the other part of it is you make the person whole, meaning that the person is in as close to a situation as if the event never happened ever, including the future. Like that person has to be made whole again, meaning that it's like it never happened. Like, what has to happen monetarily or whatever other conditions there are to make that person whole again. That is a very legal thing. And so I would, so just remember that, like, next time you're thinking, oh man, I could lose a bunch of money if I got to pay a lawyer and I got to do this and I got to do this, it's just gonna be a big old fucking pain in my ass. It's gonna just know that when you're going after the person, if you are innocent and you have all the evidence, then you will win the case. It might take some time, but then the damages you go after will be way bigger than just the damages that were caused. They will also be, did this cause you heartache? Did you get rusty? Well, you couldn't do your job. Are you unable to do your job because of fear of retaliation from other people or the same thing happening again? All those things can stack up. I've seen cases where punitive damages can literally be 100x the normal damages or the normal fines, like 1,000x. You know, it's crazy. But in this case, it's like, this came out of nowhere. This was unprovoked. This was uncalled for. The person was so focused on being right that they couldn't admit they fucked up, even though they knew. I mean, I'm very certain that he knew he was wrong, you know, by the second post, or the third post, when he made the third post and he's like, here's the link. He's like, you left a comment on this video a year ago. First of all, he couldn't show me the comment, and he still can't to this day. He had to fabricate one, which he got caught on, which of course he would. But that comment itself showed him giving out his name. Like, I replied back to him immediately. I was at 9:35. I watched the video. I wasted my time watching the video. 9:35, you say, go to the link in the video description and check out my awesome new invention that I told you about. You click on the link. There's like a couple of links at the top, about us. I click on about us. He's the founder. And so even if I went back after that and I said, hey, Matthew, I still don't like your product, or I think your thing's shitty or whatever, it wouldn't matter. That is not doxing him. That is not getting his servers attacked. That doesn't mean I'm taking on liability now for, like, if he has a bad password or something like that, and a year from now or 20 years from now. No, none of that. He had no fucking reason to name me other than he just doesn't like me. And that's not good enough. And he could have dropped things. I gave him multiple opportunities to drop it. I gave him multiple opportunities to just delete the post and apologize publicly. He chose not to. He kept doubling down and doubling down and doubling down. And I think the reason that he did that is, one, most people usually just back down and give up and walk away because they're just like, he's not worth it. But to me, he is worth it. He caused me enough emotional distress. He caused me enough fear, and he caused me enough damages and being able to do my job and compounding my anxiety and causing me fucking health issues. Like, he has done enough damage that it is absolutely worth my while to clear my name and protect myself. So he did that, and then he drug it on for all those days. And then yesterday it could have ended with just that, right? What's already emotion. But no, he decided to come back and now tell people to attack me after he already said that he has no evidence and he can't prove I did anything. He decided to start the whole thing over again fresh. And now he went from he can't prove anything to now I doxed him again, and he's doubling down on everything he said when he already finally said. And it's because of anger. He has a crazy amount of anger, like incredible Hulk levels of anger. And I don't know where that anger comes from. I'm sure it comes from somewhere. It doesn't come from me, though. Like, this anger definitely manifests from some other place, probably in his life. I don't know what's going on in his personal life, but it might be some like really fucked up shit or something like that. I don't know. But something has brought him to that point where he feels like every single confrontation he gets himself into, he has to take it to the absolute nth degree and basically just play chicken and Russian roulette every single time, because all he does is win. And he did even gloat at some point, in his tweets saying, if I say it, it has to be true. It must be true. Like, if I say it, what was he saying? Like, most of the time it's true. So if I accuse somebody of somebody, then it's mostly true. It's like, no, that's not true. And there's a history to show that that's not true even before me. And he said, something about him being rightness. He used the word rightness, kind of like righteous, like his rightness all the time. It's like, no, you're only right because you think you're right, or because somebody else walked away. Like, that's the only reason. Like, there's no, it's weird. It's like, you can tell that, it's just, there's some need there that he has to be right. Like, he definitely has that. Remember I was talking about Andrew Tate earlier in Piers Morgan? Like, Andrew Tate kept using words that Piers Morgan was like, Piers Morgan, I hate him, but he does understand the English language. Like, he understands what words mean, right? And so I can't remember which word it was, but Andrew Tate kept using a word, and he's like, that's not even close to what it means. He's like, Piers. Let me finish. Piers, shut up, Piers. Okay. Now I'm going to use this word. He's like, but that's not what it means. The word actually means Piers, no, to you maybe, but that's not how it works. He's like, well, no, it just doesn't. Pierce goes, it doesn't work that way. And he goes, yes, it does, because I operate on a different echelon than you do. That's the flat earther mentality, right? Like, when you get to the point where you're like, even when I'm wrong, I'm right because I'm me and I'm the smartest person on earth, because if I say it's true, then obviously it is. Even if every other person says that's false, if I say it's true, then it's true by default because I am me. That is megalomania, right? That is drinking your own Kool-Aid. Like, when you get to that point, you're like the flat earther that launched himself on a rocket and killed himself, right? It's very, very dangerous to have that mentality where you'll just use random words like, I'm really tall. You're 4 foot tall. I'm super tall. I'm like way above the average. Well, the average in the United States is 6 foot. No, shut the fuck up. No, I'm tall. I'm really tall. Like, I'm average height across like the entire world. No, actually, if you look at this population, no. Dude, you don't even understand. You're not even operating on my echelon. Okay. I'm up here. You're down here. Cause that's what he did to Pierce. He's like, I'm up here. You're down here. Like, I operate. And Pierce is just laughing. He's like, dude, you're insufferable. Like, how can I speak to you if you don't even understand language and you will not even be willing to even look at language? How is that possible? How is it that you can read the definition of a word and still say that it's like a fucking wet cheeseburger in a mailbox? It doesn't make sense. But unfortunately, when you're up against something like that, then, they're always going to be right. You're always going to be wrong. If they say you committed a crime, then you committed a crime. They don't have to present evidence because they're so upheld in their community that they've curated. They're so upheld that they cannot be wrong. And that becomes dangerous. That's how you become Kanye West, is when you surround yourself with people that are like, yo, dude, you're so brilliant. You're like, you know what would be cool, man, if they put fucking if they put like fucking tater tots in fucking Coca-Cola, that'd be so delicious. And you got all your guys around, yeah, fucking dude, you're a visionary. Nobody thought to do that. You were the first person to put tater tots in your fucking, dude, and your Frosty, French fries and your Frosty, you fucking genius. They should sell that stuff. And then the one dude's like, that doesn't sound that appetizing for most people. Get the fuck out of here. You don't know what you're talking about, dude. You shouldn't be in this group if you don't operate on the central. Like, get the fuck out of here. Oh yeah, Kanye, yeah, you're so fucking brilliant. And then you got him coming out of the work and the fucker thinks he's Jesus. right? Literally thinks he's Jesus, and that fucking he devolved into like Hitler is a great guy, and Jews are just terrible because one slept with my wife, and so that makes them all like the Holocaust is okay now by his definition. Like, what the fuck? It's because he surrounded himself with all the people that basically just sucked on that dick because they wanted to be a part of that fame, right? They wanted access to the things that person had access to. That's something you have to deal with in celebrity. You have to keep yourself in check and say, listen, I'm not, I'm not all that in a bag of chips. Everybody will tell you are that wants to be in that circle, but no, you got to check yourself and say, no, that is not the case. You are still capable of being wrong. You still make bad decisions. You still don't know everything. You're still learning. Because I will tell you the thing that's abundantly obvious is if you think you know everything, you can't learn anything new. If you already think like if 10 years ago was your apex and you knew everything that could be known, and something new comes out and you're just going to be like, I think it works this way. And that's how it works. And you're not willing to change your view, or you're not willing to go and educate or learn, or somebody else turned you on to something you didn't know, go research it and check it out. If you think you know everything, then you know nothing. It's Dunning-Kruger. Go look it up. Dunning-Kruger is the greatest. I mean, I see it every day. Dunning-Kruger is probably like one of the biggest fucking effects that I see on a daily basis on the internet. The Dunning-Kruger effect is where you literally think you're a genius. You're like, well, I went to school and I got my master's degree, and I'm going to say that in every single video I made because a lot of the other YouTubers in my space don't have master degrees. And it's like, okay, so you had a master's degree. Everybody that goes to school for a master's degree at some point, if they just go to school, they'll get it eventually. It takes time, but you'll get it. It's like, it's not like some crazy thing that nobody can get. It's like, oh, I was in the Navy Seabees. Well, other people have been in the Navy Seabees. It's like you weren't an Army Ranger. It wasn't like you were in anything that was like the 1%ers, right? You were in a place that anybody could sign up for and anybody could go and do it. But you have to feel special. So it's like, if you did it, if you got a master's degree, then that's basically a PhD. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not though. That's like me saying my GED is a PhD, right? It isn't. Does that automatically mean I'm not as smart as a PhD on certain topics? No, I would steamroll a PhD on a lot of topics. They'd steamroll me on more or specifics. But it's no measure of intelligence. When you have to be the person that tells everybody how smart you are, you're dumb. That's the first thing. And you guys remind me of that too. Like, cause I've done it before. Like, I got a little big for my britches when I was on YouTube and I was growing a little too fast back in the day. I definitely was drinking the Kool-Aid because people were shoving it down my fucking throat, trying to ride the wave. Right. But let me tell you, if you were ever in a room with somebody who every single time they say something, they say, well, I got a master's degree or I got a PhD, or, without it being a point of topic, like, yeah, no, I think global warming is caused by mouse farts, actually. Like, I think it's just mouse farts, like nothing else. It's really the mouse farts. And then somebody's like, dude, but I mean, cow farts are bigger than mouses, aren't they? No. Listen, I got a master's degree. Okay. I got a master's degree. Oh, what'd you major in? Sociology. What'd you major in? Economics. Okay, well, okay, the mouse fart. What? It's like, dude, you didn't master any of that. You didn't take any classes. Nothing about your degree has any expertise in that. But you're like, no, I got a master's. Do you got a master's degree? Do you got a PhD? When people have to do that and they constantly lead with, hi, my name is so and so, and I've got a master's degree, or I got a PhD, or I got a GED. If they have to constantly put their education forward, it's because their actions don't show that they have intelligence. Like when you have to, it's kind of like, what's it called when you watch a movie and they have to like lead you through it? It's foreshadowing. So it's like foreshadowing in a movie. It's lazy writing, right? It's like when you have to watch a movie that basically sets up every scene that's about to happen so that explaining it to the user, being like, oh man, I sure hope somebody doesn't shoot me in the face when I walk through this door. Face gets blown off. You're not surprised by it at all, right? They have to explain it to you because they don't feel like their story is cohesive enough for you to come to that conclusion on your own with all the other details. It's the same thing when you're dumb. When you're dumb and people look at you like, God, that guy's a fucking idiot. Like, why is it everything that comes out of his mouth is just fucking idiotic and doesn't make sense? And, and that's always the guy when you think about it, when the guy's going, oh, I know this and I know this and education. Look, I got my PDs. Look, I carry my fucking thing around in my wallet. The reason those people have to do that is because anybody that talks to them, unless they put that forward early in the conversation or nobody's going to come to that conclusion, and they know it. And that's why they have to say it. True story. Absolutely true story. I think you said I passed my SATs and can confirm the Earth is flat. Well, I know that's not true because those are mutually exclusive things. There's no way somebody who passed their SATs could believe the Earth is flat. Now, do I believe that you would tell people that the Earth is flat for your own gain, whether to get attention or whether to sell merchandise? Sure. That is definitely within your capability. but find me a flat earther that has an SAT that does not profit from it or get attention from it. If you can find me something that meets that criteria, it is possible though. I am saying it is possible that somebody has an SAT, they passed the SAT because they specialized in something that wasn't fucking geography, right? I mean, that is entirely possible. And you are absolutely right. But I'm just saying most people that are actually intelligent enough to get like a PhD or even pass their SATs or get a law degree or something like that, usually they have enough basic intelligence that they're not going to believe the earth is flat, right? Like they're going to at least be above that echelon. However, you still do see a lot of people that are that smart that do say that the earth is flat. But if you research them, you realize that that's not a theory that they've held their entire life. And the time at which they changed their mind and the earth was flat also coincided with the time that they became popular and they made money. That's an intersection that you have to question. If you ever talk to somebody who is a flat earther and they're a highly educated flat earther and they're like, well, I believe the earth is flat, blah, blah, blah. Go look and see, did they gain fame online when they changed their position to flat earth? Or did they gain money from selling merchandise or selling a service or getting tips on a live stream or something? Did something happen that gave them attention or money? Because if you find somebody that believes the earth is flat with neither of those things happening, that is a very uneducated person. That is that is the person that definitely by all rights probably is pretty dumb. But if you find the person that's like got a fucking, college degree that they didn't cheat on their tests and paid for shit to get past, because that can happen too. You can technically buy your way through a degree and you don't gain any of the intelligence that comes along with it, right? Cheaters never prosper. It's not true. They prosper all the fucking time. And that's the problem. But you could believe, you could believe something or project that you believe in something because you're taking advantage of it. You're taking advantage of the dumb people that actually do believe it. I mean, that's religion. You ever want to know about religion? I won't dive into it too deeply here on Tech Talk. This is more of a topic I leave over on Twitch. If you guys want to watch me over there, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, I'm live on Twitch by myself. Just a rare insight. It's like with religion, it's like, okay, the people that are always standing up wearing the fancy clothing are always the highest paid person in the place. They're the people that decide how much of a percentage comes out of that collection plate and goes right into their pocket to buy fishing boats and to put their kids through college and to do whatever thing they want to do and go on vacations and live, an amazing life or a fair life, right? or a modest life, I should say. And what you'll find as you go through it is they might start out with those intents, but as soon as they realize that they can fleece more and more money from these people and they can make more and more money, the more connected that they make those people think that they're more powerful and they have a better connection with whatever deity is that religion, they fleece it. And then you start to realize over time that they may have started off believing it, but they don't really believe it anymore. It's like it's a monetary vehicle, right? It's like you're keeping up the image and you're basically making these people dependent on you because it is a source of revenue and it is a source of fame and it is a source of power. You're not doing it because it's the right thing to do or because you truly know something that nobody else will know unless you stand up there. It's just money. It's all economics. Follow the money. It works on websites. If a website gives you a service for free, follow the money. You'll figure out how they make their money. And that's really important that you do that, by the way. Free to play games, follow the money. Figure out, why are you allowing me to play this game for free that you spent all this time creating? You got to upkeep the servers. You got to pay for the leaderboard. Like how can you afford to give this to me for free? Well, it turns out you're cannon fodder. If you're the person that doesn't buy the packages and clicks on the screen and buys the things from them, you are basically just a cheaper NPC. Because instead of them having to program an AI to go up against people, you're just cannon fodder that everybody can one shot while you're running around because they spent $5. And their goal is, if you're smart, you'll just keep being cannon fodder and then just become better cannon fodder so that you become more cunning prey. But there's no amount of money that they can't spend to eventually, no matter how good you are, they will defeat you in the end. Like, so by you becoming better prey over time, they make more money. So you either play the game more than anybody else and you become better prey, which forces people to spend more money to defeat you, or you ultimately get pissed at losing so often that you start paying the money to become the hunter. And that's always worked really good. And that's why most games have become pay to win instead of just charging you a fee. It's way more profitable that way because I could just sell you a game for $9 or $20 or 60, 50, $60 or whatever. I could do that. And then I only get that $60 once. But what if I get you to install Clash of Clans? And some jerk-ass 12-year-old kid that got his bar mitzvah of $1 jillion just starts pumping in them fucking gemstones and just ripping your shit to pieces or whatever currency there is in that game. It's always something. And you're eventually just going to get fed up. You're going to be like, this fucking sucks. Okay, I'm starting to get pissed. This is starting to wear me out. I'm getting annoyed that I'm putting so much time into this and I can't win. You're going to be like, well, it's not going to hurt to buy one packet. So you spend $5. And then you're like, wow, I actually just won a bunch of fights. But then you start not winning fights anymore because they move you up against a harder target to make sure that you're still thirsty. Then you're like, well, I'll buy another $5 pack. It's okay. Okay, that's only $10. I'm only into $10. Oh, for this sale only in the next 30 seconds, for $10, we'll give you $100 of shadow gems. You must click the button within 30 seconds. Otherwise, this deal goes away for 30 days. Oh, that's your fucking $10. I mean, dude, that's $100 worth of shit. Fuck yeah, dude. Boom. And then you steamroll a whole bunch of people for like a week, and you're so happy, your morale's high. Every time you pull out your phone, you're under attack. It's like, boop, nuke, boom, gone. You win. Leaderboard, like no skill whatsoever. You're like, the more money you spend, the less skill you need, right? And you're like, oh, dude. You're like, wow. And then you look back after the year, your credit card bill, and you've now spent, $400, $500. Then 3 years later, you're like, I've spent $5,000. I know people in GTA 5 that didn't even realize it, that spent north of like 10 grand in 5 years. 10 grand on one game. Find me another game that you play for 5 years that you spent 10 grand on monthly fees and buying the game. No, it's way more profitable to play on people's gambling addictions. Because they don't even think it's a gambling addiction. You're basically finding a way to skirt the gambling laws so it doesn't feel like a gambling addiction, but it has the same end. You're pumping money into something and you're not getting anything out of it monetarily. So the more money you pump into it, the more dopamine it grants you. It's kind of like, actually, it'd be kind of like having a porn site. It'd be kind of like having a porn site where the people are really ugly, and by your standard ugly. Everybody has a different definition of ugly and pretty, right? But it learns you. It looks at your profile, looks at your Facebook, it looks at your Twitter, and it's like, okay, he really likes these traits, he really hates these traits. You log into the website, and it's like all you can see is like ugly people. But you're like, I can still crank one out to this, whatever. But then you go a little bit further, and you're like, okay, I can't, this isn't interesting to me anymore. And it's like, oh, for $1.99, you can actually upgrade to people that have that hair color you really like. You're like, all right, click, boop. Okay, it goes up to the next echelon. And the next echelon, pretty soon, after like a couple of months or whatever, you're like, shit, I spent $10,000 on that site to unlock like the perfect AI generated, like flawless human being that reaches into my brain. And it's literally like the most perfect specimen of a beautiful being that I've ever seen in my entire life. And it just cranks that out on demand as fast as it can. But only if I keep buying the top packs to do it. You'll do it because the dopamine release will be so high at that point that you have to maintain it. Otherwise, you'll go through withdrawal. So it literally is a drug. Pay to win is literally a drug in porn. I hope that I made a really good case for that. I don't know, Jim the Evo, was that a good analogy? Did I make a good case for how pay to win maps to dopamine in porn? Although luckily we live in a world where porn is the most freely available thing that's possible because human sexuality is everything. So yeah, I don't think anybody's really going to have that problem. Oh, I just saw Jim's comment earlier. Hey, I got a PhD. I must be really smart. Jim, you're actually one of the smarter people I know. So I will sign off on you. But what does that really mean? If you told somebody, hey, Barnacules thinks I'm really smart, if it was a Barnacules fan, they would probably think that's the highest accolade you could get. But if it's somebody that has no idea who Barnacules is, you might as well have not even just told them. Be like, hey, Mr. Beast thinks I'm a fucking genius. Yeah, the kid that knows Mr. Beast, he's going to be like, dude, that's better than having a PhD. Like, I seriously, Mr. Beast, and he said you're smart? Fucking that's better than any PhD to this kid. Depends on who you're talking to. It could be like your grandpa. He's like, who's Mr. Beast? That's a stupid name. It's like, oh, of course some guy named Stupid Beast. But, Stupid Beast or is it Mr. Beast? Like, what? Like, oh, he thinks you're smart? You must be a dumbass. It's context dependent. By the way, I'm fairly impressed that I'm still operating. I slept 1.5 hours yesterday and I slept 3 hours today. I am truly, truly sleep deprived, which is probably why I'm here. Yeah, let's do the Pixel. Let's do the Pixel topic. I think you guys have heard enough about what's going on, but just before I go to that, just one more reiteration while I've got everybody here. I don't even know how many people are in here right now, 189, 191 or so. By the way, thank you guys for hanging out. I truly appreciate it. I would just like to ask you guys, please keep your ear to the floor. Okay, please keep your ear to the floor. If you see the design prototype test guy on any platform under any name, any sock puppet as he calls him account or whatever, if you see him continuing to push this and escalate it, please let me know. Let me know through a mod. Let me know through Discord. Ask a mod to get to me. Tweet me publicly. Just give me the link to it. I don't care. It can all be public if you want, but if it needs to be something private because you want to conceal your identity, just contact one of the mods. They'll get you in touch with me. I really need people to keep an eye on that stuff because right now, me personally, I feel like this is a dangerous individual, right? Just like when the Terminator stuff went down. It's like it's been a while since I've crossed another one, but I do believe that this is a person who does have the capacity to do bad things. And so I want to keep me and my family safe. And the more advanced notice that I have that they're trying to call to arms or mobilize or try to convince people that they should harm me, I need to know about that. And so that I can pass that down the line and that can join the investigation. The best thing this person could do for themselves right now is not to say another fucking thing. Seriously. And I shouldn't even tell them that, because honestly, it just helps my case if they just keep going down this path. But I just would like it if they would just, I mean, shit's going to play out. There's no bygones be bygones. Like, it's done. Like, everything is already in motion. I can't stop it. It's not like there's a fucking abort button or whatever. It's like the things are in motion, and the things that he's done to this point are already actionable, and he's going to have to deal with what comes from that. However, if he wants this at some point to fucking de-escalate, and he wants us to stop just getting worse and worse and worse, just go back to what you were doing. Go make your videos, go do your things, just knock it off. Leave me out of it. In the words of Will Smith, get my own name out your fucking mouth. Okay? And I won't have to keep defending myself by showing everybody not just the shit that you lied about with me and the terrible fucking things you said that are unsubstantiated. It's going to start being everybody else, because things come out of the woodwork. That's the thing. Like, I noticed he attacked me, and all of a sudden now other shit's coming out, and I'm getting messages and video clips and shit from other people that are like, oh, did you see this? Did you see this? Like, he set this private. Did you see when he said this? And I'm like, fuck, I didn't see any of that shit. Fuck, this is crazy. Like, what? It's like, it doesn't do you any good. It's like, I promise you that I'm not going to allow myself or my family to live in fear forever. Like, we're not. We have a right to not live in fear. And the only way that that's going to happen is if we don't have to fucking worry about you every goddamn day of our lives. So please, let's just fucking end this. Like, here and now. Just let the shit that's already in motion will play out. The information has already been presented and done. Just where it lies, you know? And if he wants to get a restraining order against me, fucking, I hope he does. I really hope no contact, restraining order, contact the cops, create his own police report. I've already urged him to do it several times. Like, just, dude, people have been asking, just create, if he committed crimes against you, go create a police report. If people commit crimes against me, just like in this case, I'm going to go and make a police report. Just go do it, because it helps out everything. Because if you truly think that you're right and I'm wrong, then go create the police report. The two police will get together. They will connect the reports, the other stuff that's going on, all the shit that you know, if there's other reports or other things that you've done in your life or whatever that are documented, all that shit's going to come into the pot. All that stuff's going to get connected, and they're going to be able to work through it and figure out, like, what really happened here. Where's the evidence leading? So if you are confident in your position, instead of continuing to attack me and continuing to put me in fear, just go to the police, please. Okay? That's what you're supposed to do. He keeps saying he's the victim and, oh, you blocked me and I'm the victim. That's not fair play or whatever. No, I blocked you because I am very much the victim in this, because you attacked me out of the blue with no fucking warning. Haven't had any contact with you for months and months and months. You are very much the aggressor in this thing. And there is nobody other than maybe a couple of the people that are really, really, really close to you trying to fucking feed off of you like a pilot fish. There is nobody that believes otherwise. You know, and shit, fucking scary stuff, man. Hey, 3D printing nerd. Oh shit, thank you for the $50, Joel. Hey, I'm gonna give Joel the board here, man. We're gonna give old 3D printing nerd the board. 3D printing nerd, another person that's had to put up with so many fucking false allegations of bullshit from the same guy. I mean, my God. Joel, I don't even own a Prusa printer. You know me, Joel. You know me. I do not own a single i3. I do not own a single mini or any other printer that he makes. I don't own any of them. All of my printers are Ultimaker CME CNCs and a shitty Creator bot that I wouldn't recommend to anybody, and a Robo 3D that's like half burnt with a blowtorch. I do not have any printers. Every other fucking, even the person accusing me has a Prusa, for crying out fucking loud. I am the only one in the community that doesn't have any fucking involvement, and I'm the one being named as like the fucking mob boss, front and center, goddamn mafioso working for this guy. Oh, it drives me nuts, man. Like the whole way that this started, that's what scares me the most, honestly, in this whole thing. Like I'd like to get a read on it and be like, this is why this person's doing this to me. Like there's, you know, obviously something I did that they definitely have been festering on, and they've got all this evidence, and it's just fucking bugging them, and they can't sleep at night. Like that would make sense. I would be like, okay, I'm still going to defend myself because you're fucking making bad accusations and shit. But I'd understand at least if there was like something there to instigate that. But it's like, dude, I used to fucking troll in a comment every once in a while and tell you I didn't like your video because you were attacking my friends in the community and saying outlandish shit that absolutely was not true. And that's what comments are for on videos. You're allowed to go in the comment of the video and say, I don't like your video, or I don't like you, or I don't like the shit that you say. Like you can ban those people, report their comments, whatever. But you're right as much as mine to say that kind of shit. But picking me when you have so many other people that shit on you in your comments. You have so many other sock puppet mafias and like why the fuck me, man? God damn. That's the thing I keep going back to. I'm like, how is it? What did I do? Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, I don't get how it was me. How is it me? Just fucking mind blowing. Ugh. There you go. I gave 3D Printing Nerd the whole board. Wait, did I put in $20? God, am I dumb? It's $50. Sorry about that. Trying to make you look like a fucking pleb here, Joel. Let's see here. Do $50. And by the way, full disclosure, I do know Joseph Prusa. I've made that clear this entire time. I do talk to Joseph Prusa on occasion. I've met him in real life multiple times. There is no doubt that I know Joseph Prusa. Like I literally go to Maker Fairs all the time in the past. There's no way not to run into him. Like you're gonna run into him. And he's always been a really nice guy. And this is a funny thing. I even asked him for a free 3D printer. You know what he told me? He said, if just like with everybody else, he's like, hey, when you're ready to build it, I'll give you one. Like, well, this is way back in the day. This is when I was at the prime of my channel, had fucking 12 million views a month. I was like, hey, can I get one of those printers? He's like, yeah, but you're going to build it. Like, I'm not going to build it for you like all the other printers. You're going to build it because I want you to build my printer. And I was like, I don't really want to build a printer right now. And I was like super lazy, but I was like, nah. It's like, I'll call you when I feel like building it. Because I just didn't want to build a printer. All my other printers were pre-built, and I didn't really trust myself to do a good job building a printer. And then I went and took a class, or not took a class, but I went into a class where everybody was building the Prusa printer. And I was like, this actually isn't that hard. Why didn't I just do that? But then I never went back and got a Prusa. I could have asked him for one. If I built it, he probably would have sent me one. He sent other people in the community printers to review. Like, but I don't get it. Like, I don't have his printer. Like, why the fuck am I the mafioso boss? It's like, I shouldn't have been named. I shouldn't have been named that person. Like, there's so many better candidates for that. Oh, man. Well, the good news is when stuff like this happens, you know, whether they like it or not, this does force things to change, you know, and hopefully some people, other people, not just me, will see some justice out of this. And things in the end will get better for other people. Yeah, but so when's the last time you talked to Jay? It's been probably about a year, maybe a year and a half. Maybe about a year and a half, something like that, since I last texted him and got a response. Yeah, we haven't talked in a long time. But I mean, I don't know. Is he going to be at LTX? We might meet up at LTX. I'd love to see him again. I haven't seen him in a long time. I'd love to at least see him say hi. But the thing is, we just went in two different directions. That's why we don't really do anything publicly. It's just politically, we didn't align. What we were doing, we didn't align. So it just didn't make sense to continue. But I still think he's a good guy. Still, you know, I'd still love to see him again. But I didn't check. I don't know if he's going to be at LTX or not. I don't know why he wouldn't be. Retro Rabbit said your old printing videos hating. He is. Wait, your old printing videos hating. Well, what's that in context to? I mean, anybody can shit on my old videos. Like, people shit on my old videos all the time. And I'm okay with that. Like, I'm okay with that. It's okay for people to be critics of your content. It's okay for people to say they don't like what you do. It's fine. It's okay for me to say what I think too. You know, it's like that's perfectly fine. Keep in mind, the only reason that this escalated was because he accused me of 3 felonies against him with no evidence. He maintained that I committed these 3 felonies for fucking like 5 days. Finally admitted he had no evidence that I committed any of these things, meaning that he just made the whole thing up and lied to his audience and my audience and the internet for 5 days like he does. And then when I blocked him after that, because I'm like, okay, I'm done. Like, fucking, here's the release. We're there. He finally just said it. He doesn't have any evidence. He had 5 days to try to drum up anything he could, find anything. He searched everything, all the coffers, helped them out as much as I fucking could. He couldn't find anything. Leave them where they lie. And I block him, and he goes absolutely fucking postal when I already had him blocked for 6 months. What, do you think I was going to leave him unblocked? Did you think I wasn't going to block him again? Like if he just admitted that he had no evidence against me after dragging my name through the mud and fucking causing me so much stress over like 5 days and stuff, you really think I wasn't going to block him again? Like, I don't understand why that was the thing that just set him off like a goddamn powder keg. Just really weird. Hey, take it easy, Joel. Thank you for stopping by, man. I love you, brother. He said, glad I catch some of the stream. I hope you have a great rest of the day, bro. Have to get back to chores. Dude, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $50, man, too. I usually don't like it when my friends give me money, but I definitely could use it, and it does help out a lot, Joel. So thank you, brother. I appreciate it. We should do something sometime. Like, Joel, we should get together and just like review like Prusa's entire line of printers. We should just do like a marathon 8-hour live stream, because I already printed publicly. I'm like, he already accused me of being like a fucking like Prusa mafioso and shit. So my next printer is going to be a Prusa. Like, even if I have to pay for it out of my own goddamn pocket when I get the money, I am going to buy a goddamn Prusa, because after all this and being accused of it and everything, nothing would make me happier than just doing a fucking lengthy live stream or YouTube video of like building a Prusa printer and putting it together and printing shit off it and being like, oh my God, I love this printer so much. Like, oh, it's the greatest thing ever. Oh, you know, like I seriously, like, there's no fucking way I would pick any other printer right now. Not a fucking chance you couldn't pay me to. Turn that on. Oh, James Janus, my man, he said, how come with internet, why 3 different speed options and plans when it's all a click of the button for the speed change? Should everybody just get given top speed? Just because there's usually not that much bandwidth to accommodate everybody with that speed. So they figure out a supply and demand model. That's usually how most businesses work too. It's not just for internet bandwidth. Like, for instance, like, let me give you an example. Let's say, wait, Graham isn't a mod? Graham absolutely should be a mod. So if you can confirm that's the actual Graham, I will mod him. But I have to make sure it's the actual Graham. I do see the Graham L in there. I just need to make sure it's him. And then I'll mod him, because some people will come under here under name of somebody who's a known friend or a known mod, and YouTube allows anybody to just pick the same names and the same icons and everything. YouTube literally wants people to get impersonated at the time. It really sucks. I feel like you and Louis Rossman would get on well. Shit, we deal with a lot of the same stuff, that's for sure. David built his, was fun, bunch of streams. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to build. It takes a while though. I think to build an i3 or something, it's like what, like 4 to 6 hours or something like that. Sometimes longer. I think of the class that I went to. I think it was if I remember right, I think it was Joel and I. Was it Joel and I or Graham and I? I think it was Joel and I. And I put together a tracer pistol, if I remember right, from Overwatch. We were just assembling it. I think I already had the parts printed, and I was just assembling it at the event. But I was just going there to visit with a friend who was giving the class. And I want to say only one person in the entire class didn't finish the build in the time allotted. And they were really close. They were really close at the end. I'm pretty sure his name is in 6969 booty. At least I don't think it is. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, it is you in stream? Let's see here. Yeah, it's him. It's him. I'll give him mod. Mod. Okay, well now, of course, the context menu isn't coming up. That's great. Graham, I'd love to mod you, but it won't let me. Can mods add mods, or does it have to be me? Here, let me see. You know what? It's probably because it's inside of the Stream Elements window. Okay, let's see here. Participants. Let's see. Graham. Can I click on you here? No. Yeah, this is not working. Graham, I'll give you a mod next time, brother. I just can't do it because I've got the chat that I have open is the OBS window, the OBS window chat. So it's the wrong chat. So anyways, back to the internet speed question. Like, there's only a finite amount of bandwidth. Like, for instance, maybe there's like say you have a gigabit internet connection and they have 100 gigabit feed. Well, that means that they could give 10 people a gigabit, right? Or let's say, sorry, they have 100 gigabit. They give 100 people 1 gigabit. If everybody was doing a gigabit at the same time, but not everybody does a gigabit at the same time. If everybody on your network all did a gigabit at the same time, you guys would all get a couple of megabit. So what they do is the way the network lays out is they're like, well, how many people on average are using up this much bandwidth, this much day? And they balance the network. And they're like, this many people we can serve confidently where they can get around what they're promised most of the time for this bandwidth for this amount of money. But then what they'll do is if it gets, crowded and too many people are buying the gigabit plan, they'll just increase the price of the gigabit plan to force people down to a lower plan, or they'll add a faster plan and they'll make it more expensive and they'll tune the pricing accordingly so that the people that are willing to pay that price to get that guaranteed speed get it, but they get it because everybody else is still slower and not consuming as much bandwidth. So it's a constant fight to figure, is that what it's called, a contention ratio? Thank you, Leslie Monroe. It actually sounds right. So yeah, the contention ratio, I suppose. But yeah, the goal is they're going to, like, for instance, if everybody wanted a gigabit. So if everybody on your block, your grandma next door, your aunt, everybody wanted the gigabit plan and everybody signed up for the gigabit plan, nobody would be able to get a gigabit because the amount of money they'd have to spend to get that much bandwidth to make sure that everybody got a gigabit at 40% allocation would be absolutely astronomical expensive. So what they do instead is they say, okay, out of 100 of our users, most of our users just do a little bit of Facebook. They don't really download anything. Maybe they watch a Netflix every once in a while. So they only use like 5% of what their potential is, or 1% of their potential in some cases. If the vast majority of the people on the network just have that usage pattern and nobody is just constantly downloading and uploading huge videos and massive bulk amounts of data, then they can give everybody like really huge plans because not enough people are utilizing them at full capacity to nail the network. But if the network does get nailed, prices will go up. Like, for instance, if tomorrow a new service came online that was like a service that worked with an Xbox, like all of a sudden your Xbox needs a gigabit because there's this new thing where you're playing games on your Xbox and it uses a solid gigabit of download, 500 down and 500 up the whole time. What would happen is, because everybody has an Xbox and if it was a cheap service and everybody used it, just like with Netflix drove prices up quite a bit. Now all of a sudden everybody is bashing the network and they have to keep adding more and more capacity. Well, that capacity costs them money, but if they keep charging you the same amount, then how is that a successful business? So what they would do in that case is, after your contract was up, they're like, we have to raise your price by 50% or 100% or 150%. And you'd be like, that's ridiculous. I can't afford that or whatever. And then what's going to happen is a bunch of people are going to, okay, I'll pay for the lesser plan now and stop using that feature on my Xbox. And then the people that are willing to pay the increase are able to cover the cost of upgrading the network to support the new bandwidth. And that's why they usually only price fix you for like a year. They'll put you into price for a year and then they'll reprice you, or sometimes they'll advertise, hey, we don't even lock you into a contract. It's month by month. That basically means we expect the prices to go up steadily on a month by month basis instead of a year by year basis. But it can also sometimes go the other direction. I've also seen before too, where like the network is so OP and there's so much bandwidth just left on the table that they'll just ramp people's plans up for free and just let them have more bandwidth than they were guaranteed. That's happened before at my internet provider, where it's just like it's summer, everybody's out vacationing and everything, and there's more bandwidth. So it's like now all of a sudden your internet connection is just like fucking super fast. Now instead of 30 megabit cap on your upload, you have 50 megabit. And it's like, well, where did those extra 20 megabits come from? I didn't pay for it. They have a plan where I could technically pay for it. That's like $200 more a month for a business plan, but they'll just give it to everybody because they're like, it's just such a ghost town. Why not? Right? It's just going to make people happy. So, but that's a rarity. That doesn't happen all that often, because if they do it too much, people become dependent on it and be like, oh, my internet connection is so slow compared to what it was 5 days ago. So, but yeah, that's just the economics. But, I hope that answers your question. I like how PhysX determined that Graham was himself. I just saw your signal messages. That's hilarious. 60, 64, 20 booty for life. That's got to be Graham. Like, only Graham would have a name like that. Oh, well, shit. Let's talk about the Google Pixel thing, though. Sorry that kept getting pushed back, man. I've been sidelined. God, we're going into overtime today. Usually the stream, I'm going to try not to make this another 8-hour stream because I am really tired and really exhausted after everything that's happened this week. I will tell you this, though. So the Google Pixel thing. Do you guys remember what happened to Morgan Webb from G4 Tech TV about a bajillion years ago? I don't know. This story seems really old to me in my head. Like, do you guys remember what happened? Like, somebody in chat. I want to see if anybody remembers not conspiracy, because it actually did happen. It's not a conspiracy, but what is the word I'm looking for here? The thing that not conspiracy, but man, my language center is shutting down right now. Controversy. The controversy. There we go. It was close to conspiracy. What was the controversy that happened around Morgan Webb and G4 Tech TV? Well, technically it wasn't G4 Tech TV. It's just she was on G4 Tech TV. All right. Well, nobody seems to know in chat. So a million years ago, in the way before, Morgan Webb posted some cropped images to the internet for a website of her with no clothes on. And they were cropped to, look like she might have had clothes on, but it was implied, it was kind of like implied nudity, which is a shot where it's like you don't really show any nudity, right? But she cropped it when she posted these images, and she took the images on her phone. She edited them in Photoshop. So she took the image. It was either on her phone or on a digital camera. I don't remember, but she took them into Photoshop and she cropped them down and saved them as, I believe it was like either GIF or JPEG, or I think it was probably JPEG back then. So she saved it as a JPEG. She uploaded it to the web page and cropped it and everything. And she did this photo spread where she wasn't naked. Oh, wait, was it cats? Oh, I thought it was Morgan Webb. Did I fuck that up? Was it actually cats that had that problem? Hold on here. Yeah, you may have just checked me on that. Hold on. Because I thought it was Morgan Webb, but then I was like, no, maybe it wasn't. Here, let me see. Was it cat? Here. Let's see here. Let me do Morgan Webb crop accidental nudity. Let's see here. Okay, so Morgan Webb nude photos fappening. Yeah, I ain't touching that with a 10-foot pole. Let's see here. What happened to... No, that's not it. Was it cat? Here, let me look. It might have been cat. Here, it'll be apparent like when I see it. Cat swats cropping issue. Image cropping and hackers. No, let's see here. Comparison of cat. Now you guys got me confused. I don't know if it's cat or not. Let's see. Wait, you guys can't see my screen, right? Okay, let's see. So Morgan. Let's see. No, I'm not seeing the cropped shots of Morgan Webb. So maybe it was. What was it? Was it cat or it's KT? Cat. Well, was that the iCloud one or was that the crop? Shit, I don't want to get this wrong before I tell the story. I thought it was Morgan. I was almost sure it was Morgan. This was so long ago. I don't even know if the internet. Well, actually, wait. What am I doing? I got fucking AI. Who was the woman from G4 Tech TV that cropped images that ended up getting uncropped, showing nudity? All right. Forgot I have AI. Oh, we were all wrong. It was Olivia Munn. That's who it was. Attack of the Show. God damn, we were all wrong. We were all wrong. Oh man, I gotta go correct that tweet. Hold on. Let me go correct that tweet because I don't want, if Morgan Webb is still on Twitter, I don't want her seeing that and being like, this didn't happen to me. I mean, I didn't say it in like any kind of insulting way. I actually was sympathetic to it, but I just want to make sure that I say who it was. Let's see here. Where'd I say it? Oh, by the way, the guy, it was Sense Quality on Twitter, the guy that was selling the product keys that aren't real. So it's like at Sense, SENSE Quality. If you want to see the whole thing going down with him, he's the one that I know that, AuxxZillary likes to avoid some of the scandalous stuff. So he didn't want to name him while he was on. But yeah, this is the guy that runs the company that builds the computers. They're Sense Quality builds. He was the one that was charging $70 to put bunk licenses. They were using a fake activation server on the internet that every 180 days it reactivates. And then when the server got taken down because he didn't run it, all of his clients started messaging him. He's like, oh, your product key just, they go stale after a while and you got to buy a new one. I'll give it to you for $10 though. So he tried to profit on it twice. Absolute just shit brick of a human. But yeah, anyways, it was Olivia Munn. Let me see. Where did I reply back? I tagged Leon Lush. I was like, dude, Leon Lush, you need to do this story. He wouldn't though. I don't think it's good enough for brainworms, but I think it's really close. It'd be nice if it was like a byline in brainworms. Let's see here. So Tech Talk is live. Let's see here. Pixel Google image uncrop. Didn't I say that somewhere? I'm almost sure I said something about Morgan Webb somewhere it was probably in a reply. I bet you I was replying to the person's stream who put me on the topic. Let me double check. Hold on here. Okay, so let's see if we can't find this. I just saw Fervil. He's like, what an amateur dumbass. The guy. Oh, by the way, did you guys want me to read the comment that he alleged I made in 2020? This is the comment he whipped up because he couldn't find any evidence, so he just made the comment and tried to design prototype test, posted his own information and doxed himself, but it wasn't getting enough attention. It was languishing in obscurity, so I decided to boost the signal and post the links to Matthew's website with his full name and my Twitter account. No, he did that. It was because the viewership is openly hostile to design prototype test. By the way, his own viewership is very hostile to him. If you go look at his comments on his videos, his own subscribers are the ones that are mostly saying, shut the fuck up, go back to making videos. Dude, why are you such a whiny bitch? Like it's very rarely, it's like that. Most of his viewership and most of his shit seems to come from those people. So he needs to look at his own audience and stop being delusional. Let's see here. They were hoping I would get attacked. No, that's not true. I ignored you for 6 months. So that's the opposite of having people attack you. I was beyond happy to learn that when he did attack repeatedly, serves him right. Well, no, I left comments on his videos. I'm not denying that. Like back in the day, I did comment on his videos. Even though he's never said anything to or about me, he criticized Prusa. As everyone knows, Prusa bought me most of my subscribers, so I owe my entire online success to him. By the way, I still don't own a Prusa printer to this day, and I still haven't done a Prusa review, so I don't know why he would pay for my viewers. Also, if you look at my viewership, it must not be doing a good job. Prusa's enemies are my enemies. Unfortunately, Prusa decided I was too toxic and had to stop paying to get people to watch my videos. You know what's funny? That's a self-reveal. I didn't even realize that earlier. Dude, that is a self-reveal. That is he just like narked on himself. He's like, Prusa decided I was too toxic to stop giving, so he decided to pay for views. His social blade is flat. Every day, like, doesn't matter if it's weekends, doesn't matter if it's daytime. It's like he's right around the same viewership and he accumulates users at the same rate. It's like that is a telltale sign of botting. I'm not saying that he is, but I'm saying that is the pattern that you look for when you're determining if somebody is buying views from a service. And he did demonstrate that he'll pay money for a DDoS service, so he has no problem paying to get access to something that he shouldn't have access to. But I think that's a self-report. Like that very well could be a self-report because he's like, he has to buy views. Nobody has ever accused me of buying views or buying subscribers or anything because none of my stats have supported that. So I think that's interesting he said that because I think that's a self-report where he's like, well, I buy views and I buy bots, so I'm going to project that onto him because that's obviously a bad thing. I wonder how much else of this is a self-report. Unfortunately, Prusa decided I was too toxic and stopped paying to get my videos on the internet. That's why it seems like nobody watches my videos anymore. Well, I haven't made a video in 2 years. So another reason, why is he attacking me? I haven't made a video in 2 years. I only live stream. So people aren't going to watch videos that are 2 years old. Like his videos that are 2 years old, he even said himself only get like 4 views a day. So I don't know. It's another self-report. In reality, this is the size that my real audience always has been. Long live King Prusa, go orange. 0 replies. Dude, what a fucking... And this is the evidence he puts forward. This is him trying to pretend. And the thing is, like, some of his audience will very much believe that comment came from me. He may... Who knows? He may have meant it in jest. It's entirely possible. But he didn't put anything on it. Like, he didn't say in the thing, this is a joke or this is satire. Or like, ha ha ha, look what I just photoshopped. No, he tried to make it real. He tried to make it look real. Right? He tried to make it match the format. He didn't do anything to try to change it, make it look inauthentic. To somebody who doesn't understand the situation and doesn't understand how I talk or what's going on, they would not know. Like if somebody was new coming into the situation, they would look at that. So again, that's very slanderous, right? He didn't do any /s. He didn't do this is a joke. Nothing of the matter. So again, he's just, is he just not thinking? Is he just want to bury himself? But the funny thing is that was very self-reporty. I didn't notice that the first time around. That is wild. So, Jesus, man. Like, I don't even know what to say about that. That's like absolutely ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous. But, found it for you. Here we go. Let's hear. Why does this suddenly give me Morgan Web G4 Tech TV vibes? Yeah, it was Olivia Munn, right? Are we sure now? Are we all in agreement that it was Olivia Munn, by the way? Yeah, Joel gave me $50, man. Joel Telling, my buddy. Joel Telling's like my bro. He I wish I saw him more. I haven't seen him in probably 8 months or 10 months or whatever, but he only lives like 30 minutes away from me. I'd love to go hang out with him sometime though. I miss him fierce. If you don't know Joel, if you've never met Joel in real life, he is every bit the nice guy that he is on camera. And that is very rare. That is super fucking rare to see somebody in videos for a long time and in live streams. And then you meet them and you get to know them really, really well, like in person. And they're literally the same person. Like he is a very, very caring, nice. He will, like right now, like no shit. I'm not even joking. If I called Joel on the phone right now or texted him and said, Joel, I am feeling really depressed, dude. I don't know what to do. He would actually stop his shoot, stop everything he's doing, shut his fucking 3D printers off if he had to, and drive all the way 30 minutes over here just to sit down with me and fucking chill me out. Like I know he would. I know for a fact he would. Not just for me. He'd do that for any of his friends. He is a fucking super duper stand-up dude. And so every chance I get to say that about him, I do, because he's an amazing human being. He gives the best high fives in the fucking world by far. Like, I think he's pretty much got a grip on that. He's not nearly as ugly as that Gimpy G guy. You know, that dude in the wheelchair that's got the fucking creepy mustache. Fuck, that guy creeps me out, man. Don't tell him I said that. Like, you know, he's just that dude's a fucking creeper. Have you seen him? Like, dude, man, like when he talks and stuff, it's like I feel like he's like got his hand down the front of my pants. Like, it's just weird. Hey, Gimpy G, I just doxed you. That's why Gimpy G's sitting here in chat right now. That's why I said that. It's probably going to take like an hour to get to him, though, with the buffering. No, I love Gimpy G. God, talk about a fucking shitty hand, though, man. Dude, fucking his house burns down during a fucking live stream. I'm glad he's getting back on his feet, though. I'm glad he got a house and everything. He's got a funny sense of humor too. He'll be the one that laughs at that, by the way. Well, you guys were all cringing and he's sitting here in chat. He'll be the one to laugh at that because he's got a really fucking dark sense of humor. And I love that about him. You have to be able to make fun of yourself. You really do. Just got my computer from a streamer giant, has a 13900K and a 4090. What? Okay, I don't take back anything I just said about Gimpy. Like seriously, dude? He put a 4090 in that thing? Jesus Christ, man. Talk about overkill GPU. Come on, Gimpy. All you can play is tic-tac-toe and fucking Minesweeper with the stick in your mouth. Like, seriously, why do you need a 4090, bro? Gimpy, I feel bad for making all these jokes. I feel like you should make some fat jokes at my expense now. And make fun of my lazy eye and my fucking Gimpy goat ear. Come at me, bro. Let's see how demonetized we can make this video. No, Gimpy G is a really cool guy. I love him. Now Gimpy, if I remember right, I met you through David, right? So I met David Hewlett first, and then he introduced me to you because of the accessibility stuff he was doing with you, right? So if I never met David Hewlett, I would have never met you. So realistically, you're the stepping stone. You're the person I was trying to get to, not David Hewlett. Like Rodney McKay from Stargate Atlantis, whatever. Like I was just using him to get to you. And Jim the Evu, because there's like 2 Kurt Scott episodes or whatever that he was involved in. That immediately made me fangirl over him. Like screw the whole library of work of a main character in Stargate Atlantis. It was like the 2 or 3 episodes of Kurt Scott. I can't even say it. Kurt Scott. I don't know. I knew how to pronounce it like a couple months ago, and then I lost it again. That's a good show, by the way, dude. Like, if you want to see what, like, you know, the cartoon animation things where they like talk about science and stuff, fucking Kurt Scott is the way to go, man. Good luck spelling it, though. If you don't know how to spell it, you're never gonna fucking find it because it is like the hardest thing in the world to find. I just do like Kurt, and then I just start like mashing the keyboard. Kurt Zagout. Whoa. The president's debate, Lola Bunny. That's not what I was looking for. So why is it taking me to that side of the internet? Let's see here. Kurt Zagat. Kurt Zag. There it is. It's Kurzagat. Kurzagat. I feel like I'm saying racist shit every time I say it. Every time I say it's Kurzgesagd. So it's like Kurzgesagt. Kurzgesagt. Is that right? Kurzgesagt? 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 I don't know. I mean, I tried. Well, actually, don't they say Kurzgesagt in a nutshell? Hold on here. Let me hit a play on this. Hopefully I don't get DMCA'd.
There's this idea floating around that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. That surviving a disease leaves you better.
I wish this guy narrated porn. I'd watch a lot more of it.
Off. And it seems to make sense because we've all experienced this. When you go through hard.
Okay, now say it. Well, they don't even say their own name? They don't, do they?
So what happens when you get sick?
It doesn't say the name. What? All right, here, I'm gonna go ask how to pronounce this. Here, let me see if ChatGPT can tell me how to pronounce it. Also, man, I've got sidetracked off so many times. Dude, I'm sorry, I'm so tired. That's why I'm chasing squirrels right now in my brain. Actually, I asked you questions in chat and you hooked me up with David. Oh, I did. Holy shit. I met you before I met David. Gimpy, it just shows we were meant to be together, Gimp. We were meant to be together. In another life, we would have been gay lovers, Gimpy G. Like, in another life, like, seriously, dude, you would have been, you know what, people would have called us Master Blaster in the gay circuits. Because I would have been, like, the big fat guy with, like, the little guy on my shoulders. Dude, we would have made the best OnlyFans site. Like, seriously. I'm not saying that still can't happen. I mean, Ms. Barnacules is going to need a little more convincing, and we're going to have to be a little more hungry before that happens. But I'm just saying, it's not off the table. Lost in Space thing is like Kurtzadig. Okay, I can't say that. I started sounding it out as I was reading it, and I was like, nope, I don't like where this is going. I think I'm going to go ahead and not finish that word. All right, so anyways, here, let me ask, okay, first of all, it was Olivia Munn. Okay, hold on here. I gotta correct the record, since I can actually admit when I'm wrong and learn from my mistakes, unlike another dumbass. I'm not talking about that other guy. I'm talking about somebody completely unrelated that we did, but I just that other dumbass that can't seem to learn anything since 312. Completely unrelated again, even though that event happened on 312. I'm talking about another thing that happened on 312 that you guys don't know about. It was actually Olivia Munn that had the cropping catastrophe. No, watch, I'll probably have to correct that too. Let's see, Olivia. I don't know how to spell Olivia. Is it Olill? Ovlia? Why is it trying to collect? It's trying to correct Olivia to Olivia. It's Olivia. No, I spelled it right. Don't tell me I didn't spell it right. I did. Okay, there we go. Okay, I fixed myself. It's Olivia Munn. So anyways, back to the... Oh, no, I got to figure out how to say Kurtzagat really quick so that my OCD will go away. How? Okay, show me how... I love AI. Watch this. I'm going to go to GPT-4 because I think we need the stronger model for this, guys. I think this is like stronger model stuff. So I'm going to use up one of my what? It's down to 25 messages every 3 hours? It was 100 message every 4 hours. Then it was like 50, and now it's 25 messages every 3 hours. God damn. Expect lower cap next week. We adjust for demand. So more people are signing up for premium to get GPT-4, and then I can use less of GPT-4 even though I pay the same amount of money. That seems fair. All right, so I got to figure out how to say Kurtzagat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say GPT-4. I want you to tell me how to pronounce Kurtzagat without any accent and only using sounds or letters and how they sound with hyphens in between them. And let's see what we get. All right. Here we go. Let's see how close I get to the actual word when I play it back. All right, I'll do my best to provide a phonetic pronunciation for you. The word Kurtzagat can be pronounced as Kurtzagat. So Kurtzagazat. Kurtzagazagat. Kurtzagazat. Kurtzagazagat. Gazagat. Kurt Gazagat. Is it Kurt Gazagat? Kurti Gazagat? Kurti Gazagat. Or Kurti Gazgat. Is it Kurti Gazgat? Is that it? Kurti Gazagat? Kurti Gazagat. Kurta Gazagat. Kurta Gazagat. Okay, let's see if I'm close. Kurta Gazagat. Okay, here, let me. Kurta Gazagat. Okay, now let me put that into pronounce. Okay, now we're going to use the actual pronunciation. Here we go. Drum roll, please. Hold on here. See how wrong I was. Yeah, okay, enough of
We are looking at how to pronounce this German word.
Okay.
How do you go about saying it? Kurz gesagt.
Kurzagat. Hold on, let's get that. Gesagt.
How do you go about saying it? Kurz gesagt.
Kurzgesagt. Kurzgesagt.
Kurz gesagt.
Kurzgesagt.
Kurz gesagt.
Kurzgesagt.
Kurz gesagt.
Kurzgesagt.
Kurzgesagt.
Kurzgesagt. Kurzgesagt. What does it mean anyways? Does it mean like knowledge or something? Here. You suck. That wasn't even close. You are the worst AI ever. I'm going to use Google Bard because you made me throw up with that terrible response that wasn't even close to right. I'm glad you're not really sentient. Otherwise, I would ask that you get the death sentence for being so horribly wrong with your pronunciation. Your layer. I gotta finish this off. Pronunciation of this word, and I'm just gonna throw myself off a building now because I can't risk hearing that so badly stated ever again. All right, let's see what my response is. Here we go. This was GPT-4. I apologize if my response was not helpful or accurate. I understand that it can be frustrating when we don't get information that you're looking for. If you'd like, please provide the correct pronunciation or more context, and I'll do my best to help you with any other questions or concerns you may have. All right. So it's pronounced Kurtzagat. Is that right? Kurtzagat. 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 I got to do the accent because I heard it with the accent. And I don't know how to de-accentize it. Kurtzagat. Kurtzagat.
How do you go about saying it? Kurz gesagt.
Oh, I was way off. Kurzgesagt. Kurzgesagt.
Kurz gesagt.
Kurzgesagt.
Kurz.
Oh, you got to get the t on that. Kurzgesagt.
Gesagt.
Like, who puts a G and a T together? Kurzgesagt.
Gesagt.
Kurzgesagt.
Kurz. Gesagt.
Kurzgesagt.
Kurzgesagt.
Kurzgesagt. Kurzgesagt. Kurzgesagt. Kurzgesagt. Okay. It's pronounced quartz. Wait, what was it? Kurzgesagt. Quartz. Kurzgesagt. Kurzgesagt. All right, there, I just told it. It says, thank you for providing the correct pronunciation. I apologize for my confusion earlier. So the correct pronunciation of Kurzgesagt is Kurzgesagt. They put T-A-A-A in capitals. Kurzgesagt. 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 All right, how was that? Did I do it right? Am I pronouncing it right? Kurzgesagt. 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 Got. Kurzgesagt. I still feel like I'm getting it wrong. Kurzgesagt. Okay, I think I'm close. God, my OCD is gonna bug me now. Kurzgesagt. Kurzgesagt. It's like Here, let's see here.
Quartz. Is that working? Wait, can you guys hear the voice? Can you guys hear the voice when I do this?
Like, do you actually hear a voice when I do this, or do I got it rigged up wrong where it's getting the voice from the wrong thing?
I might have it rigged up wrong. Let me see here. Oh, by the way, I think are we getting DDoSed right now? Hold on here. Here. Got to do a little checky check. I think I was getting pounded on there for a second. I mean, I barely felt it. But I'm gonna have them check anyways, because there's like a log that'll fire. Let's see here. So, oh, I am seeing intermediate jumps in ping times, like pretty severe jumps. Interesting. Well, I forgot to add the thing I was supposed to. There's a firewall rule I need to add that'll make it impossible for anybody to DDoS me in the future. I just got to make sure I get it added before the next stream. Yeah, I'm just seeing intermittent jumps to like 108 milliseconds. It'll be like 12, 15, 12, 12, and then it jumps to 108. I saw one jump to 218. Oh, you're okay. You'll teach me how to set up alerts after the stream. All right, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, it's just more data, right? I mean, it's actually good to get more data. It's, you know, it's hard. Why would now I have to believe that this isn't him. If like you can't be that dumb. I keep saying you can't be that dumb, but realistically, yeah. That would be the dumbest thing on earth to do is right after you DDoS somebody, you got caught. They DDoS the server while somebody was looking at it, and pretty sure he's caught on that one. We don't know 100% though. We're still waiting for some logs. But then you attack the person while they stream, like I said, after they've already called you out and they've already given you the receipts. And wow, dude, like I'll be shocked. I will be absolutely floored and shocked. I mean, we are consistently getting hit right now. I mean, it's pretty weak ass, but I mean, it is causing some frames to drop. I mean, all right. Well, we'll set up alerts after the stream. That'll be fine. Because I'm curious. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, it's just random spikes and ping, and then hitting the server. Well, you know what I could do? Well, if I start it, it's not going to go back to the previous stream, will it? Because it's dumb. It'll like, because I was going to say I could just roll my IP address really quick. I mean, it's consistently dropping packets. My ping times look fine though. Like that's what's kind of weird is like, I mean, there's an occasional spike, but the drop in frames is like absolutely consistent. So this might actually just be the YouTube server all fucked up. Can you guys actually still see me and hear me and everything? Like I'm sure the frames are like all garbage and slow now, but can you guys hear me all right? So, I mean, I mean, I'm still getting six megabit through. So it still should look okay. Here, let me see if I can drop it down and see if I can just like camp out here. Let's just drop her down to like 4,000. I'll just live here. Click apply and drop her down to 4,000. See if we can get her back into the green. Come on down. Come on downtown. I'm still live. No noticeable lag on stream. Wait, so like everything looks fine? Everything looks fine and sounds fine? I mean, it could be just OBS lying. Let's be honest. OBS lies all the time. All right, there we go. We're back in the green, and we're dropping no frames. I just backed it off to 4,000. 4 megabits, just fine. Okay, whatever. It's fine. I'm getting distracted. So yeah, we did confirm that it was Olivia Munn earlier that had the debacle. And let me explain. I don't think I explained what the debacle was. So way back in the day, she took a picture. She went in and cropped it in Photoshop, and after she cropped it in Photoshop, she posted it online. She put it on a website, I think. It wasn't like a common, like, you know, web or image sharing service. She just literally put it on her website. And somebody downloaded the image, took it into Photoshop, and uncropped it. And got the whole full original image back. And it turned out that this was a bug in Photoshop, if I recall right. Memory recalled. It could be wrong. It happened so long ago. But there was a bug in Photoshop. And I don't even think it was really a bug so much as it was just how they did it. But they changed this after they realized how bad this is. And so what happened was she cropped it, posted online so it didn't show her boobs. And then when the photo went online, somebody downloaded it, took it into Photoshop, opened it, and then like did an uncrop. And it uncropped it back to the full original image. And then they posted it online. And she was like really embarrassed by it. And she was like, I mean, she was really pissed off, and rightfully so. You should be. Like, when somebody does that, like, if you're not putting your nude pictures online for people to look at, like, you should not be posting that shit, even if you have access to it somehow. But yeah, anyway, she was really, really mad about it. And so Photoshop actually changed the code so that when you crop an image and you save it, it saves it at the new dimensions. It doesn't just save EXIF data showing which section to show, which I believe is what was happening. Basically, when you cropped an image in Photoshop and you saved it, the image size stayed the same, but it just had a new EXIF data that said only show this portion of the photo. That way you could have like 10 versions of the photo or whatever that are all cropped in different sections, but you don't lose any of the data. You can open it and reposition the crop and stuff. She didn't know this. She uploaded it and boom. So now all image formats, as far as I know today, when you save the image, it crops it down before it saves it and uses the full dimensions of the image. So it doesn't use EXIF to do anything. So there's nothing concealed. What you see on the screen when you save it and upload it is what the person is seeing on the other end at most. However, there is a bug right now with an app on the Google Pixel. Let me see if I can find the link here. So it's called Acropolis is what they're calling this bug. But it says in Google Pixel's markup tool. So if you go into Google's Pixel markup tool and you crop the image or you cover up things on the image, and then you save it to the web or whatever, and you put a link to it, somebody can download that image, and not only can they uncrop it in this tool, because again, they can open this image in this Google Pixel markup tool. It is a tool on the Google phone. It's I guess the Google Pixel is the only thing that has this, but the Google Pixel markup tool, you go in, you crop the image, and you put like, draw over the top of something, like to cover a credit card number is the example that they give. And so the person downloaded it, reopened the image in the Google markup tool, and was able to modify it in some way to get all the data back. So they completely uncropped the image and they removed all of the black marks that were covering things on the image. So they basically took a photo of a credit card, cropped it, covered up all the numbers on the credit card and the name and everything. Then they uploaded it, right, to site like, Google or whatever. And then they downloaded it again, or I don't even know if it was to Google. It may have been within the tool in the library, because I think Google would transcode it. So then they were able to download the image again that was made in this same Google markup tool, and they were able to uncrop it and take off all the coverings so they could see all the credit card numbers, the name, and the rest of the image it belonged to. So what is Google doing? You guys keep saying that you keep getting ads and ads and ads. I'm not doing anything on my side. Like, I wonder if that had something to do with the frame drop that was going on. Like, if there's just some weird thing they changed. Because, yeah, I didn't push any buttons. I didn't send any ads. I mean, we lost a shitload of viewers. We lost 100 viewers. So obviously it pissed somebody off. Yeah, it's weird. I honestly don't know what's going on. Weird. Hey, Jerry, you may want to take a short break. Peeps are getting blasted by YouTube with ads. What the fuck's going on? Is this like a YouTube thing going on? YouTube is pushing a new update to ads, maybe? I'm not getting ads. The player stops and the page keeps refreshing when it's back. I mean, could that have been because I dropped the bitrate? Like, I don't think... I mean, you wouldn't even be able to see me if I can't dynamically change the bitrate. All right, let me pump it back up. Let's see what happens. I mean, nothing's happening on my side. I literally have the Google dashboard up. Like, how do I tell ads to just fuck off all the way? Can I do that? Here, let me change it. Here, let me go in and see if I can just disable ads entirely. Let's see. Where do I go to do that? Edit. Insert. I have a button called insert ad, but I never pushed it. I got create highlight video, ad stream marker. Like, how do I just open this if I want to edit the video here? Edit. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Monetization. It says this video may earn limited or no ad revenue due to content identified as not suitable for most advertisers, probably because I talked about, stuff earlier. It remains fully playable and it's eligible to earn subscription revenue from YouTube Premium. Request a review. Well, I'm not going to request a review because I obviously said shit that probably would demonetize it, but it says monetization limited. I'm just going to turn it to off. So there we go. I just turned it off. No more display ads and no more skippable ads. Let me save it. Let's see if this fixes it. All right, let me know if this fixes it. Refresh, guys, and see if this fixes it. Because I just went in and turned off all monetization, so they shouldn't be running any ads or putting any ads anywhere. What I think may have happened is, because obviously there's going to be people here watching the stream that are from, camp, fuckhead. They probably reported it as, sexual content or something like that. And it probably got demonetized, and that moved it down to the lowest monetization level, which probably has a shitload of ads in it that aren't being served. So maybe like it just started running more ads because it was now in a bucket where those ads normally wouldn't get served on those videos. Only the ads that are like scrupulous. Were they bad ads? Were they like ads on like religion and shit that like nobody wants to see, or ads on politics? I'm curious what the ads actually were. But yeah, I disabled ads entirely, so hopefully they're not showing up at all. I keep getting off the stream and heading to other videos. That's really weird. What's going on? I mean, I dropped 14,413 frames during the DDoS attack that happened earlier. So, and we'll go figure out who did that after the stream. Yeah, so maybe because maybe that DDoS attack was causing me to flip on and off because so many frames were dropping, and that was causing a new ad to run each time it loaded. Actually, that makes sense. That actually makes sense. Boober, it kicked people out over 100. You know what? I bet you that's what's happened. Oh, I wonder if that's what happened. So when the DDoS was occurring, I bet you it was causing the stream to drop, connect. I mean, I don't see that on my side, but maybe YouTube was interpreting that many frames being dropped as disconnect, connect. And maybe that was causing a new ad to run each time it connected. So it was like disconnect, connect. And that was like serve an ad. It shouldn't have done that, though. It should be smart enough to know that if it already served you an ad, it shouldn't do it for a while. So it was probably a combination of that and potentially some bug. Very weird. Well, I mean, something definitely happened there. We'll keep our ear to the floor and see if we hear anybody else complaining about it. I mean, right now we're at 10,000 kilobits per second, just like we were when we started, and we're not dropping anything. So, I mean, it's entirely possible too that wasn't even like a DDoS attack. That could have been just like, I mean, I was getting like some big ping drain there, but it isn't possible that was just like a YouTube bug too. Let's see here. It runs fine on my end. Have you moved to YouTube now? No. I stream on YouTube every Saturday, and I stream on Twitch every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So I'm mostly on Twitch, and I stream on YouTube on Saturday. We do Tech Talk on Saturday, which is usually me and a co-host talking about technical topics and stuff like that, news. And then on Twitch, it's no holds barred, 18 plus, NSFW, whatever I want, by myself. So completely different formats. Most people don't know that I stream on one or the other or either, or don't know when I stream and shit because Twitter doesn't notify them. Like only 1% of my users on Twitter actually see the tweets that I make because of just how Twitter's run right now. And when I stream on YouTube, notifications usually don't go out to very many people. So, and that just has to do with the algorithm being like, well, you don't stream enough. You don't get enough viewers per stream. Your content isn't as monetizable. So, those things factor in. It's just how it is. I mean, we're seriously in the afternoon, 4:18 on a Saturday. That should be like prime time. And we got 124 viewers in here. And I think we capped at like 200. So, and, back in the day, that would have been, 500, 600, 700 up to 1200, 1400 in my prime. Twitch is the place that's probably most stable, though. Twitch doesn't do nearly as many politics as everybody else, where they're always messing with the algorithm and trying to screw you over. And I tend to not really go along with if the platform wants to force me to do something, I usually don't do it. And YouTube is really well known for kind of hurting you and being like, oh, you don't do the thing we want you to do, we're going to put you in the lower bucket. And so you got to kind of be like, all right, fine. I'll run more ads. I'll pander to your thing. I'll create more shorts, and I usually don't do that. I usually fight back against it. And I'm like, nah, I ain't doing that. And then they're like, well, we ain't advertising your shit. I mean, that's their prerogative. It is. I'll have to play ball eventually, though, because I got to make a living. I haven't made my return to YouTube. I've only been doing live streaming. But when I start making edited content and coming back with videos and stuff again, I'll probably have to play the game a little bit. Not looking forward to it, but I'm still only going to make content I want to make, though. There's nothing that's going to make me make a video I don't want to make. Like, screw that. Like, I can't even do it. My ADHD won't allow me. Let's see here. Wait, pretty sure you're still wrong, dude. Okay. Somebody said I'm still wrong that it's wait. So it's not Olivia Munn? Wait, hold on here. I got to correct the record since actually I'm wrong. There were mistakes. Another dumbass can't seem to learn. It was actually, so it wasn't Olivia Munn? Oh, thank you for the $50, dude. You're awesome. I appreciate it. I always like to help recoup money from the demonetized YouTube BS, dude. Oh, dude, I'm going to make the same money either way. Like, don't even worry. Like I've even told AuxxZillary, because we split all the super chats and then I keep the ad revenue just for like, having to upload the stuff, host on my channel, manage all the stuff. The ad revenue is usually only like $12-$20 tops, like on the best days. So usually it's nothing. Usually the ads just get demonetized and it gets disabled. So don't worry, ad revenue ain't where it's at. The only revenue that I get from doing this outside of super chats is like if people are channel members and premiums and stuff like that, and watch my other video content as well as watch the live streams, then I get a little bit of cut from that, but it's not much. Like, I mean, my entire YouTube channel with a library of 800 videos, I think made, after I paid AuxxZillary, I want to say $175 or $200 a month. I mean, it's not a lot. It's like, I mean, people are shocked to hear that because they're like, dude, you have 800 videos. I watched you forever. You were huge. Yeah, that ship sailed. Like, I think my CPM is like $1.75. Most of the ads are blocked because of the content I make. It's pretty much just super chats. Super chats are it. And so, as you can imagine, I am not in the best financial situation, or I should say, like I got a year, maybe year and a half, if I'm lucky, before I run out of money, and I just got to like panic and figure out what the hell to sell to stay alive. But it is what it is. I mean, ultimately, I need to figure out how to go from here to back to where I was, and all the stress of everything that's happening right now is not helping that. But once, hopefully, I can get clear of that, and that can go on its course and get investigated and get handled however it's handled, and I've got whatever orders I need in place to protect me and my family and make me feel comfortable again. Then I'll go back to making content, because I miss that. I really do. I miss that. And the funny thing is, like, I got all these, I got all these old cameras and stuff. Now everything's old because I haven't made videos in years. But, I'm most likely just going to go get myself like an iPhone 14 and call it a business expense and just use it as my video camera. So many people I'm seeing on YouTube now are just using YouTube as like seriously, Whistling Diesel, one of the most popular video channels on all of YouTube. All he does is record with the built-in microphone on an iPhone like 14 Pro and the video, and his video quality is fantastic and his audio is just great. So I feel like with all the massaging that Apple does on their video and everything like that, it's like it's perfectly fine for making videos, edited content and stuff. So I almost think that it's more work to try to use like a camera with a memory card and having to do the LUTs and adding all that stuff and the post correction. It's like, no, just let it all happen in camera. Let it figure out the light. Let it figure out what it wants to do. If it does something wonky bonks, then go in and tweak it from there. But I feel like people become their own worst. And me, myself, like actually Jay was totally right about this. Back in the day, Jay was like, don't even buy that Z9, and Adam did too. Adam told me, don't buy that Sony P90 ZW, whatever, because I wanted to get a different camera, right? I didn't want to do the Panasonic. I didn't want to do the one that Jay had, which was the Sony FS5, I think it was. So I got the one that was like in the middle, prosumer, met most of my needs. It was so fucking complicated. Even to this day, I'm using it as a webcam. It's a fucking $3,000 webcam. I mean, don't get me wrong. The image quality is pretty good, but I'm pretty sure if I put the iPhone up here, you'd probably think it was superior. Which is sad, which is truly sad considering how big the sensor is and the capability and everything. It's just all the software shit on the iPhone just makes everything look so goddamn good. Not accurate, not accurate, not artistic to what you're trying to do, just good in general. So what I'll probably do is just get like, wait, not to mention you can shoot raw video. Oh, you can shoot raw video on iPhone now. I forgot about that. So, and you got Filmic Pro and all that stuff too, if you want to do the tweak. But I think the better idea is I'm just going to sell my camera equipment. I'm just going to sell all my camera equipment. I'll get an iPhone and a couple GoPros, and which I still have my GoPro Hero 9 or whatever, I think laying around in the Hero 8. I could probably use those as my backups. I got the Sony Handycam that actually, that thing's the one thing I will say produces a baller picture is this thing. Where is it? This thing. This camera right here. Oh my God. This camera makes the best picture. I mean, this thing is like, I don't even know why I'm not using this as the webcam. This is the better webcam choice. Oh, battery exhausted. Okay, I knew I had that sitting over there. I got to find a charging cable that'll work for this thing. Let's see, is that a charging cable? Nope, that's USB-C. I got to find the old type because, of course, Sony put like the shitty connector that breaks on every phone. This little guy right here is a Sony RX100 Mark 7 that I got given by a friend. And this thing is the one exception where I'll say this thing, when you're shooting 4K 30, because I don't think this is 60. At a 4K 30, this thing stomps this P90 that's like 3 times as much. The image sensor in this thing is just absolutely buttery gorgeous. However, do I think it's better than an iPhone? Probably not. I don't know. And I don't know why the iPhone camera is so small. How the hell can't they produce a better picture with that? But whatever, it's got optical zoom and a bunch of stuff that, the iPhone doesn't. But I think that you'd probably just sell, lazy gamer. Exactly. I feel the exact same way. So I'll probably sell all this camera gear and I'll probably use the money to get the iPhone 14 and then I'll just buy mounts. I'll spend my money on the mounts so that I can mount the iPhone 14, the connectivity, like the different connectors and stuff to connect it to different stuff and focus on the software and NDI streams and stuff to actually get it to like broadcast to the computer so the computer can actually record the output from it and stuff. Like, I think I'm going to focus on doing that and building my production around like the simplest process I can so that I can focus on just the content and not on the production. Because let's be honest, I'm not in any financial position to hire an editor of any kind, not even a cheap Fiverr editor. So for me to be able to edit my own stuff and make content where it's like I can focus on the stuff and I can quickly get through it and just ADHD the shit out of that stuff. And, my style was more about like, rapid jump cuts and comic timing and stuff like that. So I think that that's the better route to go. And plus, I think, I want to start transitioning. I've been trying to do this forever. DaVinci Resolve. And because Adobe Premiere is just it's too expensive. It's $60 a month for the Creative Cloud suite. I got to just get rid of that. It's been activated for years and I can't even remember the last time I used it. So I've paid $60 a month for like the last 3 years. I wish I could have saved that because I'm fucking going broke fast. So I need to get rid of Creative Cloud, install DaVinci Resolve. I don't know what I'm going to do as a Photoshop alternative. Maybe you guys got some ideas for that. Something that's comparable to Photoshop that's similar to learn for thumbnail design and stuff like that. But I think if I move to a simple production like that, that's going to give me the best results. That's going to make it easier for me to do shit. I think that's the way to go. I definitely think that's the way to go. Hey, Ian Scott Johnson said, hey, Barnacules, cheers for the WLED Jason ESP32 heads up. Been having great fun with my own now. Dude, that's awesome. So many people have been building these since I built one. Like, people just fucking love this thing to death, and I don't blame them. It's awesome. Matthew Riley, thank you for that $20, by the way. Did I put you up on the board? Let me see. Let's see. 3D printing nerd. 3D print. I didn't put you up there, dude. What a cock knock am I? Here, let me fix that for you. Let me fix that for you, Matthew Riley. Matthew Riley. Blimey. Did I close my window? Maybe that's why. Here, code CWLED. Let's do set. Let's do a little Python set text.py, and we'll do a little Matthew Riley there. At $20, make me holler. See, $20 USD. 000000 FF and 0. There we go. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Cannot open file set text py. Why? Oh, set text, not set test. Done. Boom. There you go. You should be right there. Yeah. You know what? Screw it. Let's give old Matthew Riley the whole board, shall we? There you go. There, you can enjoy taking over the board right now. So now somebody said that they still think I'm wrong about Olivia Munn. So did AI get that wrong? Because AI does get stuff wrong. It told me Olivia Munn was the one that had the cropping issue. So did anybody confirm if that was correct or not? Let's see here. Jackie Gonzalez said, found it for you. The thread. Thank you. The thread that I was looking for earlier. Yeah, I see that. So it's like, why does this video give me Morgan Webb G4 TV tech vibes? Then I said Olivia Munn, and somebody says, I still think you're wrong. Do you mean Kat Schwartz? I say quietly because I don't want anyone to know that I still remember things like that, but also remember the era of tech TV was glorious. I think one of them was some kind of cloud hack, and the other was a cropping issue with Photoshop. And now I'm not sure at all, so I'm just going to say people on G4. Okay, so I am not sure now. Actually, you know what? I bet you I could Google that. Here, let me just Google that. Here, let's see this. So Olivia, I like how I say Google and I still go to Bing by nature. Olivia Munn G4. Okay, Olivia Munn, G4, cropped. I typed crapped. Cropped. I'm so tired, guys. Let's see, because Attack of the Show sounds familiar. Let's see here. Olivia Munn back. Okay, Meltdown. Whoa, she's been busy. No, this doesn't look like her either. So I think I did get it wrong again. Who the fuck was it? Was it Morgan Webb, or was there somebody called Morgan like LaFay or something? Was there another Morgan? Oh my God, here. Let's see here. Photoshop. Let's see here. G4 Tech TV Photoshop cropping issue. Okay, let's see here. Why is this so hard to find? It doesn't seem like it was that long. Okay, lost as quick as short television started. Okay, hold on. I found a history of it. GIMP. I tried GIMP and it really was difficult to figure out. I did not like GIMP at all. But then again, I haven't tried it in years. So lots of Jerry's videos were edited and resolved. None that I did. All the video. If you see any of the videos with like the cool cuts and the cool effects, like most of the videos that were shot at Dirtfish Rally School, those were done by Volair Media, edited by Graham and his friend Andrew, I believe, using DaVinci Resolve. And I mean, they look great though. Out of all my video collections, those were the only ones people called out as commercials because they said the editing made it look like a commercial because it was just too over the top and it was too overly produced. And I was like, but that's a good thing. Like that makes them gorgeous. But people are like, no, the shittier content is, the funnier it is. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, no, that's gorgeous. Like if I had my way, I would rather watch the content that was edited like the way they did it. I thought that was fucking great. Okay, Roman Lubers said it was Cat. So it was Cat that had the cropping issue? Okay, so and her name was Cat what? Cat. Here. Cat. Cat. Okay, there's nothing on here about Cat. What was her last name? Cat something. Cat G4 Tech TV cropping Photoshop. Oh, that is her. Cat Schwartz. So Cat Schwartz with a Z, Tech TV, crop, controversy. Okay, we're zeroing in. Okay, so at least 2 crop photographs of herself she had posted on her personal blog contained hidden XF thumbnail. That was her! We did it! We did it! Now I can go correct the correction. All right. Let me go correct the correction because I closed it down. Now I lost the goddamn link. Damn it! Let's see. Okay, found it for you. Thank you, Jackie. You helped me out a lot. Okay, so reply. Let's do this again. 3rd time's a charm. Okay, let's see here. Okay, delete. Found this on an old forum. Had to put it in the Wayback Machine. Non-safe for work warning. Okay, you guys can't see my screen, right? So I can click on this. Let's see here. Okay. I am definitely not like, oh yeah, I do remember her smoking a cigarette. Okay, yeah, that is her. Yep, that's her. Yep, confirmed. Okay, so yeah, it was her. So let me do this. So I'm gonna delete this one. And delete. And I'm gonna delete the original one because I don't want to confuse everybody because we're like 3 deep in the wrong one. So I'm gonna say, okay, so now let's do this again. All right. Round three of trying. Hold on here. Trying to get this right. I honestly didn't know that there were this many different women on G4 Tech TV. So we did Morgan Webb, Cat Schwartz, and Olivia Munn. Was Olivia? No, Olivia Munn wasn't on G4. Fucking Olivia. Wait. Olivia Munn, isn't she the one that was on House? She wasn't on G4 Tech TV. Was she? No, I don't believe that. Hold on here. Let's go ask Bing AI. Was Olivia Munn ever on G4 Tech TV? I want to say no. Oh shit, by the way, Bing AI actually found the answer perfectly, which for some damn reason it couldn't figure out over on GPT-4, which should be the same thing. All right, it's searching. Yes, Olivia Munn was a television host on the gaming network G4, primarily on Attack of the Show. Wow, I did not know that. I know I should have just asked Chris, right? Chris worked on the screensavers back in the day with Leo Laporte. Like he would know all of these people like the back of his hand, seeing them on set all the time. Morgan Webb used Photoshop to crop a picture and EXIF data did not update because she didn't modify a higher percentage of the picture so you could still see a blurry version of it. Oh, wait. Hold up. So wait, this happened to Morgan Webb too? So wait, hold on. Hold on. So wait, did they both have a controversy? Did the same thing happen to both of these people? Wait. Okay, so Olivia Munn. Wait, what was the other one? You said, let's see here. GIMP. Man, you guys are blowing my fucking mind here. Who was it? Let's see here. So Karen, Cat TV, Olivia Munn. I just lost it. Damn it. I just had it. Yeah, Morgan Webb. Okay, so did Morgan Webb also have a similar controversy? Here we go. So this is why we're all confused, is because like this happened to basically everybody. All right, it's searching. Oh, wow, that's really searching. I've never seen it go 5 check marks deep. Morgan Webb Tech TV controversy, Morgan Webb controversy Tech TV, Morgan Webb Tech TV controversy spelled wrong, Morgan Webb Tech TV, Morgan Webb G4 Tech TV. And it gave me no answer. It said it searched 4 check marks and no answer. Good. Way to go. Way to go. Yeah, I'm totally PS the Bulls. Like he's gone full squirrel mode. Yeah, you guys have lost me. Let's do this. Okay, so round 3, trying to get this right. I honestly didn't know. Actually, I'll just say round 3. Okay. It was actually that had the photo cropping issue occur where someone was able to download her cropped photo from her blog and uncrop it, revealing nudity. Wow. I sure went through the whole cast and crew to get that one. All right, let's see here. Revealing cropped. Uncrop it to reveal nudity. Okay, whatever. All right, we got it right. Oh shit, man! I just got 500 CZKs. Is that Czech crowns? Here's the payback from the global Prusa world mafia empire. This is how the mafia works. Just kidding. Love the streams. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Hey, have I ever gotten a Czech crown before? Dude, did I? Well, half of that goes to AuxxZillary. By the way, even when AuxxZillary leaves the show, we agreed he can leave at 2 p.m. So if I end up just getting all batshit crazy hyperactive and carrying the show into the future, I still share all the super chats with him. Just so you guys know. I feel like you guys should know that. Like that, you know, if you tip a super chat like after AuxxZillary leaves because you're like, I want to support AuxxZillary, fuck that Barnacules guy. He still gets half of everything. Like I'm not going to deny him that. No fucking way. Plus, it would be a bookkeeping nightmare. All right, so you gave me what, 500 CZKs, or we're gonna call them. Hold on, I want to put this. Let's see. These are called DTP, Design Test Prototype, Mafia dollars. There we go. I'll put that in quotes. And let's see, what color are we gonna give you? We'll give you green, the color of money. Okay, ready? Here we go. And 1, and 2, and 3. And you got the whole board. There you go. Oh, wait. Did it? What did it cut off? It says, da-da-da. Well, it got cut off. Okay, so we got to do DPT. Shit. I need more characters. I only have 32 characters. So we'll do dash. There we go. 500 DPT mafia dollars. There we go. I think that'll work. Then we'll do 1. And then 0, take over the whole screen. There we go. We've done it. 22.229222 US dollars. I love it. Thank you so much. It's Czech. Koruna? I mean, I should know that since I work for him, right? Since I'm a mafia boss and Prusa's underground Czech mafia. By the way, dude, we have yachts and airplanes and helicopters and shit. Like, you guys don't know this, but Joseph Prusa actually lives on a submarine. I probably have said too much. He lives on a submarine that's full of 3D printers that he actually stole the technology from DPT He stole the technology DPD came up to 3D print cubes of uranium, weapons grade. And so he just floats around in a submarine, making weapons grade uranium and selling it to the Russians, to so Putin can build more bombs. And that's where he makes his real money. He doesn't sell 3D printers. He sells, Taco Bell sells wonderful, Miss Barnacules. I would love some Taco Bell. If you would be so inclined to bring me back some Taco Bell, that would be absolutely delicious. I love the bean and cheese burritos. You can never have too many. Knock yourself out. Plus Graham gave us $50 today. So thank you, Graham. Appreciate it. Please get me some of them bean burritos and stuff. Yum. Plus I'm going to eat and crash. I am so tired. I've only slept. So last night I slept from 6 to 9:15. So that'd be what? 3 hours, 15 minutes. And then the previous night I went to sleep for an hour and a half, maybe 2. I think it was 2. So 2, 3, 4, 5 hours and 15 minutes total sleep over the last 48 hours. That's not enough. That's why I'm so fucking tired. And that's why I cuss a lot. When I get tired, I cuss a lot. I try not to cuss as much on here on YouTube, but man, when AuxxZillary leaves and I keep forgetting I'm on YouTube and I start to think that I'm on Twitch and then I start talking about shit I'm not supposed to talk about. Not that I can, but it just gets the video demonetized, which then makes it so less people get notifications for it, which is unfortunate. What was I talking about again? Oh yeah. Okay. So anyways, Kat Schwartz from G4 Tech TV back in the day took a picture of her sitting on a chair, smoking a cigarette with her boobies out. And by the way, hashtag free the nipple. Women should not have to wear shirts and boobies should not be like so overly sexualized that everybody has to cover them up on a hot day just because men can't fucking control themselves or whatever. No, we can. We can control ourselves just fine. I look at boobies on the internet all day long and I don't fucking like try to climb through my monitor and grab them or do titty twisters or anything. So I think we should probably put the evangelical crap in the garbage and stop being that way. Anyways, boobs are awesome. So she took the picture. She didn't want to show anybody her boobs, which rightfully so, because back in those days, and hell, let's be honest, even today, it's like showing your boobs somehow makes you a lesser person if you're a woman. I don't know why. But if you're a man and you send your dick pic to somebody, it's like, oh, dude, awesome, dude, oh, this is the greatest. And yeah, the wieners are ugly, dude. Wieners are disgusting. I mean, they're utility and they're awesome to play with, but they're disgusting. Anyways, let's get back on track here. This is more of what you'll get over on my Twitch channel, by the way. If you watch my Twitch stream on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, yeah, it goes way worse than this. So if you can't handle this much, don't watch it. Just stay here when Houston's here to keep me on track. So anyways, she made a picture of her with her boobies out and sitting on a chaise lounge. And I only know that because I just looked at the pictures because somebody linked them to me. She cropped it so you could only see her head and above her boobs to put on her blog on the internet, right? And I'm sure that the other pictures were probably for her to personally have or show to certain people. And she did not want those on the internet. Well, somebody downloaded it, opened it up in Photoshop and just uncropped it, saw the whole picture. She didn't know that you can uncrop a photo. Who would think that? First of all, if you cropped a photo, you would think what you see on the screen and what you see when you open the file is what people are going to see when they download it, right? Minus like a contrast adjusting and all the crap those sites do to like try to think you see a nipple through some cloth or whatever. You're going to get what you see. Well, they uncropped the photos and re-released the photos and she like flipped her shit, freaked out. I don't know. Did she lose her job? I want to say that part of the controversy was she was like fired or they tried to fire her or something because they didn't want that image of like, oh, woman boobies associated with a co-host. Like somehow people didn't know she had boobs. But whatever the reason was, it was really terrible what happened. It was a shitty situation. I feel bad. I feel bad for what she went through back then. We really got to get over that. So now everything, all the apps that you use on your phone, all the photo apps and stuff, when you crop something, you crop it. There's no metadata of what you cropped. You literally cropped it. Like that's it. Like the only time this wouldn't be true is if you went into Photoshop and you like created a layer system where you had a layer that was the whole image and then you had a layer that was a small image and you showed it as a PSD, right? Then it would retain all of the data because you still have the original layer. But if you condensed it down, cropped it and combined the layers, you would only have the cropped portion. So the reason for that is because people nowadays upload all images to the internet. Back then, not everybody uploaded images to the internet. So nobody really thought that that was something that they had to be conscious of. People don't read all the text. People don't know the features of everything when they upload something. Remember when everybody was uploading photos and they weren't stripping the GPS data off of it, and like every YouTuber doxed themselves in like 6 months by uploading photos and videos of what they were doing to like what was it, like TikTok or not TikTok? It was leaf, rain, fern, grass. What Vine. I was gonna get there. Vine. You could basically like download the image and like open it up and look at the XF data at one point. And it would be all the XF data, including the GPS coordinates, the folder it was saved in, everything. So, now that was the longest possible era. And if you're still here after the last 2 hours of me trying to explain this one topic, the new Google Pixel, or I shouldn't say new Google Pixel, the Google Pixel app that's used for like when you open an image and you crop it and you draw over the top of it, basically the equivalent of like the snipping tool on Windows, right? Where you opened up, you can crop it and draw over the top of stuff, hide information. Well, somebody figured out that when you save the image in that and you upload it to the internet and then somebody else downloads that image and opens it in the same cropping tool, somehow they store the entire image still somewhere, somehow within that format that's compatible when you upload it, and you can extract the original image in its full capacity. So this is actually a pretty big bug. So anybody that has a Google Pixel phone that's cropping images and covering shit up and posting it online, apparently somebody else with a Google phone with the same app can download that image, import it into the app, and like get all the information back. I don't know if they have to do, I don't know if they have to use a special hack or if they have to do something special to get the data back, but they shouldn't be able to do that. So wait, I remember those pictures. I saw a segment on Screensavers for Call for Help and looked up the pictures because I am a dude. I mean, I saw the original pictures too. Like, I mean, yeah, I know it's fucking weird, but you know, you're like, oh my God, booby pics. So yeah, it's just, men are weird, man. Like seriously, hormones are weird. You know, no matter how much you study them or whatever, you're like, at the end of the day, it's like, okay, well, you look at something and your genitalia gets hard. Like, why? like why? It's like from an outside observer that isn't human, sex is just a really messy handshake. Like it's like if somebody put out the hand, you spit on it and did a handshake. I mean, that's what you're doing with your genitals essentially, but somehow it's like so much more of a meaningful act that is so much more sought after and exciting. If it's weird, man. I like to do thought experiments where I disassociate myself with the human embodiment and just be like, what if I was just something that wasn't human at all, that didn't think like a human, that was just objectively observing things happening that I had no other information about? And you know, it'd be like if you saw two crazy animals in the sea that you just discovered that don't fit in any other kind of like genus of whatever plants are, and they're doing something that you've never seen before, and you have to make assumptions about what it is because it doesn't make sense. You know, it'd be like if two creatures mated by just locking eyes for 5 minutes. You'd be like, that wouldn't make sense to you, right? Because you never observed that before. You're just like, wow, they're just like staring at each other. Why is this so exciting? Like, that's dumb. Like, I'd rather go play VR. Barnacules from YouTube's ads forcing is why I run 17 ad blockers and 4 are YouTube. Sorry for all that are so aggravated with YouTube ads being forced. Well, here's the thing is I want people, I'm actually changed my mind. I want people to run ad blockers. And the reason that I want people to run ad blockers is the sooner you all are on ad blockers, the sooner that platforms like YouTube and Twitch and stuff will be forced to embed the ads directly into the RTMP video stream and only send you the stream at the actual frame rate that it's supposed to be playing back at, so that there is no constructive way to skip advertisements. Therefore, we get 100% CPM and every single person gets paid for every single view on their videos. And we can go back to just having one tiny 5-second ad on every single video instead of a 4-hour ad on the unfortunate motherfucker's computer that doesn't have 20 ad blockers installed. I think that's the fair way to do it. And the only way that's going to happen is if every single person runs an ad blocker, and finally YouTube and Twitch and TikTok and everybody just throw their hands in the air and say, you know what? Okay, we give up. We give up. We're just going to invest in the infrastructure to embed all the stuff in real time, which is going to cost a lot of money, a lot of processing power, a lot of bandwidth. And we're going to have to take that out of the cut that would go to the content creators. But ultimately, it'll still be more money because now everybody's ad blockers are useless. So yeah. Me personally, I run PF Blocker NG on PFSense, and I run uBlock Origin, and I go through. I don't know. Hey, Physics, if you're still in here, does what is it called? Zero Trust Warp by Cloudflare. Does that also have protection? Because I remember when you sign up for Zero Trust, I think it's supposed to block like domains and stuff that are bad. Like, I don't know how many of them it's actually blocking, but just to give you an idea, I have PFSense installed with PF Blocker NG, which blocks a shitload. I have uBlock and I have uBlock Origin in my browser, and still every website I go to, it still blocks probably 8 to 20 items that get through PF Blocker NG. Because remember, people are like, oh, I already run Pi-hole or whatever. Well, just remember that a lot of the stuff that's ad-based isn't necessarily server dependent, which means your Pi-hole and your PF blocker NG can only block servers and ports and packet types. That's it. Like that's all. And in many cases, it can't even do that because it's still encrypted through HTTPS as it's traveling through the thing. So all it can really block is IP address and host names. That's it. So because of that, if you open up a page that has an ad in it and it's served from one of those domains, it'll get blocked and the ad won't play. However, if you have uBlock origin, it gets to see the HTML and all of the metadata between the site and the cookies and everything. It gets to see those in their real form after they've been decrypted. So that's why they're both necessary, because one blocks the stuff coming in from the actual servers and the other one actually goes through the HTML and removes the elements and removes the things and the style sheets and the JavaScript and the other things that are like cleverly working around your ad blocker Pi-hole thing. So you need to run them in tandem. Running one or the other isn't going to block the vast majority of anything. You have to run them together. Oh, you run NoScript too? I stopped running NoScript because it just broke too many damn sites. Although that was like years ago. What I do, what's Privacy Badger? Why do you run uBlock and Privacy Badger together? Because you can actually, I just found this out myself. If you open up uBlock and you go into the lists, you can unexpand those items. It doesn't look like you can. They did a shitty job on the UI. But if you unexpand them, all the lists show up for like ad blocker, home, and a couple of other lists. And you can even load external lists. So all you do is go get all the URLs for all the lists and stuff for all the different blockers like Privacy Badger, NoScript, whatever other blockers are out there that have a block list that contain like HTML elements to remove, servers to not load, things of that nature. You can actually just pull those lists right into uBlock origin. And it'll use them all. And that way you only have to run one plugin, because every plugin you add has to reload the HTML in its uncompressed state. Because remember, when you get HTML in the browser from a lot of these websites, it's like compressed and then it basically unrolls and decompresses in the browser. That's like a new thing a lot of sites do. I know Twitter does it. And so the plugin needs to see the decompressed feed. So it's like downloads, browse, then your first plugin gets it, your second plugin gets it, your first plugin in the stack processes it and then passes it to the second plugin, because they can't all do their processing separately because it can only show you one feed in the end. So it's like every browser plugin you have is adding another layer that it has to filter through before it actually gets rendered to the screen for you. So the less plugins you have, the better. I'm just saying, for like speed and efficiency and resources. Let's see here. I'm blocking 143 bad things just from your live stream at this time. Some other streams have to block over 1,000. That's fucking ridiculous, man. That doesn't even make sense. That's dumb. Hey, what's up, Whoops? He said, what's up, man? Hey, same old shit, different day, man. Just trying to fucking survive and get by and do my thing, you know? You know, every once in a while, somebody needs to come by and fucking harsh your calm, and that's what's going on Twitter right now. If you guys want to join that whole fucking thing, but I'll be all right. I'll be all right. It just sucks. It's just a waste of time, and then something that shouldn't have been that should have just been rectified and immediately dropped has grown to such a fucking gargantuan level now that it's like, this is going to be multiple agencies over a long time, a lot of back and forth, potential legal actions. It's stupid, man. I don't want to have to do any of this stuff. I'm like the least fucking litigious person on earth. My fucking history speaks for itself. And people have to just force this shit like this. And it's all because they just can't be wrong. They built a Kanye-less level of persona where they cannot be wrong, and there's always somebody there willing to tell them they're right, even when they absolutely are 100% wrong, and it can be proved, like, absolutely using their own information that they've given you against them, and they still just won't believe it, and they will fight that to the death. Like, the word blue means green, and I'm gonna fucking, I don't care if I have to lose everything and destroy my entire life just to prove that fucking blue is green, even just because these three guys that worship me, that say I'm so smart and fucking pump me up every day, tell me that, it's obviously green. You're so smart and you're so intelligent. It's not worth it, man. Like, shit. Look, where's Andrew Tate right now? He's one of those people. It's like, oh man, he's got a Bugatti. Look, he's got all that money. He's got all those girls and all that. No, he's got a jail right now. He's got a jail and an entire life of legal bullshit now that's coming down on him for all of that stuff. So yeah, it's like, yeah, I guess if your goal is to just burn fucking as hot as humanly possible and then just like peter out at the end and waste the rest, then fucking okay, so be it. But I want people to learn from this. Like, the reason I'm standing up is because it is important that people learn that you fight back. Okay, people are getting way too comfortable on the internet with just fucking up people's lives and fucking up their reputations and making false allegations. And they're just getting too fucking comfortable with thinking that they're anonymous behind their keyboard. And like you saw, we were able to find somebody who paid for a DDoS site, logged into it, and attacked an individual. And with the right people in the right places looking at this, we were able to map it back to the person who bought it, prove that they bought it, get the IP address, the address of the IP address, and prove that the individual lives at that IP address that fucking made that attack. Like, and that's the thing, is like, that is the origin of data right there that is available that will be available to my law enforcement. Right now it's available to the other law enforcement in the other state, but it will be available to law enforcement to my state soon. And they can go over that and they're just gonna be like, shit, well, like, what do I even do with this? This is like, I have to give it to the state prosecutor's office, right? I don't know what other conclusion they're gonna come to. That is a felony. Like, it doesn't matter if it's an individual or a corporation. It's like you DDoSing somebody over the internet, dead to rights. That is, I mean, that is an actual, like, felony. Like, and I just think, God, what a fucking thing to do. Like, especially when you just stirred the pot and created all this shit and fucking messed up everybody's calm and fucked up everybody's day, and you're just being that way. And then you decide to attack somebody when all eyes are on you. It's like literally walking into a store and you could have robbed it 1,000 times over, but you wait until the clerk is literally standing there after you called him fat 5,000 times. And he's literally holding a baseball bat telling you to leave the store and looking at you. And 5,000 witnesses are looking at you, and you pick up a candy bar and like slowly put it into your pocket and then giggle and walk out slowly and then come back in and be like, and put it back into your pocket. It's like, why? What are you doing? Although I will admit he panicked. Like I know he didn't really think he could get caught. And the truth is people don't know that. Like honestly, and I'm sure that'll be the defense when the time comes. It's like, I didn't know I could be tracked. It was just a joke. Like, I didn't know. Like, no, it was somebody else in my house did it. It was the cat. It was my wife or something. Like, he'll make some excuse. But it's like they all do it. Same thing with SWATs, the people that got caught swatting. All of a sudden, nobody could catch the swatters, and then the swatters were using VPNs, and then the VPNs started cooperating, and then law enforcement started finding every one of them, prosecuting them. They're getting anywhere from fucking 4 years all the way up to 24 years, depending on if somebody gets killed or not, for swatting, and they go before the judge, and they're crying. It's like, I'm so sorry. It was a prank. It wasn't meant to go that far. Like, I didn't mean to. It's like, no, you meant exactly what you did. You watched it happen. You literally bragged about it in chat as it was happening under your, like, fake fucking VPN account. And it all got traced back to you because somebody else knows more about networking than you did, and you fucked around and found out. But everybody else got away with it. Why didn't they get in trouble? Because just yesterday, the VPNs handed over that control to law enforcement, and you didn't get the memo. Same thing with my stalker that was threatening my family's life and calling everything. They fucking got him dead to rights and literally went and found the dude and visited him. They said he had the most fucking surprised look on his face they'd ever seen in their lives. Like, he literally was like, oh, I didn't do it. But once they gave him all the evidence and put it in front of it, then he finally fessed up, right? And it's like, there it is. They can find you through a lot of this stuff. Like, is it 100%? No, it's not 100%. Like, if you're really, really good and you really know what you're doing and everything, then maybe you can do it. But the question is, all you have to do is fuck up one thing, forget about one thing, be off your game for like 1 fucking second, work with a company that wouldn't have given you up like 1 day ago, but then something changed in the last 24 hours you weren't privy to because you're not like monitoring their internal communications. You're not looking at what laws are changing, when they're changing, how they're changing, if surveillance is being used. You don't know any of those things. So you have to assume that every single time you do it, there is a risk. And if you get caught, there's no oopsie daisies. There's no oops-a-doozles. It's like, once you're caught, and that's it. Like, then you go from there and you deal with it and you take your licks and you pay your debt to society, and, and hopefully you learn from it, and it's enough to make you not do it again. So, and we'll see. I mean, I just never expected it to escalate to this. Like, this is like, again, back to it. It's just mind blown. It's like, no interaction for 6 months, completely blocked off the radar, like nothing. And just out of the blue, boom, nails me. I defend myself, keeps going, defend myself, give him all the evidence, defend myself, spend all my time figuring everything out and going through this lunacy and being like, listen, I've answered all your questions. I've given you everything that you want. I've even shown you a million things you didn't even ask for to prove that you are mistaken. That you're and just no, he had to be right. He just had to be right. And then when he wasn't right and somebody was like, nope, I'm going to spend the time to actually prove that what you're doing is wrong, and you're actually hurting another person's reputation, you know, just because you don't like them, even though you know that you're wrong, you're still lying. And you know, they finally confess and they say, I don't got shit after 5 days. They're like, the post clears day. I cannot prove that this guy did anything. Like I accused him first, and then I tried to look for as much dirt as humanly possible. I couldn't find what I was looking for, so I tried manufacturing it. It's just dumb. It's absolutely fucking mind blowing. Whoops, just go follow Twitter. Go follow me on Twitter at Barnacules. Yeah, trust me, it's all that's been happening for like the last week. You can go through all the tweets. You can go everything, see what's happening to me. All I do is ask you, do not attack the person that is attacking me and doing this shit to me and victimizing me. Like, I don't want nothing to do with this guy other than documenting this path and proving my innocence. And that's what I've done. Like all my tweets that I've posted and everything are to show him how ridiculous he is being right now. All of the sarcasm that I've posted is with design to show how absolutely ridiculous this looks from the outside looking in. It is absolutely a joke. It's like, and you know, I tried everything escalating to be like, this is what's going on. Look at it for what it is. I mean, the thing is, you can still hate me. You can still hate me. Okay. You're allowed to hate me and think I'm stupid and think I'm ugly and I'm dumb and whatever you want to do. You can say whatever hey, free speech, man. Hey, as long as it isn't against TOS, which everything he is doing is against TOS on Twitter and on YouTube, by the way. Still can't get a reply from YouTube support or Twitter support, though. And I think it's more just because it's the weekend. It was Friday, and I think it was because it was a holiday. I think people are just out of office because I usually get a better response rate than what I've been getting lately. And so once everything comes back, it's like, and the thing is, like, once like YouTube might not do something, you know, the platforms usually won't do a whole lot. Like they'll help you. They'll maybe even go tell the person to knock it off. But what really happens is if you get a case opened with your law enforcement and then the law enforcement calls and subpoenas the records, and then the law enforcement officer is like, you know, hey, this is what's going on right now. This is my findings. And he gives it back to the platforms, which they do. I mean, the same thing happened with Twitch when they got records back for the person who was harassing me. They removed his Twitch channel because he sent back his full report showing what the person had done off platform. And they're like, that's totally against our TOS. So they deleted his account in addition. So that was another consequence, right? And so once law enforcement gets to that stage, you know, it's like if there's this huge, constant, unending upset of violating all the TOS, then the end report will be, yeah, this is like, you guys can act on this how you want, but this is our findings across everything, so you can get a better picture of what's really going on. And plus, they get priority. So if there's actually a police investigation going on because somebody's making criminal allegations against somebody and somebody's actually like escalating things and making idle threats and actually carrying out real felony level attacks with DDoS tools and shit, well, then that kind of bubbles up. And then when law enforcement sends something to, you know, like YouTube or something like that, it's obviously going to get a faster turnaround and faster attention from a real human being and not just the bot treatment. So absolutely stick up for yourself. Like, I'm going to tell you what what the detective told me. So my detective that's worked on all this shit with me, it's one guy I've worked with for a while now. It's been about 2 years. He tells me that it's better to be safe than sorry. Like even if you create a police report, I mean, obviously don't just abuse the system. Like definitely create a police report if something is happening that is harassment towards you. Doesn't matter how. If you are being harassed, you can open a police report. It's as simple as that. And even if they just put the data into the police report and they just monitor from that point on, it grows. And as people commit other acts, like let me give you an example. If nobody puts a police report in every time a guy shows up to a bar drunk, I'm going to kick your ass, fuck you, blow, throwing shit around, breaking stuff. And they're just like, God, I'm so glad that guy's gone. But nobody ever calls and creates a report. And this guy just he keeps going bar to bar to bar. Everybody tolerates him once, but every night he's doing the same thing and ruining somebody's the complete night, right? Just being an absolute fuck, right? And it's like, after a while, it's like, yeah, they can kick him out of the bar and kick him out of the bar. But once people start calling and saying, listen, this guy's like fucking scaring us. He's showing up and fucking getting belligerent and pushing tables over and stuff. And he hurt this lady the other night, fucking rammed into her, hit her with a pool cue. You know, it's like after a while, when you do that, then the next time he goes into a place and they call the police, they're like, whoa, we've got like 5 fucking bars saying that this guy is like, you know, coming in drunk and beating on people. They're going to do something about it. But if no one bar reports it because he only shows up one time and everybody's like, oh, I got through that, whatever, just leave it alone, he'll never be held accountable. So it is good. It is good when you have a problem. Or are we getting a little DDoS-aroo again? Is he back for more? You also notice how the DDoS so far has only happened while I was talking about him. That's another thing. How stupid do you got to be to attack somebody when they're actually, like, only when they're talking about you? Like, he hasn't sustained the attack through the whole thing. He's just attacking again right now, and it's only after I've talked about him. So he's literally sitting on his little site that they already know about it, that he already paid for, and he's just like, oh, he can't resist, right? Boom, boom, boom. Again, I don't know for certain. This is based on what he has already done and what we've already collected. It may be somebody else. It might be one of his fans. It might be somebody that he put up to it. Somebody else he asked as a favor. But what'll happen is they'll look into this attack, and then they'll look at the attack that they have him logged for, and they'll be like, are there any connections between these two people? Are they friends? Do they have any past communication? Do they have each other's phone numbers? Have they ever occupied the same space? They can look at that, right? Because they're privy to all this information. So if they put a friend or a fan or something up to it, and they find out it's a fan of the person, and they're conducting the attack while the other person's present or watching, and those two are, it's plausible, then they're going to question them, and they're going to go figure shit out. And yeah, it's like, it will get connected. But and I don't get why people do that. They're just like, it's like, dude, quit while you're ahead. I keep saying that. Quit. Well, I shouldn't say you're ahead. You're not ahead. You're way behind, but just quit. Like, dude, it's like, you're not helping yourself. And if it's somebody else, you're not helping yourself by joining this shit. Like, if you think you're actually protecting your idol, go do some research and figure out, like, go watch some videos, go look at some facts. Like, dude, you're going to find out really quick that your idol's been lying for a really long time and doing a lot of really bad shit. So just keep that in mind before you go and fucking throw yourself on the sacrificial altar, because you're like, I thought he was hurting he said that my friend was wrong, that I love his YouTube channel or whatever. It's like, dude, don't even do that shit for me. Don't be a fucking martyr, man. Like even if you think you're defending me by attacking another person, don't do it. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Why put yourself in harm's way? It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Fucking dude, it's not worth it, man. And I just keep thinking to myself, I'm like, and I'd hate for it to be some kid. I'd hate for it to be some kid who's like 14, 15, 16. He's like, oh yeah, I got this. I'm pretty good at hacking. I'm pretty confident in myself or whatever. And they go do it. And then they get connected to him. It's like, that's not fucking fair, man. It's not. And the thing is, people think they're bulletproof too. That's the other thing. Like, every single person that gets found says, oh, how'd you find me? I don't know. I used a VPN. Like the dude that was like threatening my family's life, he used a VPN and an IP telephone gateway. And the police still subpoenaed logs from the IP telephone gateway and the VPN. They both responded, even though the VPN wasn't even in this country, and neither was the IP telephone company. They both handed over the IP logs that went back to the ISP. The ISP handed over the logs that showed the exact house and address that was logged in, the DHCP server that leased at that time, the MAC address of the computer that got to lease, everything. It's like, you might think you're hidden, but you're not. That's why I always tell people, if you got a VPN, don't think you're invincible, because you're not. Things can still be figured out very, very easily. And even if you used a VPN for a whole bunch of shit, only one detail from the past has to be linked, and then everything from that point forward can be reestablished. Data is relational. Learn now. Don't learn the hard way later. It's not worth it. The Lazy Gamer said, 5 years ago, a streamer on Twitch told his viewers to attack and harass me in a stream I mod for, and it ended up with him and his viewers permabanned after I reported everyone to Twitch staff. Yeah, Twitch is really good about it. People ask me why I like Twitch over YouTube, like when I'm streaming on Twitch. Twitch is really, really, really good. Like if you create a report on Twitch and you send it to them, or even follow up directly with your partner manager, you get a turnaround to like 24 hours, maybe 72 at the most. And where a decision has been made or a call has been made. I love that. They also take moderators very seriously. If a moderator for a channel reports something, they give it a high priority, just as if the person who ran the stream themselves made the report. And I remember, it doesn't happen as much anymore because people are learning to behave themselves now that they know that they could so easily lose everything. And by the way, I'm going to give you guys a solid. Like, I shouldn't do this because ultimately it'd probably lead to the same guy incriminating himself even more. But I'm going to give you guys a freebie on the house, okay? So that you don't make this mistake in the future. If you log in to a Twitch account or a YouTube account or any account for that matter, and then you go and roll your IP address and log back into that account again with a VPN or something like that, and then you go log into a third account that was then implicated earlier in an attack, or an attack in the future occurs from that account, like you go and harass somebody or you cause some problem, just know that Twitch can go back and go, They have a tool. It'll go in and it'll say, this IP has connected from this machine or from this router. This router's connected this through this VPN. This VPN has been connected from here and here. This one's been connected to these three things. And it can go through and it can figure that out, and it can tie every single account together Like, even if you did a different VPN for each one of them, like unless you make sure that every single one of them is a new unique ID and that VPN never accidentally picks up another of the same IP address, and that you log into those accounts, and then you never ever transact a cookie, but because a lot of it's web protocol in the background, you accidentally transfer a cookie, and that cookie actually has a hash that's related to that machine that can be linked to another account. Those accounts can all get wiped out. And that's usually generally Twitch's policy. Like, if you are harassing people and you're creating fake accounts to be, and that's why you don't see it a lot more. Like, it used to happen every single day. Now it's fairly rare occurrence. They will go wipe out all the accounts. And I've lost count back in the day of how many fucking emails I get from people. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. My YouTube channel, I streamed every day and I had 12,000 users or something. Oh man, it got deleted. I didn't mean anything by it. I just created that account to come in and call you a fat fuck and tell you to kill yourself because it seemed funny and I was just trying to get a rise out of you. And it's like, boo-hoo, okay? Boo-hoo, don't fucking, he's like, can you help me get my account back? I'm really sorry. It'll never happen again. I'll never do it to another person. There was even at one point, I had a fucking fan that was like tipping tons of money and stuff on the stream and everything, and I was really gracious. Like, I was very gracious towards this person. But then they started sexually harassing my female viewers that were coming in. They're like, dude, we keep getting whispers from this account. Go back, have Twitch look at it. The account belonged to the same guy who was also tipping a bunch. So he had two personas. He had one person that was camped out my channel and another one that was basically going and whispering and picking off my female fans and then basically like acting like he knew me and shit like that. He was trying to create a different person to approach him and asking him for nudes and say, oh, I really need to see pictures of you. Like, I don't know what I'll do if I don't see pictures of you. And they showed me the DMs. Like, I was getting DMs from all these people. I looked at him and I messaged him on the primary account and he was like, he had no fucking idea how the hell I got a hold of that. Like, he was completely dumbfounded. And I was like, yeah, the cat's out of the bag. We know. And I said, you're permanently banned from the channel and you have been reported to Twitch. And I don't remember if Twitch deleted his account or not. Like, honestly, it was so long ago, but, that does happen. Like, people that present as good fans and good supportive people in one account will create another account where they're actually evil on purpose and do really, really terrible things. And so you got to be careful of that. And I've had that happen with mods in the past. I've had mods that have done that where they were great mods and everything was good, but they were attacking other mods with other accounts and they were saying bad shit about other mods and creating alts just to come in and start shit and message me and talk about how mods were doing terrible things to them, only to find out that it was the mod's alt account and they just didn't say it on their primary account because they didn't have enough clout to override the mods that have been there for years. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, dude, like, don't fucking play these games, please. Like, seriously, everybody thinks if they log in under a different account, they're completely anonymous. And it's like, unless you are an absolute fucking network genius, I would not bet on that. Because so much data gets transacted between your computer and the servers that you connect to that even if you connect to a VPN, there's tens of thousands of packets of data with your MAC address, your session, your real IP address, your local IP address, the MAC address of your router, DHCP server. All that shit gets metadated in and telemetried off to Microsoft. And if at any point any of that data gets subpoenaed and gets pulled down, it can be actually linked. And then every VPN you've ever connected to, every IP address you've ever had could all be linked back in every telemetry packet to that one computer for that period of time, including the user that was logged in. So, and I'm not saying that that's like super regular occurrence. I don't think like law enforcement was going to Microsoft every day and saying, give me, you know, the 500,000 terabytes that you've collected on this user because you send all their data every single time they click on an app or they type a key on the keyboard, which I'm not even joking. That is the granularity of it. Like you change a tab in a browser, you click the search bar, you unclick the search bar, you click on an icon, you right click context menu on an item, you double click on an icon, you open a program, you close a program. All of those things create a telemetry data point that contains the app, the checksum, the version, current logged in user, PC, MAC addresses of the NICs. All that stuff gets pumped into an XML packet, and then it all gets recompressed into a package and sent up to Watson constantly. A lot of people don't know that. And no matter how many times I say it, people, just like I said with, like, you know, doing the win period, where every time there's one person's like, all this time I didn't know that there was that I could open up an emoji window by hitting the Windows key and hit period. There's always one in chat that's like, holy shit, I didn't know you could do that. And they're blown away by it. It's like, no matter how many times I tell you guys that this data is out there and it's accessible, and there's still going to be people that miss the note. Like, so not everybody, there's no one person that knows all the laws, all the changes, everything that's happening in their software and everything all at one point in time. Like, so, and all it takes is one change in that data to link it all together. So I would not bet on that. So I'm just saying that instead of going around and attacking things and being the scourge of the 7 Cs and thinking you're bulletproof because the other guy got away with it, don't be the guy that doesn't get away with it because you didn't take into consideration the 5,000 things that he didn't tell you or you didn't see. You know, it's just not worth it. It's like the better approach is just, you know, leave, what is it? Leave, what is it? Leave dead dogs lie or some sleeping dogs lie. That's what it is. Leave sleeping dogs lie. It's like, it's not worth your time. Like, it's okay if you want to like go and tell somebody you really don't like them or whatever and ban them, knock yourself out. Like, I do it all the time. Like, if I don't like something, I tell them what I think. If they say shitty things and they do shitty things, I'll call them a shitty fucking person. But if you're going to be doing criminal stuff, just don't. it's that simple. Just don't. It's not worth it. It's fucking not worth it. It's like if you start getting too aggressive and you start freaking out, just go masturbate or something. You'll be fine. You don't need to go and, you know, be toxic. What is it? Toxic masculine or whatever, and fucking channel your Andrew Tate. And I just can't believe that somebody thought I was worth the effort to pay $80 for a DDoS service. $80 and you two can just send massive fucking hordes of felony bandwidth down somebody's throat and then be stupid enough to check the website multiple times throughout the attack at the beginning and the end. My God, dude, like seriously. Oh, fucking master's degree level of genius. Oh my God. Anyways. But yeah, anyways, that was the Google Pixel thing that I kind of worked in and out of that conversation, the bug that's going on with it. Even Wi-Fi. Don't even trust Wi-Fi. If you think that you're safe if you just go get on like a Wi-Fi network at like Starbucks or something, and you're like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go down to Starbucks and I'm gonna open up a VPN and I'm gonna connect to the network and then I'm gonna connect over another VPN and then I'm gonna go through this. And it's like, there's no way they're gonna be able to find me, man. I can commit the perfect crime. Well, no, you really can't, because you're gonna go there and you're gonna boot up your computer. And you're going to boot up your VPN. And even though your computer doesn't successfully connect to the Wi-Fi, it's still going to listen for the packets coming from the Wi-Fi, and it'll still send an acknowledgement back or make itself known to the Wi-Fi that there is a client out there somewhere, unless you are really fucking good at modifying your operating system so it doesn't do that. So even if you never leased an IP address or even put in the right password for the local network at the Starbucks, if you run Windows 7, 8, 8.1, 10, 11, you have successfully pinged that access point, and that access point has a record of your existence in memory somewhere. So if somebody's like, hey, I saw that guy outside the Starbucks or whatever, you know, when they're doing their investigation and they're like, hey, we need to look at your router. We need to pull the logs from it, because those are very small logs and they stick around for a very long time. Even if you open the VPN and you did all your networking through the VPN, it's like they're still going to be able to trace it back. And then they go, oh, you know what? Let's go get a subpoena at Microsoft, see all the data that Watson has uploaded from that computer with that MAC address that sent the ping to the router or to any of the other computers around it. You never know when you're being honeypotted either. So it's just, you know, a lot of people don't understand this, and that's why they do stupid shit and think they're going to get away with it because somebody else did. No, the reason the other person got away with it is because the person they attacked, like, didn't know how to investigate, didn't know where to start, didn't care to call the cops, didn't even know what was happening in the first place. They were just confused. That's the reason why they got away with it. It wasn't because they were like super fucking elite hackers, okay? It's because the person that they attacked was oblivious to what was going on or didn't understand how to record the information. You know, and especially if you do it twice, like, you're just increasing your odds astronomically. You know, it's like, yeah, if it had been somebody who didn't know what they were doing, if you had a DDoS somebody who wasn't a fucking network expert, I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about my mod, somebody who isn't a network expert that literally has used Cloudflare for like a zillion fucking years and knows every in and out of logging and trigger and function, like, and every fucking connection in the world, in the networking world, like, yeah, that's not the person to attack, dude. It's like, seriously, don't go after, like, seriously, attack. If you're going to attack somebody, and you shouldn't because it's a fucking felony, you'd probably be smart to like pick the dude that eats glue, not the person that fucking manufactures it. Okay. Not the person who invented it. Go after the person that eats it. It's the normies draw us back into using those services. I still can't believe that there's actually a massive DDoS service that's like the first link on Google and Bing, I think. And you can just pay $80 to, that takes regular credit cards. Like, you don't even have to use crypto or anything like that. And again, crypto's not untraceable. So anybody tells you crypto's untraceable, nope, unless you mined it yourself in a shed and you only fucking transacted that shit to the blockchain from fucking out in the middle of the boonies connected to an access point. This is a point 20 miles away that you've never been around physically. Yeah, you're not as clever as you think you are. But anyways, I can't believe there's a DDoS service that literally takes money on private credit cards for a service that you can put in an IP address and just have it absolutely fucking pound and destroy not only the person you're targeting, but of course you take out the switch, you take out the nodes, you take out all the other users on that subnet. I mean, you absolutely, that's why it's a felony, is because you're not just attacking one person. Every time you attack that person, you're attacking dozens, if not hundreds or thousands of people, depending on which choke point you're going through to do it. And, it's just wild that you just go in there, because like low Earth orbit ion cannon was like your connection against other people's connections. That was it. that was absolutely it. But now with DDoS and these services, it's like 5,000 computers mobilized against one target. So it does a lot more damage a lot faster. And you're basically paying money for the system to use its bot network, which is also highly illegal, to go and attack this thing. And you're just like, wow, man, like somebody created that? And have it on a search engine indexed, and like Google and Bing don't like remove that from their index. That's eye-opening to me, you know? But I think the reason that they do it is because they want it to be a honeypot. I think the genuine reason they do it is they figure, if we can get people that are doing these kind of attacks to sign up to these services that are very publicly advertised, and you pay with a credit card, or we just keep an eye on them. And if they're just like poking little things and they're not causing any problems, then that's fine. But hopefully we'll get a whale. Hopefully we'll get somebody who comes in through here and tries to attack Sony or Nintendo or something like that. And boom, we can easily get in there and fuck them. That's what I think anyways. I think that it's one of those things where it's like, you know, just like Microsoft with the activation servers, right? They tolerate them and they allow them to exist, but it gives them a greater access to data, and it ensures that the criminal element stays within the, you know, within eye shot, that they can see them instead of going someplace where they can't. Like, instead of going to the dark web and figuring out how to go through all these hoops and shit like that, it's like, if they just go to Google and sign up for the site, and the site's dirty anyways, they're going to sell your credit card data and everything. I guarantee you the government can just go there and buy their information. like if they're selling everybody's shit, do you really think they're credible? Do you really think a company that sells felony services is going to protect your credit card information and not sell it to somebody, or sell the information to a party that inquires about it? Like, no, of course they are. You know, it's just, come on. It's $5K per hit, Barn. What is $5K per hit? Because the service that hit me is $80 a month. So yeah, it's not 5K, and I'll be honest, it's not it generated a big enough attack that if I didn't have Cloudflare, it would have, you know, or if he didn't have Cloudflare, it would have fucked him. But Cloudflare was able to filter and stop the attack. But still, I mean, I'm sure for a bigger attack, like if you're trying to go after a huge corporation or something like that, you're gonna have to pay big dollars, right? You're not gonna DDoS somebody with an $80 plan if it's a corporation. That's like if you want to take down an individual. But you shouldn't do that. Like, seriously, like, I am telling you guys right now, the reason I'm giving you this information, I'm telling you this information, is because I don't want to hear about you guys fucking going to court. I don't want to hear about you getting mad one night and getting somebody's IP address and like fucking DDoSing them. And you're like, oh, you know, from your perspective and understanding, you're like, oh, I took out his internet connection for like 10 minutes. Like, that can't be that big of a deal. And then you find out later the hard way that you didn't just take out their connection for 10 minutes. You took out like 1,000 people's connection for 10 minutes. And during that 10 minutes, like 5 people died because they literally were like connected to a fucking device that needed internet access or something like that. You know, I mean, it's not unreasonable. It can happen. Like somebody's CPAP couldn't connect to the server and get the updated settings or whatever, and they fucking suffocated. Whatever the reason is, right? It's like, you do not want to learn that after the fact. You want to know it before. Information is power, right? Ignorance will fuck you any day of the week, but knowledge is power. And that's why people that think they know everything are doomed to fuck themselves over the people that actually go and try to learn everything, right? Never assume you know everything. You'll never know everything. It's Dunning-Kruger, man. It's like, you think you're an expert, but you're a dumbass. And then once you learn a lot, you know you're a dumbass. And then once you learn even more than that, you start creeping back towards expert, but you never hit the apex where you know everything, ever. Nobody knows everything about anything, really. Even the simplest subject, nobody knows everything about it. There is always something new to be discovered. You're welcome, Beer Goggles. Hopefully I saved some people in here. That's what I'm really hoping is. I'm hoping through my bad experiences that I've saved some of you. That's what I would love to hear about. It's like, you know, you guys didn't do bad things, or you learned about this shit, so you decided not to put yourself in a bad situation, and you don't end up in a lot of trouble and stuff because you did stuff that you didn't really understand, or you thought it was no big deal when it turns out it was absolutely everything. You know, that's what I would like to know, is that you guys, you know, you guys are protected. That's it. You know, protect yourself, and don't ever stand for bullshit. Like, that's the thing. Like if somebody is being a shit, fucking just ban them. Like just ban them, just out of sight, out of mind, right? Just fucking get rid of them. And if they keep pushing, they keep attacking and creating new accounts. I mean, there's mechanisms in the system to report them. If the platform decides to do nothing about it, you still want a paper trail, because if in the future they escalate things, that's the other thing too. Is like police can send mail to reports. Like if there's harassment cases, they just send a mail to Twitter and say, okay, have there ever been any other reports against this user? What were the outcomes of those reports? They can get the summary of all this deleted tweets. They were able to get all of Terminator's deleted tweets, all of his deleted videos on Twitch, all that shit they were able to get access to easily. Law enforcement gets everything. So it's like, don't risk it, man. Don't risk it for the biscuit. It's like, dude, if you start getting all fucking weird and feeling like you need to go and destroy people's lives, like, go fucking rub one out on Pornhub. Like, seriously, get that aggression out and you'll be just fine afterwards for like 5 minutes, and then go do it again. That's my advice. All right, guys, I think I'm going to start wrapping it up. Because, man, this has got way over. But again, just last notes, just see something, say something, keep your eyes to the ground. Let me know what's going on. Let a mod know what's going on if you see anything. You know, if you ever see any of these people that are doing terrible things in public areas and shit, or even in person, and you feel like they're a threat, don't take the risk. Just don't intervene. Just call the police, let them know, and let them deal with it. And I do fully understand that some police departments aren't as competent as mine. Some police aren't as competent as the ones that work around where I do. And some of them aren't even equipped. To be fair, some of them don't even have the money, training, or experience to do the cybercrime shit. I'm so fortunate that mine do finally. Wait, Corey Gamble said, anybody got an answer to my question? What was your question, Corey? I'll hook you up here really quick if you can ask again. How about CK deals and stuff like that? What is CK deals? I don't know what CK deals is. If it's one of those websites where you buy cheap keys for Windows, those are all pretty much stolen keys or gray market keys at worst. But they're not. Even a gray market key would be $50 or $70 like minimum. So, but yeah, no, they're all stolen. They're all volume marketing keys or keys that were stolen with credit cards in jurisdictions where they can't follow up on them. It's not worth it. Like, don't do it. And like I said earlier, my spiel on that was, if you can't afford a key or you're not willing to buy a key, Microsoft still wants you to run Windows. So either run it unactivated or go download like 50 of the activation projects off GitHub until Microsoft deletes them. Because Microsoft obviously wants you running Windows because they allow like fucking 3 years worth of auto activation services on GitHub that they control and they own, and they pick what's on it and what goes off of it. And they just let all that code sit on there to do all that stuff. And some of these projects are like 3-4 years old, been reported a million times. I even reported one just to see what they would do with it. They obviously want people running Windows. So before you pay $6 to some fucking criminal to give you a product key that makes you feel like you're legit because you actually bought a product key, chances are you're less legit than just fucking using an activation service to activate your product and not giving any money to a criminal who's potentially selling an illegal key. Well, actually, not even potentially. I mean, it's like none of those keys are valid. They try to make it sound like they're buying them like discount and gray markets and stuff. They're not. You can't buy a retail key for Windows. Like, you either get it through a system builder or you buy it from Windows directly. There is no authorized, fucking gray market sale or some place in some country where you just go buy versions of Windows like off the shelf in a store anymore. No, it doesn't work like that. You either buy from Microsoft Store to get a retail key, you buy from a system builder to get a retail key, or you get a volume licensing key if you work for a company, or you might get and like the retail keys that you get out in the wild or whatever. Those are keys that are stolen, like bought off the Microsoft Store with like a stolen credit card and shit like that. Just not worth it. It's not worth it. And to be realistic, the cheapest that you would ever be able to find a Windows key like legitimately is still going to be for like Windows 11 Pro is going to be over $100. Like, seriously, because even the OEM PC builders in like Taiwan pay more than that per key. Fucking Indonesia, like any of these markets Microsoft sells in, even with their currency conversion and everything, that it might be half price, but it's still going to be upwards of, $100 for a Pro key just for cost. Like, if you were able to get it with nobody profiting, and they were still breaking or if you were buying it from Microsoft directly. And the reason that they do that and they keep these markets so close together is because they don't want everybody just going with a VPN and buying a key off Taiwanese site, coming to America, installing their computer, switching it to an English keyboard, and it's the same fucking operating system. They don't want that happening as much, so they try not to make the price gap too much. You know, and I haven't seen any markets where the key, like I've seen some people say, oh no, if you buy it in like, you know, Vietnam or something like that, a key is like $10 or $15. No, I went and checked myself. Even in Vietnam, it was more expensive than America. Like in Vietnam, it was like $200 and some per key because of all their import taxes shit that they stack on top of stuff. So, but if you guys, but for my own research, and I do love being proved wrong and learning, if you guys can find a Microsoft, like it has to be a Microsoft site, not a Microsoft certified site, because those are not real. Those are all lies. But if you find a Microsoft.com site that can be accessed from any country in the world that sells retail keys, and it's the actual Microsoft site, it's not being redirected to some funky shit or something like that. If it's the actual Microsoft.com site, the store on the Microsoft.com site that is selling that key in a country, and it is only like, once you do the conversion to US currency, it's only like 15 or 20 bucks or something like that, let me know. Please let me know, because I will absolutely put that out there as an option for people, because I would rather them go buy because I'd love to be proved wrong, so everybody could just go buy a $20 key that is still legitimately purchased legally from Microsoft, even if it's in some wild jurisdiction and violates the TOS or whatever. I'd still rather them buy that key than give $6 to somebody who's selling a stolen key that got bought with somebody's ripped off credit card. So, but I don't think it's going to happen. I looked around. I went to Vietnam. I went to, what was the other one? Indonesia. No, not Indonesia. It was China, Japan, Germany. And once you did the US conversion, they were all either more expensive or just slightly less expensive. Because I think all of their pricing is based on how much US currency is, and then all the conversions in the other countries are based on that same estimation, plus or minus. Because remember, they don't have any shipping or anything like that. They're going to be really close, because it's not cheaper to ship it here because it's manufactured here. It's easier. They're not pressing media and stuff anymore. It's like your Windows install is coming from an image. It's not coming from a CD that was put in a box and sold on the shelf. That's why when you go into software stores and shit like that in Micro Center, you don't see like copies of Windows 10 and Windows 11 boxed editions like you did back with, you know, like Windows Vista and Windows 7 and stuff. It's because it's all online now. It's all online images built with the image creation tool, and everybody creates their own media. Since you can use a USB drive to boot off of, install it, there's no reason to have like a CD burner anymore, and everybody has a fucking USB port. So it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Let's see here. Jessica Barton says, so the ones at Best Buy are stolen. Okay, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, Jessica? I didn't understand what you were saying before that. Let's see. Jessica. Let's see. See Leslie Monroe. Jessica, could you clarify what you meant by that? The ones at Best Buy are stolen. Or are you talking about buying it on the website, Best Buy, or are you talking about like boxed media on the shelf? Let's see here. Because Microsoft's own EULA says that they do not have an authorized reseller other than system builders. Let's see here. So Microsoft Windows 11 Pro to buy a license is it's still $200. Same price as every place else. So, wait, it's a copy on a shelf, and it's not just the code and a download link. Like it actually has physical media in it. Or are they just a system builder because they sell computers themselves, so they sell the licenses in like a little pack or something? Because I see this. It says digital download instructions. Are you sure you don't take it to like the front desk and they give you a product key when you buy it? Interesting. Okay, well, I mean, they do sell it on Best Buy as a Windows 11 Pro English. It says digital. Okay, let me see if I can find one that's not digital. Because what I'm wondering is, could you do me a favor next time you're at Best Buy? Could you grab one and take it to the front desk and see, just to ask them, like, you don't have them ring it up. Just ask them, say, like, if I buy this, I get to keep this packaging, right? And it's got like a USB drive or a CD or something in it, right? It's not just the code. Because what I suspect they might do is maybe Microsoft, because they are the same price. They're legit keys. I mean, they're $200, so they're absolutely legit. Because that's exactly what the key costs. But on their website, they only sell digital. So I can't buy that packaged copy from the website. On Best Buy, they only sell the digital. So what I'm wondering is, oh, wait a second. No, hold on. There's Windows 11 Home Edition. Okay, so Home Edition actually does look like it has, is this a box? Let me see. So, okay, you're getting a Word pickup. $139. That's how much home is. That is the retail price for a home key. So like if you go to Microsoft Store online and you buy the key, or you buy the key during the upgrade process, it's $139. The same price. It's all price fixed. This one says it has a USB flash drive. I'll be damned. Release date 4/14/2022. What? Okay, so that was only a year ago. I wonder if Microsoft hasn't updated their documentation. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it. You're right. Here, I'll even give you guys the fucking link. Here you go. It's still full retail price, but it does look like they don't do it for Pro, but for home, for some reason, they do sell a USB thumb drive version of it in a box. This is the first I've seen this. Let's see here. So if I add this to cart, let me see. What do I get? Let's see. Okay, $139. Get it by Wednesday, March 22nd. Free shipping. Microsoft Windows 11 home USB flash drive. But if you want Pro, they only do digital. So interesting. Okay, so home, it looks like they do have a USB version. I mean, it's obviously just going to be the image. It's gonna be no different than anything else. It's going to be the image, but it does look like they do that so that because you'd still be able to do a Pro key. Like even if you had that USB home edition, you'd be able to put that in and still use your Pro key, and you'd still get the Pro SKU. So because it's the same image. It's the same image. So it just looks like they did this so that there is at least an option where somebody can buy a USB thumb drive that maybe doesn't have enough bandwidth to download it or something like that. They at least have a starting point. That's pretty cool. Well, no, I appreciate that. No, Jessica Barton, you are absolutely 100% right. Like, this is the first time I've seen it, though. I wonder what other stores sell it. So I can't imagine that they're the only ones. We'll see if they have a Pro upgrade next time. Yeah, let me know. Let me know if they have a Pro USB drive edition. Because I'm going to be honest with you, like if I have to spend $140 or $200 respectively for a code, I would like to get a USB thumb drive with it. Like Puget Systems, when you get Windows Pro, they basically they image your system and build you a thumb drive with the image on it. So you can restore the system back to their spec, but you don't actually get a Windows dongle because they're installing it from an image. They're not installing it from a dongle. But it looks like the home version does actually have a dongle. So let's see here. So Windows ISO creation tool plus free USB plus $140 key, sell something useful for a customer. No, this is kind of cool. No, I like this because if I'm going to spend $140, I wish they did this for Pro. Because if you're going to go and buy a copy of Windows from a system builder, it would be nice if you actually got like a retail key. Like even if it's just the same image, just being able to get a free thumb drive would be nice. Because it's the exact same price to buy the digital key online as getting the free thumb drive. So I would rather just have the free thumb drive with the image on it, honestly. And I'd imagine it's not a locked thumb drive because they'd want you to be able to put the newer ISO on it, like when you download it with the media creation tool. But you never know. Microsoft might not want you using it for other shit, so they might just be assholes and just lock it down to read only. But still, it'd be neat to have it. Like if you got to pay the same money either way, like I would rather have a USB thumb drive, honestly. I think that would be cool. USB 11 Pro with USB on Best Buy. Oh, there is a USB one. I didn't see it. Here, let's see. Windows 11 Pro USB. It might not have been in stock. Let me see. Nope, there it is. $199. Clear as day, and I can even add it to cart. There's 4 in stock. Well, I'll be a fucking monkey's uncle. All right, well, let's see here. Why is Best Buy allowed to do this? Because Microsoft's own documentation that I read through just a month or two ago said that there are no system builders are the only authorized resellers. Is Best Buy considered a system builder? Like, I don't think that. I mean, they sell computers, so obviously they sell computers with Windows on it. But is Best Buy like a loophole? Does like because can I get these at Micro Center? Micro Center builds computers, right? So here, microcenter.com. Okay, let's see here. So Windows. Because I would rather get a USB dongle. Like if I gotta pay for a license, like give me the dongle or the USB thumb drive. Windows 11 Pro. Let's see what we got here. Yep, right there. Microsoft Windows 11 Pro 64-bit FPP USB English. It's so funny. It's the same exact price for the whoa. Hold up. How are they doing this? Windows 11 Professional 64-bit OEI DVD English. How are they doing this? $149. Wait, what? Okay, here, I'm gonna send this link to you guys. What the fuck's going on here? This doesn't look on the level. So do you have to buy stuff? Like, do you have to buy like a motherboard or like a basic computer to be able to buy this? Because this OEM shit can only be sold through a system builder. And it's cheaper. It's $149, which is what they would charge a system, roughly what they charge a system builder for a key. Okay, so Windows 11 is easy to use. Okay, what's the requirements here? Okay, so release date 2021. Just OS install CD and license. Don't bother half-cooked OS. Oh, nobody cares about what you think. OEM installed and activated, no problems with use. Let's see here. Genuine Microsoft seal and code scratch off works properly. Okay, that should, you should get a holographic key. If you're buying a physical product, it should come with the hologram, because even the system builder will put a hologram on your PC or include it in the box with your computer. Otherwise, you don't have an authentic version. Wow. So ZapFox says you can just buy it, so you don't have to have a system. So wow, really? Now the thing that's kind of freaking me out about this is like Microsoft's own documentation says that this should not be allowed. So I'm like, is their requirement super loose? Like is a system builder able to just sell loose copies? Because the whole point of the OEM Windows version is that it be sold from a system builder to be installed onto customers' computers. But it looks like here for $50 less, you can actually buy an OEM Windows 11 Professional. Why would you spend another $50 for the retail version when they're both the exact same? The code's the exact, like there's no difference. Like oh no, there is. No, there is. That's right. Because the OEM keys don't come with any Microsoft support. That's why it's $50 cheaper. I do remember reading that in the documentation, because I was reading what the difference was between the OEM and the retail keys. And it was the retail keys come with limited support. So if you have a problem, you can call them and they can help you install it and they can help you troubleshoot shit and stuff like that. The OEM key does not come with any Microsoft support. Like the only thing you can call them about is if the key doesn't work. That's it. Like there's no additional support. But it's still interesting that they can sell these. Does anybody know? Do you know of any place that doesn't sell like just full computers that would have this, like a soft? No, I guess they'd all have computer parts at least. That's crazy. So usually ships in 5 to 7 days. Add to cart. Let me see if it does it make me add anything else to cart? Here, let me add it. This is wild. No, I'm not showing any DDoS right now. Dude, fries used to be cool, but it went downhill in the end so bad. Hey, Ballia Brand, thank you for the $3.31. I appreciate it. Okay, Micro Center is not loading. Why? Come on, Micro Center. Come on, Micro Center. Let's see here. Nope, ping times are good. So I think because Micro Center is a build your computer supplier, no support for the OS. Yeah, because I know you do have to sell OEM keys, you have to be a system builder. That's literally in Microsoft's documentation. So unless you're an OEM and purchase it from Microsoft, OEM licenses can be legally sold only when sold with original hardware. Yeah. So yeah, Bear Pigs, I don't get this. There's gotta be, you have to buy a motherboard or something to get that. Like it's not letting me go through checkout right now. The site's broken. Like when I click on it and I say go to checkout or add to cart, it's not doing anything. It's just spinning its wheels. So I am curious about that, but that would also explain, it's like if you had the choice, like if the average user had the choice between buying an OEM key or a retail key, they both exactly the same. Just one comes with support and one doesn't. And the reason that the OEM key doesn't come with support is because you're basically getting your support from the computer manufacturer. The system builder is supposed to be your support, not Microsoft. The retail copy is supposed to be supported because Microsoft sold it to you directly. It didn't come through the system builder. So that's the difference between the two. So, but God, a $50 difference? Seriously? A $50 difference between an OEM and a retail key. And the only difference is one, you get support from Microsoft. So like if you get stuck on something, they'll help you through it. I mean, I guess that's worth it to some people. I don't see it personally. Yeah, it's Micro Center's like unresponsive for me now. Oh, well. No, I learned a thing. I am curious though. I want to follow up on that and see what the deal is. Cause, their documentation said that it's only a valid key if it's sold with a system through a system builder, which is the OEM key, or it's purchased from them directly. But I wonder if when they say they purchased from them, no, because they even say Microsoft Store. So I wonder if they didn't update the documentation, and that's like something that they changed just last year or the year, or after release, because the documentation literally said that you can only you have to go to the Microsoft Store. Or maybe they said like Microsoft authorized store or something, but it appeared like they linked to their store. Like you had to click on the link in their documentation, go to the store. And it said that was the retail key. That one comes with support. The OEM key does not come with support and has to come through your system builder. So, I mean, you either buy it from Windows Store or OEM key with $50 discount, you're still paying. Yeah, I mean, no, I guess that's the whole point, right? Like I'm glad Jessica Barton said something because I think that's cool that you can buy it, but oh, no, Jessica. No, I'm saying, no. So here's the thing. If you buy a key for $15 or $30 or whatever, that is a stolen key. Like it is. That was my argument earlier. But all the sites that sell discounted keys, they're not authorized. They're not, even if they have the tag on them, Microsoft says no. However, Best Buy, I did not know, sold actually a retail key on the shelf. I still got to look at this OEM key. I don't know how they're able to, how Micro Center is able to just sell you an OEM key without selling you hardware, because their Microsoft documentation specifically says OEM keys have to come with original hardware. That's it, period. No exception. So I'll figure that one out later when the site's working again. But no, if you paid $200 for your key is not stolen. If you paid $150 for a home key, or you paid $200 for a pro key, or in that ballpark, you're good. It's a legal key, 100% guaranteed. But if you bought it retail, where you got a physical box and it had the hologrammed key in it, and you paid those prices, 100% legitimate. If you buy a key off of a fucking website for $6 or $15 or $30 or whatever, there's like a Windows 10, authorized OEM key or retail key. Microsoft does not authorize the sale of those keys, and Microsoft has no vehicle, through any site, including Best Buy, including fucking Micro Center. They still have to sell them for the MSRP, which is $150 for home. Well, minus $1, $149 for home and $199 for pro. And even if it comes with the USB thumb drive or the CD or just digitally the code, it is still $199 and $149 respectively. So if you get that a key for like $30, it is not it's a real key. It's just a stolen key. It was bought with a stolen credit card, or was stolen from a company, or was scraped off of a machine, not for resale. Or, I mean, there could be a million different things, but just remember, these guys are bulk selling these codes super cheap. And if they're selling it to you for 30, they're getting it for 5 or 2. And if they're bulk buying the keys, they're most likely going to be stolen keys. And that could also include volume license keys that are unauthorized, that are being scraped from businesses and stuff like that. I'm not saying they won't work. I'm not saying Microsoft, like I said, they want you to run Windows on your computer. I'm just saying that instead of paying $30 for a key, your option should be this: pay $200 for a real genuine Microsoft key, or $150 if you want OEM, or cheaper if you want home or whatever, or just pay $0 and activate the fucking thing yourself instead of giving money to, criminals. That's all I'm saying. So if your options are sell stolen keys at $140, well, no, dude, that would be so funny if somebody spent $140 on a stolen key just because they're like, oh, Barnacules said it was 140. If it was over 140, it was legit. So people just raise their prices on their stolen keys. No, I mean, the whole allure to get people to come to their sites and buy the keys is because they sell them dirt cheap, because they get them for next to nothing, and then everybody else undercuts them, right? If you got to go to some skeezy website and they're charging $140, they're not truly a Microsoft authorized store that isn't giving you the experience. You're not going to spend $140 on a key. The whole reason you're taking the risk on the cheap site is because it's like $30 or $15. But I'd avoid those. I would definitely avoid those keys. I mean, honestly, if you're going to go down the route of buying like a $15 key, just fucking pirate the thing and activate it yourself. However, there are some exceptions. I mean, I know some people that are like, yeah, you know, it's not my problem. Like, I want a fucking key that I can just attach to that computer that's always going to register and always going to work and everything. I just don't want to fuck with it, whatever. And they're okay paying, you know, criminals for keys, and that's fine. Like, again, I'm not saying you do you, like, you do you. I'm just saying that Microsoft personally, at the end of the day, wants you running Windows 10 and Windows 11. They'd rather have that than you running Linux. So they're not going to be like quick to come and hunt you down for being the one person that fucking goes and activates your installs on your own computers. They'll go after the OEM if they sell you copies that they're not making any money off of. But if it's you personally and it's your computer, they give zero fucks, like absolutely precisely zero fucks, because losing you as a customer means losing your data, and losing your data means losing money and market share. And they're not going to risk it. So, and that's and I'm pretty sure, you know, again, this is a hunch, but I'm pretty sure that that's why they haven't cracked down on any of the projects over the last 4 years on GitHub. And there's like 90 plus of them that are activation scripts that all use the inbox tools to reset to a false activation server. And then it works and activates Windows for 180 days. They could just release a simple patch that would kill that across the board and make that no longer a viable option, but they choose not to. And the reason for that is because they want people running Windows. They don't want people getting fed up with Windows and going to Linux. They don't want people having their computer expired and thinking about installing Linux. They want people to upgrade to the latest version of Windows. Windows 7 Pro all the way. I mean, hey, if you can get along still running it. I bought an MSDN subscription. Oh no, that's funny. I didn't even mention that. So you guys, are you a MS alumni or are you paying full price? So Microsoft alumni deal, like, I'm stupid. I should just get Microsoft alumni. Like, I don't want to spend the money on it, but I should. It is such a great deal. So the Microsoft alumni program, unless they've booted me from it, but I've already demonstrated Microsoft isn't really good at one hand talking to the other. So as long as I give them my badge number, they'll just let me sign up for it, I'm sure. But basically, if you've ever worked at Microsoft, you can pay like a certain fee a month. I want to say it's like, I don't know, $40 a month or something like that. And you can actually enroll in the MSDN program and under the Microsoft alumni program. And what it allows you to do is get unlimited keys to all of their products for as long as you're subscribed to them. And the keys continue to work after you stop subscribing. So I could literally, and that could be where these stolen keys are coming from too. Like when you're buying keys, they could be MSDN keys also. So I could sign up for the alumni program and literally pump out. I think they have a limit like 5 keys per day per product, but every day you can get 5 new keys. And so I could literally just go in there and just print out all those keys and then just fucking go like sell them to fucking markets. And they'd eventually figure it out. Like it would take them a while, but once somebody called in, they had a problem with their computer and like, oh, that you're not supposed to have the key. Do you know that guy? Is he a friend of yours? They would eliminate the MSDN account. But I would fare that a lot of the keys that are out there being sold super cheap are just Microsoft alumni program that are pissed off at Microsoft for laying them off, selling fucking keys off MSDN. I could totally believe it. At one point, I had so many keys. I don't know where the fuck they went. They're somewhere around here. I mean, they're not really good anymore because the newest product I had a key for was 2014. But I used to have I had a sheet that probably had 1,000 keys on it. And it was from when I had MSDN back in the day, because Microsoft would pay like $2,000 a year for a full-blown developer, top-tier, educational level MSDN subscription for their employee, because for tax reasons, they have to pay the full $2,000, even though they're the ones just giving the course to their employee. But I remember coming with that. It used to come with keys, so I had a script that would just it'd go through all the products I cared about, pull 5 keys every day, and put them into an XLS document. So for the longest time, because I'd use them, I didn't like going to the site and requesting one when I needed it, so I just dumped shitloads of them to the spreadsheet. And then anytime I needed a key, I just had a script that would just go to the next one in the list and print it out to the screen so I could copy and paste it. And then it would mark it in the spreadsheet as used. And then each time, like a Pez dispenser, it would collect 5 a day, queue them up, and then I could say, I need a key, and it'd crap it out. And I know I have that list somewhere. It's got to be, but it's all old products that are like long dead that nobody uses anymore. Bally Brian said, have you gone through how to get rid of Windows 11 telemetry? I mean, not really. Windows 11 is even harder than Windows 10 to get rid of the telemetry. It's a nightmare, dude. Hey, Richard Calaby, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it, brother. Windows 11 telemetry, honestly, if you try to get rid of it, it will rebel. It's one common problem I've had with Windows 11 is if you try to remove the telemetry shit, you will run into DPC timeouts, you will run into new latency, you'll run into driver timing issues. there's so much telemetry now built into the goddamn operating system that any attempt to kill the services and stop and stuff creates slowdowns and micro stutter and weird bugs that Microsoft is not going to support fixing. So about the best thing you can do is disable all the telemetry that are actually tested telemetry, where you can go through and disable them. Be careful disabling stuff through group policy, though, because a lot of those scenarios aren't very heavily tested internally. And then block shit at your router. Set up your router and use a block list that has all of Microsoft's currently known telemetry servers in it. So when it tries to call home, it can't upload the telemetry, and then just periodically set I have a task in my Windows task, or not Windows Task Manager, it was Scheduler. I have the Windows Task Scheduler runs a task every 24 hours that just cleans out all the XML files that are stored up from telemetry and the telemetry folder. And it just runs a service, so it has access to that file share, and it just or the directory and deletes it. And that way it just backs up because it can never connect to the server to send the telemetry, and then it just wipes it out every 24 hours. The downside to that is if I ever swap out my router, or I take down that rule, or I take my computer to a LAN party like PDX LAN, whatever is backed up into that pool that hasn't been deleted in the last 24 hours will find its way to a Microsoft server. Oh, food is here? That's good timing. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to shut it down. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us this week on Tech Talk. You've been absolutely amazing. I am going to go get some sleep. Keep your ear to the ground. Let me know if you see any funny business with Yahoo. And I'm just going to focus right now on keeping myself safe. If he keeps on pushing a narrative, if he makes a video on YouTube about this or whatever, I mean, all I'm going to do is just collect data, make sure that I put links in places where people can see them that show the truth and where all the data is. Now this whole thing is played out in his confession, and then his take back of his confession, and him trying to post false evidence to confuse people that, who knows if he thinks it's a joke or not, but, people don't understand, if you don't fucking straight up tell them. And I need to go through and just keep track of all that and let this thing run its course. We'll see, let the pieces lie where they lie. But like I said, a lot of shit has come up since this started that I had no freaking idea, and shit got a lot scarier, a lot faster in other places that I didn't expect it to. But in a nutshell, I think a lot more people will be safer when this is done. Like this actually, in the end, this is a lot of toxic shit that's happening to a lot of toxic people, and they don't deserve it. And I'm glad that, I wish I wasn't the one that had to do it, because I had him out of fucking brain, out of mind for 6 months. But, if I have to be the one to put my foot down and collect all the information and get all of the stuff together and contact the right people and involve the right law enforcement and shit, if I have to be the one to do that to make sure that this saves a bunch of other people from having to continuously deal with this bullshit, then so be it. So be it. And I hope I inspire other people to do the same thing. I genuinely do. This is just horse shit. I didn't ask for any of this, and I didn't want any of this. And quite frankly, I wish I had a fucking time machine, because I don't even want to be I don't even like how deep this has gone and the things that he's escalated, because it actually is fucking scaring me. But again, I'm just going to leave it there. You guys have been awesome. I love your faces. I'm going to get some sleep, though, because I am dog tired. Like I said, I haven't been sleeping. It's hard to sleep when you got to fucking, protect your name and protect your brand from somebody who can creep up at any moment and just keep pushing a fucking bad narrative about you. I really wish Twitch support and YouTube support would wake up, but like I said, because of the holiday weekend, they're all fucking out to lunch. But hopefully they'll all come back and start responding to me, and they'll see all the data and all the shit that I've collected and I've been streaming to them over that time, and they'll come back and just be like, holy shit, and do something. But we'll find out. All right, peace out, guys. I love your face. You guys are amazing. I will see you on Monday over on Twitch TV/Barnacules. Remember, I stream there Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'm going to try to shoot for 3 p.m. again next week, but with the way things are going, who fucking knows? But I've been doing late streams, but I got to get back to early streams, because honestly, things are not looking good, and shit is going downhill fast just because of the time, and people just aren't awake. But I'll do that. New Patreon video up finally. If you guys are members of Patreon, you haven't checked it in forever because I haven't uploaded a video. There is an hour and 20-minute video there now, me bobbing around in a hot tub turning into a prune, talking about all this shit. Yeah, I think that's everything. And also all the links down in the video description to David Hewlett streams and stuff he's doing, and also AuxxZillary, because he does his own streams over on Twitch too. All right, I think I've crossed all my T's and my I's. What does that say? Sorry about the Jeremy Clarkson underneath your post. It was a hilarious timing. Small pick at your facial expression. No, I thought it was funny, dude. I laughed. All right. I think I've said it all. God, I'm so tired. I shouldn't allow when I get tired, I babble. Just ask Ms. Barnacules. When I get really, really tired, I babble, and then I'm like, it's like when you run out of gas in your car and the engine revs up right before it dies. I'm the human version of that. All right. Thanks for listening to my ramblings. Thank you to listen to my problems. Hope you guys learned something today. And to all the super chatters, thank you so much. You guys freaking legend. Joel Telling coming in also in clutch, dude. I can't even believe he did that, but I can believe he did it because he's so freaking nice. But yeah. All right. I guess all that's left to do is push the button.